Chapter 101, Demons Lurk in the City, Identity Mystery. Jinzhou, early in the morning. The carpenter's shop was already open. A mature beautiful woman in black silk clothes walked out of the house, holding a heavy bundle wrapped in cloth in her hand, dripping wet with red liquid. It was unclear what it was. She placed it at the door near a fire, taking advantage of the quietness of the early morning to burn it. But it was inevitable for some early rising farmers to see her. "Good morning, Aunt Zhu." Passers-by would always praise her, not for anything else, but for her attractive figure that drew the eye. In their minds, it was strange that they never knew the carpenter had such beautiful relatives before. A nice pair, tall and petite. They envied them, thinking it would be great to have their kind of relatives. Living with them for a lifetime would be acceptable. "Morning." The mature beautiful woman raised her head, responding with a smile. As the passerby walked away, her smiling face quickly became expressionless, her gaze indifferent as she watched the bundle in the fire, slowly turning black, and the flames dimming. A girl in a green robe walked out of the house, yawning. "Grandma, we should go back and report the situation. Our recent plans have gone surprisingly smoothly, so it doesn't seem too difficult." The mature beautiful woman spoke solemnly, "It's smooth because no one is blocking us. We had encountered cultivators in the previous 2 times, but we haven't met any so far, which is why we still can't be careless. Furthermore, those bat demons have been unable to keep their mouths shut since we entered Jinzhou, always feeding in the middle of the night, nearly attracting the attention of the government office." There was an inevitable disgust in her tone when mentioning the so-called bat demons. If it weren't for the Spider King's orders, she wouldn't have bothered with these stinking bats. The girl in the green robe laughed softly. "They can only act at night, and they fear light, so they probably can't contain their anger right now. Enough talking, let's go back to the cave," the mature beautiful woman said indifferently. "Understood, Grandma. Take care of the house." Before the two left, the beautiful woman instructed the 2 dull figures inside the house. The 2 figures inside nodded blankly. Upon closer inspection, one would notice their faces had caved in, as if their entire beings were empty. The Tianmu mountain area. Located hundreds of miles away from Jinzhou City, the area was densely covered with jungle, steep mountains, and deep valleys, easy to defend and difficult to attack. This place should have been where bandits gathered, but a terrifying powerful demon emerged 100 years ago. It occupied this place and named it Black Wind Cave. Since then, this area has become a gathering place for many demons. Although Black Wind Cave was named after a cave, it covered a large area. Over the past century, any famous demon appearing in the Tianmu mountain area would reside in Black Wind Cave, effectively creating a brand effect. Because of the terrain, there were many demons here, constantly emerging. Even if the sects made an effort, it would be difficult to completely eradicate them. Killing them would only produce more, like cutting grass and attempting to remove the roots, but to no avail. Furthermore, the demons had become smarter and hid without revealing themselves. The sect could only watch and wait for a moment of unguardedness. Today's Tianmu mountain remained peaceful. Deep in the forest was a pitch-black cave, wet and damp inside, filled with the sound of dripping water and exuding an eerie atmosphere. Standing at the entrance, one could smell a strong bloody stench mixed with the foul odor of corpses. Entering the cave, skulls were piled up like mountains, and bones littered the ground, forming a ghastly white path. Human skin and flesh had turned to mud, and even some intestines remained tangled on sharp rocks. This scene resembled purgatory on earth. A giant spider stood in the bloody pool formed by the bone pile. One of its legs was as tall as 3 people. Its bulging abdomen was covered with sharp black spines, which looked like hair. Strangely, the spider's head had a woman's face. Its eerily beautiful features were disconcertingly charming and exquisite, with long eyebrows, charmingly mischievous smile, and raven hair draped over its enormous body. At this moment, she was using her over a meter-long tongue to suck the essence from the bloody pool. "Ha ha ha! It's so much more leisurely in the cave. Being in the human world these days has been suffocating me. After the Black Wind Granny absorbed the essence and blood from the bloody pool, she still seemed unsatisfied. She stretched out two thin fingers like onion roots into the bloody mist and rummaged around. Soon there was a black object in her palm, slowly pulsing as if it were a heart. Human hearts were her favorite part, always insatiable. After examining the heart for a while, she swallowed it. The rich qi and blood instantly spread throughout her body, increasing her strength. Ha ha ha! Black Wind Granny suddenly laughed loudly, the sound echoing and shaking the entire mountain range, making the whole 800 miles of hills tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. Her eerily bizarre face showed a trace of pleasure, as if she took great joy and satisfaction in devouring these people. I've finally recovered almost completely. Immortal Yearning Sect, I will make you pay with your lives. Back then, Lu Wangkai's sword shattered her flesh body, but now, thanks to the bloody pool, she had finally cultivated it back again. Whoosh whoosh! A demon wind blew from the deep mountains, the leaves rustling. A huge black shadow loomed over the mountain range, landing on the hillside and arrived at the entrance of the cave. It revealed a rat-like face, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs, seemingly shaped like a bat. Its body quickly shrank, eventually transforming into a man dressed in black. Chapter 102, Demons Lurk in the City, Identity Mystery 2. Ouch! A seductive voice came from inside the cave. What kind of wind is blowing you over from Demon Ridge? Black Wind Granny said with a smile. We've been old friends for a long time. Stop pretending to be all cordial, said the man in black indifferently. Black Wind Granny's smiling face froze and disappeared, replaced by a mocking, cold sneer. You Bat King never pay a visit unless there's something of interest to you. Speak up. What is it? The man in black looked up at the cave entrance and said, You haven't changed at all, always making a mess in your lair. What else could it be? It's for our upcoming plan. My subordinates need to drink blood every day, and we can't wait any longer. If it weren't for your promise of providing us with enough human blood, I wouldn't be here to help. Black Wind Granny naturally understood and said, We each take what we need, don't act unwilling. Once our goal is achieved, you will be duly rewarded. The man in black said, The human race's sect is a bit tricky to deal with. If we confront the Immortal Yearning Sect head-on, we'll be no match for them. So will the Spider King take action? He had heard from the mouths of several powerful demons that there was a Black Wind Granny in Black Wind Cave, who was quite strong. What was more important was the powerful demon behind her, known as the Spider King. Although it had only recently entered the Demon King realm, its power was not weaker than that of his old Demon King title. The man in black was the king among the bat demons, and being bats, they tended to inhabit dark corners and were virtually everywhere. As a result, they were extremely well informed and covered. To fight against a human sect and take control of its territory, everyone needed to work together. We have already prepared traps in every city, waiting for the sect members to jump in. Our only worry is being discovered by disciples in the initiation stage. What's so special about those at initiation stage? Haven't many of them died at my hands? The man in black licked his lips and smiled cruelly. Black Wind Granny said coldly, Don't be so arrogant. Take things slow. The Immortal Yearning Sect is just the first obstacle. There are still immortal sects guarding the human race. To take control of the surrounding 1,000 miles in this operation is already quite an achievement. The man in black laughed but said nothing. Hurry up and get ready. Because the human race lights lamps every night and it's hard for us to act unseen, my children have already been hungry for days. The man in black turned back into a giant bat and flew away from the cave, spreading his giant black wings. After all, it's still a competition. After the Bat King left, a deep and powerful voice sounded from the Bone Mountain. Sir, are you awake? Black Wind Granny called out softly toward the 10-meter-high Bone Mountain. A large number of skulls fell to reveal a huge figure inside. A giant spider, as big as a hill, stood much taller than Black Wind Granny. The upper part of its body formed a human figure more than 3 meters tall, with a man's face, and a well-defined 8-pack abdomen. Its body was covered with golden lines, and it wore a dark golden battle armor. It stood in front of a bloody pool, as endless blood chi flowed from the pool into its nostrils. Its human face showed an expression of pleasure. This was the spider demon king mentioned by Black Wind Granny. He was the king of an 800-mile stretch of hills, with a power comparable to a human golden core, the spider king of the green-eyed human-faced spiders. Even a wild pig in a pigsty was considered a pig king. So why not top it off and give himself a fancy title like Spider King? He's very cunning. Don't trust him too much. The size of the cake in this land is limited, and we're still competitors with him, said the human-faced Spider King indifferently. So, what does the sir plan to do? Black Wind Granny asked respectfully in front of him. It depends on the situation. We'll sit back and watch the tigers fight, but inevitably, we'll have to face the sex ourselves. When the time comes, the ones to die cannot be us, and at the very least, we must retreat with our whole bodies intact. The human-faced Spider King looked deeply at Black Wind Granny. Everything will be up to you, sir, Black Wind Granny said with a charming smile. Then she called out to a nearby cave, Little Green, it's your turn to serve the king today. Immediately, a giggling sound was heard. A relatively small human-faced spider emerged from the darkness, her face resembling a young girl. Yes. She looked quite attractive and lively, with long hair, but the essence of her appearance was quite off-putting. The human-faced Spider King didn't seem to mind, nodding with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Huai's pawnshop, which had been closed for a few days, finally reopened. Business was booming, as customers were backed up from the previous days. Among them, there were many gamblers who cried out, "Pawnshop young master, if you're not open, we're out of money." If it weren't for the gamblers, Zhao Huai wouldn't have been able to earn so much money through high-interest loans. You think we have no background? Sorry, but whether in terms of dark schemes or legitimate means, you really can't outplay or outfight us. Today, for the first time, Zhao Huai's pawnshop was very busy. As always, the melon-eating girl Pei Shongyun didn't do a thing. She just squinted her apricot eyes and watched Zhao Huai work. Yu Qinghan wanted to help, but she was also worried about getting in the way. After all, evaluating treasures is a specialized skill. So, she could only watch helplessly. "Sis, come play chess with me." Since the sisters were bored, they had no choice but to go inside and play chess. Pei Shongyun brought out a pear from somewhere, took a bite with her cherry lips, placed a white piece, and spoke while eating. "Sis, I've been asking around about our brother-in-law's background lately. Guess what, it's a complete blank." Yu Qinghan picked up a black piece without lifting her head, seemingly deep in thought. "What are you thinking about now?" Pei Shongyun grumbled, "You haven't seen him that night, how he grabbed my clothes and interrogated me, controlling his sword to leave while saying Xia. Country needs a change, so imposing. It's like he wanted to stir up the world. He even went to the imperial palace, killed a bunch of people, and defeated the 4 skilled fighters in the capital city with his hands. I really don't know his identity or background." Yu Qinghan opened her hand, implying, "So what?" Pei Shongyun, with her jade hand supporting her forehead, was left speechless. "Sis, you were able to marry him out of nowhere. As long as my husband cherishes me, I don't care about anything else." Pei Shongyun wanted to say something but hesitated, for she didn't know how to argue. What could she say? Could she say that this man had ulterior motives? Her brother-in-law boldly entered the imperial city with just a sword, fought against a golden core expert overnight, and deterred opponents from all sides. Who in the world could do that? And who would have the courage? No one would dare to say that her brother-in-law had ulterior motives, or else her sister would probably be the first to chop them down. Anyway, her sister was indeed a love brain. In her brother-in-law's words, it was like this. Yu Qinghan placed her piece and chuckled, "You said that I married someone without knowing anything, but that's because you don't understand the feeling of being deeply attracted. It's because you're still little. But I doubt you'll understand in the future either. It might be challenging to find a husband. I'm not little. Pei Xiangyun, all puffed up, felt teased by her sister and got her nose rubbed in dirt. Suddenly, the pear in her hand had lost its flavor. She was full again. After being busy for a while, the guests finally left. Zhao Huai took a deep breath and checked the accounts. He then stood at the entrance of the shop, taking in the summer breeze, which was quite refreshing. With nothing to do, Zhao Huai lifted his brush, intending to write a poem. The previous one had been burned, so it was time for a new one. He ground the ink and picked up the brush. When he finished, he read it slowly, "A peaceful home brings prosperity to all matters." After the ink dried, he packed it up to hang on the wall. Finishing these tasks, Zhao Huai sat down, took a sip of tea, and took out the golden bronze coins, rubbing them gently. Without these, he might not have been able to save Madame, nor would he be as leisurely as he was now. Let's see how his fortune is today. Misfortune and fortune are intertwined, let's take a look. Hexagram 1, it takes a 3-feet sword to vanquish demons, and those who tied the bell shall untie the bell. Your fortune today is misfortune. Trace guidance, demons are hiding in the city, a sign of a great calamity. Upon reading this, Zhao Huai's eyelids jumped. Forget it, he shouldn't have said that flag. P.S. This chapter is 4000. Chapter 103, The Power of the Demon Viewing Eye, Slaying Demons and Breaking Boundaries. At night, Jinzhou was once again shrouded in silence. From time to time, sounds of the night watchmen's reporting reached the streets. Every household had their oil lamps lit, and the paper windows shone brightly, as if everyone was fearful of something. However, the scene was quite picturesque, reminiscent of the 10,000 families' fireworks and lantern lights. But there was one exception, a completely dark house with no lamps lit, looking out of place among the rest of the homes. The plaque on the door read, Huai's pawnshop. And a pair of deep eyes stared out through the window, watching all the movements around them. Zhao Huai stood still by the bedroom window. Husband, aren't you going to sleep? Inside the house, Yu Qinghan yawned listlessly, wearing a thin white dress and lying on the bed, her figure fully exposed. Seeing Zhao Huai still standing by the window, she couldn't help but ask. You go ahead and sleep. I'm fine, Zhao Huai said with a faint smile. Initiation stage cultivators possess strong and robust spiritual power, allowing them to go a week without sleep. For cultivators, sleep is essentially a time to restore spiritual power. With strong spiritual power, they naturally sleep less, and not sleeping is not an issue. He stood there by the window tonight because, of course, of the divination's results during the day. Demons lurking in the city, what did that mean? It showed that a large number of demons had malicious intentions towards Jinzhou. This was not good news. He had lived in Jinzhou for 3 years, and his base was here. More importantly, he had become accustomed to life here and the people he had met. They were far from being in a position to move away. Tonight, he would set up a Dragon Gate formation and see who dared to come. Seeing that his wife had gone to sleep but there were still no demons in sight, Zhao Huai didn't worry. Instead, he sat down to cultivate and wait. Squeak! Suddenly, a scream came from the shop window, sounding a bit like a mouse. It had arrived. Zhao Huai slowly opened his eyes, a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Powerful thunder talismans had been placed on the windows of Huai's pawnshop. Any demon that dared to come would undoubtedly be blown to smithereens, unrecognizable even to their mother. In an instant, the light of the demon-seeing eye in Zhao Huai's destiny was blazing brightly. Zhao Huai's pupils changed color suddenly, and the world in his eyes transformed. A faint black smoke appeared in the house where the pawnshop was located, guiding him. Without hesitation, Zhao Huai left his bedroom. On the ground lay a charred object that resembled a rat's head, but it was different. It had a pair of fangs, a chest covered in white fluffy fur, and black fleshy wings on its back. A bat. Zhao Huai stared at the corpse, baffled. He immediately recognized it as a white-furred bat, quite large with the size of a child, looking well fed with the blood it had consumed. No wonder it was a bat demon. Bats were afraid of light, which is why they feared it. At that moment, the window was wide open, and a cold demonic wind blew in, while the night sky was dark except for the faint moonlight. Zhao Huai looked up at the sky, his eyes narrowing, while the black smoke acted as his guide. It seemed there were still other bats, this must have been a colony. The black ring flickered, and a beautiful cyan spiritual sword floated up, parallel to the ground. Zhao Huai's silhouette flickered. With a slight move of his sword, the spiritual sword flew out with a whoosh. In the night sky, a group of dark bats was flying in panic above the rooftops of Jinzhou. What's happening? Why is there a sudden thunderbolt? Fool! We've encountered a cultivator. We must report this to the king. Poor old Nine. He's so badly burnt that even his fur is black. Several bat demons were speaking in human language, their voices full of panic. Let's return to Tianmu Mountain first. Those guys from Black Wind Cave are so hateful, they concealed the existence of a cultivator in Jinzhou and didn't tell us. Yes, the king will surely seek justice for us. Tianmu Mountain soon appeared within their view. Just as the bat demons were preparing to return to their lair, a dazzling sword radiance streaked across the distant sky. With the dark green sword chi slashing down, several bat demons were cut in half instantly, unable to make a single scream. Zhao Huai's figure appeared slowly. Before the bat corpses hit the ground, several white rays of light flew out and entered Zhao Huai's body. Such pure energy, Zhao Huai said in amazement. He could feel his cultivation growing rapidly, his dormant qi suddenly activated, and his true vigor roaring with excitement. As the true vigor broke free of its constraints, he actually made a breakthrough. Initiation stage, 3rd level. Zhao Huai felt the increase in his cultivation and couldn't help muttering, these few little demons actually amount to more than a year of hard cultivation. With the slaying demon destiny, he could deal significant damage to demonic creatures and also improve his cultivation by absorbing their pure energy. For the first time, Zhao Huai felt that breaking through was so simple, so he stood on his spiritual sword, looking down with narrowed eyes. The reason he waited until the last moment to make a move was to find out where these demonic creatures came from. With the effect of the demon viewing eye to see through them, he locked onto their demonic chi and followed them all the way to this place. It seemed that the area below was the lair of the demons. The demonic chi here is so strong. The black smoke was incredibly thick, taking on the shape of roaring figures, indicating that there were powerful demons here. Zhao Huai naturally would not be reckless and venture deeper into the mountains. He pondered whether he should tell the Immortal Yearning Sect about this news. Rather than telling the Immortal Yearning Sect, it was actually more like telling Lu Wangkaiu. After parting with the Lantern Woman, Lu Wangkaiu had given him a way to contact her. As long as he awakened the communication stone, he could contact her. Upon careful consideration, Zhao Huai also sensed that something was off. Would the Immortal Yearning Sect not know about the powerful demon presence here? They definitely knew, but did they not have a good solution? So they just left it be? Zhao Huai didn't quite understand yet, so he took a deep look at the mountains under the night sky and left the area. On the next day, Zhao Huai woke up the communication stone, intending to ask Lu Wangkaiu about some things. The two agreed to meet at an inn. After waiting for a while, Zhao Huai saw a beautiful woman with an extraordinary temperament, in a green lotus long dress, walk into the gate. Lu Wangkaiu saw Zhao Huai from afar and greeted him as she walked over. "Young Master Zhao, long time no see." Zhao Huai smiled and nodded, staring at her dress and teasing her. "Every time I see you, you're wearing the same outfit. It seems like you never change." Hearing this, Lu Wangkaiu giggled and explained. "This is a dust-repelling spiritual gown made by the sect for inner disciples and above. It generally won't get dirty and is made from high-quality heavenly silkworm spirit thread. It's warm in winter and cool in summer, so one set is enough. I see. Zhao Huai nodded slightly. What's the matter? It's rare for you to come looking for me. Lu Wangkai poured herself a cup of tea and said with a light laugh. Zhao Huai thought for a moment and then said, do you know about the mountains near Jinzhou? I think they are called Tianmu Mountain. I know, the Black Wind Cave is located nearby. There must be many demonic creatures there. Indeed, there are many. Lu Wangkai nodded in agreement. So why hasn't the Immortal Yearning sect taken any action? Zhao Huai asked with deep gazes. Upon hearing this, Lu Wangkai didn't respond but just smiled. After a pause, she slowly asked Zhao Huai a question. I want to ask young Master Zhao, what are demons? Zhao Huai didn't hesitate to reply, demons are cunning and brutal, they kill indiscriminately and take pleasure in eating humans. Lu Wangkai nodded, clearly agreeing. What you said is not wrong, but do you know, not all demons are actually evil. Are you saying that there are good demons? Zhao Huai asked, puzzled. Lu Wangkai slowly explained, in the path of cultivation, all beings are equal. If humans can cultivate, then demons can naturally cultivate as well. In Tianmu Mountain, there are honest cultivating demons, demons who start families and businesses, and demons who live in seclusion in the mountains. The Immortal Yearning sect cannot exterminate all the demons wantonly, this would be an act of unkindness according to the heavenly power and would disturb the balance of cause and effect, causing karmic debts. So, the sect only kills the troublesome demons but does not kill all the demons. It's not just the Immortal Yearning sect, but other sects as well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai began to understand and said with a faint smile, is this your own idea or the sect's idea? He didn't believe reality could be so beautiful. When demons eat people, they don't care if they are good or bad people. Just as when cultivators kill demons, they won't differentiate between demons or evil demons. The two sides are still irreconcilable. Lu Wangkai gave him a glance and said helplessly, it's both the sect's idea and my idea. Seeing her appearance, Zhao Huai understood completely. It was still a matter of priorities. The rules were just an excuse, and the Immortal Yearning sect couldn't spend all their time and effort on slaying demons. Those who showed themselves would naturally be killed, but as for those who didn't cause trouble, the sect didn't really want to bother with them. After all, slaying demons came at the cost of human lives. Through their conversation, Zhao Huai came to understand the sect's specific attitude towards demons. He stared at Lu Wangkai's reminiscing expression and knew that she must have experienced something. Her parents died at the hands of demons, and it was truly remarkable for her to come to such a conclusion. It reflected her innate kindness. Chapter 104, The one who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Afterward, Zhao Huai told Lu Wangkai about the bat demon incident at night. She also said she would report it to the sect personally and would not involve Zhao Huai. After bidding farewell, Zhao Huai walked down the street, still thinking about their conversation. In the path of cultivation, all lives are equal. This sentence does not seem to come from this world of the survival of the fittest, perhaps it was once said by a mighty figure. It makes sense, there is no absolute right and wrong, nor black and white, there is always a balance. With that in mind, Zhao Huai was no longer troubled. Today, Madame was watching the pawnshop, and there was still plenty of time left. If the demons in Jinzhou were not eliminated, the future would only be filled with misfortunes. The divination said that only the one who tied the bell could untie it. Did it mean that he needed to learn more about demons to fight demons effectively? The problem was where to find a demon. If a demon was close enough, he could sense it, but if it was too far away, he could only rely on his demon viewing eye. Zhao Huai activated his demon viewing eye and began searching along the streets. He walked through numerous streets and alleys, and surprisingly, he saw a faint trace of black smoke in front of him. Did he find it already? Zhao Huai raised his eyebrows, quite surprised. He followed the black smoke, eventually reaching a pharmacy called Sun's Pharmacy. The black smoke led directly to a small dwarf with a cloth wrapped around his face, looking quite small like a child, he could easily go unnoticed if one didn't look closely. Was the demonic chi on this demon too weak? Zhao Huai thought secretly that he had killed many demons before but had never seen one with such pitifully weak demonic chi. If it were not for the faint black smoke guiding him, he would have doubted his findings. If demons had different levels, this one in front of him must be the weakest he had ever seen. "Boss, how much is this medicine?" "3 taels of silver." "Okay, here's the money." "Thanks, come again next time." The little dwarf threw a bag of silver and took the medicinal herbs, then turned around and left. Zhao Huai pretended to be selecting medicinal herbs nearby while observing him with divine insight, so the dwarf didn't notice he was being watched. "Do demons also pay money?" Zhao Huai was stunned, feeling rather puzzled. Suppressing his doubts, he decided to follow the dwarf and see what he was up to. Outside Jinzhou City, the mountain forest was quiet. Zhao Huai walked alone on a small path where leaves fluttered in the wind. This place was the rear mountain of Jinzhou, not very large, just a small hill. Since the resources were sparse and the vegetation didn't grow very high, human traces were also rare. The strong wind brought a trace of dampness from the mountain forest. Zhao Huai's eyes followed the faint black smoke that kept entwining, leading the way. He didn't let his guard down, hiding his figure and breath, blending into the mountain forest. He followed the little dwarf's figure until they reached a hidden tree hollow in a pine forest. If it weren't for the demon viewing eye tracking, he would never have found this place. On the surface, it appeared as a tree hollow, but underground, it must lead to an immortal's cave. Zhao Huai didn't hesitate, pulling out his spiritual sword and plunging it into the ground, amassing a large amount of thunder element chi, as electric arcs surged continuously. Combining thunder magic with sword technique would undoubtedly unleash great power. Boom! Alwa noise eknoia as tne ground trem d1ea, snatterm tne rocks Anna exposing the space beneath. It was pitch black, and besides the winding tree roots, there was even a stone gate. Damn it! Who's making a ruckus and disturbing this lord? The loud noise apparently disturbed the people inside, and a furious roar came from the other side of the stone gate. Thud. As the stone door was opened, a huge pig head emerged. Based on its appearance, it was a wild boar, with one purple, swollen eye. Its face looked like it had just woken up, plump and humanoid, yet its pig hooves, tail, and head were identical to those of a wild boar. Obviously, it was a little demon that couldn't fully transform, its demonic chi weak and pitiful. It was wearing ordinary coarse cloth clothes, looking rather strange. It is said that amongst demons, the ones that look more human possess greater cultivation levels. Some terrifyingly powerful demons can take human form and not even a cultivator in the initiation stage would be able to see through their disguise. Zhao Huai spread out his divine insight and found that the surrounding demonic chi was weak, easily vanquished with one slash. There was no need to hurry, so he decided to ask a few questions first. Thus, Zhao Huai politely smiled and said, "I am a true disciple from the Immortal Yearning sect. I came here to investigate some matters. May I come in and talk?" Ha! Upon seeing a human, the little boar demon yawned, but soon froze, its eyes widened, and its drowsiness disappeared. "What, Immortal Yearning sect?" "Yes." Zhao Huai nodded slowly. "Oh no!" The little boar demon was scared witless, letting out a shrill scream. Its plump body suddenly dashed off, wailing and peeing as it ran away, shouting in a hoarse voice. The king! The king! We're done for! The sect is here!" "What? The sect? How can the sect find us? What are you waiting for? Run!" Instantly, the entire cave echoed with many pig squeals, their voices panicked and flustered. Seeing this, Zhao Huai understood. These little demons were terrified of sex, fear ingrained deep within their bones. Although cultivation did not discriminate between high and low, ultimately, the world was for humans, and demons could only live in hiding. Naturally, these little demons didn't have much room for survival. Seeing that no one appeared after waiting for a long time, Zhao Huai decided to go in unceremoniously, slowly pushing open the door. Upon entering, he glanced around the cave and saw that it was mostly mud except for a bed made of tree bark. There seemed to be nothing else. On the tree bark bed sat a pig demon with the appearance of a burly man. His form was slightly better than the others, with his pig head looking more domineering, complete with 2 tusks and a taller stature. However, other parts of his body showed limited transformation. "Are you the king they were talking about?" Zhao Huai raised an eyelid, staring at him. The wild boar king seemed to have just gotten up from bed and struggled to get up. Thump! "Let me live, Great One!" the wild boar king pleaded pitifully. Unexpectedly, the wild boar king actually knelt down and begged for mercy. Zhao Huai's expression was odd. The fact that the black pig head had a human expression made the scene somewhat amusing. "I haven't eaten a single human or done any harm since I started cultivating," the wild boar king whined again. He was afraid that Zhao Huai would kill him on the spot. Zhao Huai ignored him and instead focused on the other pig demons around. There were about 10 or so, most without human forms, simply resembling pigs. The one who had been watching the door at least had a humanoid form. These pigs probably hadn't even managed to cultivate demonic chi. Each one of them lay on the ground, black, white, pink, black, and white striped, with spotted eyes. Wild boars, mountain boars, domesticated pigs. The little dwarf from before was also among them, a rare little demon with a human form. "Just answer my questions when I ask." Zhao Huai's gaze returned to the wild boar king. "Ask away, Great One. I will definitely tell you everything I know." The wild boar king patted his chest. Zhao Huai asked, "Do you know about the bat demon?" "Bat demon? Of course, I know. Not only do I know, but I am also very familiar with them. I live in this cave because of the trouble they caused." Upon hearing this, the wild boar king was in tears and spoke miserably. Zhao Huai was quite surprised. There seemed to be some story behind this. Chapter 105, The World of Demons. Wild Boar King spoke slowly, "You may not know this, but I was originally just an ordinary wild boar on Tianmu Mountain, generally friendly and never hurting humans. I gathered a group of little brothers, took over a cave, and lived a worry-free life. Gradually, I underwent transformation, but..." His tone soon turned bitter and resentful. "Everything changed when a bunch of spiders arrived not long ago. Just a few months ago, these disgusting spiders brought with them a group of bat demons, formed a cave alliance, and called themselves Black Wind Cave, causing quite a bit of trouble. They took the best spot, and set a rule: only submissive demons could stay. Those who did not submit either became their food, or left. And I was one of those who chose to leave. This injury of mine was caused by those demons who joined Black Wind Cave." Wild Boar King stretched out his bloody arm, crying out in pain. So, these herbs were for treating his injuries, including the swollen face pig that was beaten up when opening the door. After listening to what Wild Boar King had said, Zhao Huai asked with suspicion, "Is Tianmu Mountain really this sought after? There must be something extraordinary about it." Wild Boar King sighed, "You may not know this. 100 years ago, Tianmu Mountain was also known as Black Wind Mountain. This was where a great demon achieved his Dao. Although the great demon died, the inheritance and Daoist grounds he left behind remain. Whoever occupies it within Tianmu Mountain can greatly boost their demonic power and cultivation speed, making it comparable to the treasures of heaven and earth. Originally, the inheritance was occupied by Tiger Demon King, but these disgusting spiders and bat demons, I don't know where they got the power from, killed and ate the Tiger Demon King directly. They obviously want to imitate the great demon from 100 years ago, to become the king of the mountain and directly challenge the sections." Wild Boar King snorted coldly, clearly not believing they could achieve this. Although Tianmu Mountain is vast, its resources are limited, and the demons occupying it are getting more and more. These disgusting spiders probably felt it was getting too crowded, so they drove people away. After hearing this, Zhao Huai seemed lost in thought. It turned out that there was competition among the demons too. Either they fought over territories or food. Most of them dared not venture into the human cities, so they fought among themselves and either died at the hands of the sects or due to internecine strife. Come to think of it, wasn't the true purpose of demons invading cities to occupy human territories? Occupy a mountain was no longer enough, they had their sights set on the human world. Zhao Huai thought for a moment and said, I remember our immortal yearning sect cleared out Black Wind Cave once before. How did they resurface? Wild Boar King shook his head. You can find a cave on Tianmu Mountain and call it Black Wind Cave, there are just too many caves on Tianmu Mountain. Those spiders and bat demons are cunning. They never keep all their eggs in one basket. We even organized a resistance force once, but when we stormed in, we found it was a decoy. What kind of cave is the real one? Zhao Huai asked in a deep voice. The ones with the powerful demon inheritance is the real one. What exactly is this so-called inheritance? Zhao Huai became even more curious, as everyone was fighting tooth and nail for this inheritance, which was quite odd. He glanced at Wild Boar King and gently smiled, although you have been driven away, you're still quite prestigious as the king of this mountain. Clang! Upon hearing this, Wild Boar King knelt again, trembling and barely making a sound. You are the true expert, not me. Up till now, I have not even fully transformed. How dare I call myself a king? Usually, I wouldn't harm even a single human life. I would even help an old granny if I saw her pass by, for fear that the sect might come looking for me after a thorough search. Seeing his frightened expression, Zhao Huai was caught between laughter and tears. Just speak, don't keep kneeling, okay? I'm not going to eat you. You have nothing to worry about until I complete my task. In that case, I'll keep kneeling. Upon hearing the first half of the sentence, Wild Boar King was about to stand up. But after listening to the second half, he felt that kneeling was safer. Kneeling brought peace of mind. Seeing him like this, Zhao Huai left him be. Do you demons also have different cultivation realms? This was a point he was quite curious about. While humans had their own cultivation realms, what were those of the demons like? Of course, although not as complicated as you humans have, there are still several important stages. Wild Boar King immediately began to explain earnestly, the first realm is refining demonic power. You must form demonic power within your body, and this process varies depending on the demon. Some find it easy, while others struggle. Zhao Huai glanced at the surrounding piglets and lightly chuckled, then, these little brothers of yours are all in the first realm. Wild Boar King scratched his head and laughed sheepishly. The second realm is transformation, which can make demonic power purer and richer, along with numerous benefits. The higher the degree of transformation, the deeper the cultivation level. Zhao Huai nodded slightly, he had already heard about this. The third realm is core formation, and only those who have undergone core formation can be called a demon king. Of course, many demons that own a cave also call themselves kings. It sounds a lot like golden core. Zhao Huai muttered. If this analogy was followed, the second realm could be regarded as the initiation stage of the human race, and the first realm would be refining qi. What realm do you think those spiders and bat demons you mentioned are? At this point, the more information they had, the better. The Wild Boar King thought for a moment and said, these outsiders are all quite strong. Most of them are in the first realm, and there are quite a few in the second realm. Most importantly, it seems they have a demon king who has formed a core behind them. Demon king. Zhao Huai pondered, the Black Wind Granny Lu Wangqiu had mentioned definitely had not reached the level of a demon king, otherwise, she would not have personally eliminated her. This meant that there was another demon involved. The trip was indeed dangerous, and even if they reported it to the Immortal Yearning sect, it would be difficult for the sect to eradicate them. It wouldn't be easy to exterminate these demons since they had taken the territory advantage of the large mountain and could still hide. Thinking of this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but feel troubled. If only he could infiltrate the enemy's ranks, then targeted attacks would be effective. Infiltrate the enemy. Wait, he seemed to have a way. The wild boar king, seeing the expert in front of him deep in thought, didn't dare to disturb him. Instead, he whispered to a little wild boar on the side. Quickly serve tea and water to the expert. The pig demon immediately scrambled to fetch water. There was a water tank connected to an underground source. No need. Zhao Huai waved his hand, and a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he took out a leather mask from the black ring. These masks were part of the fox demon's legacy, containing a variety of masks for humans, evil spirits, and demons. Although the fox demon's strength was average, it excelled in disguise and impersonation. Expert, what is this? The wild boar king looked at the object Zhao Huai took out, unsure of his intentions. Zhao Huai didn't answer but directly took out a pigskin mask and put it on his face. He used his true vigor to change his voice and said in an old tone, "You tell me, do I still have a human aura?" The wild boar king's eyes widened in disbelief. How had the human aura he'd sensed just a moment ago disappeared so quickly? Not only that, but he found that the aura on the expert in front of him had become the unique scent of demons. How bizarre! Could it be that this expert was actually a demon? Not only was the wild boar king shocked, but the surrounding pig demons also wore faces of astonishment. It was as if a living human had been replaced by a demon before their eyes. It was so amazing. Seeing their reactions, Zhao Huai knew his disguise was successful. Tricking the little demons should be no problem, but whether it work on the powerful demons remained to be seen. Come with me. Zhao Huai smiled at the wild boar king. Expert, where are we going? The wild boar king asked cautiously. Tianmu Mountain. Zhao Huai replied indifferently. Chapter 106, I am Borzu Gangli. Tianmu Mountain? Oh dear, I can't go there. Upon hearing this, the wild boar king bemoaned his misfortune, clearly having suffered a lot previously and now being afraid. To die, to die. Those ruthless guys will probably catch me and make me into a roast pig if they see me. Demons had grievances with each other, and it was quite common for them to kill and eat one another. The wild boar king had a look of fear on his face and seemed unwilling to show the way no matter how much he was persuaded. Seeing his reaction, Zhao Huai spoke calmly, revealing the sword at his waist and lightly grasping the handle. A flash of white light appeared in an instant. Drawing the sword and returning it to the scabbard created a beautifully smooth movement, quite pleasing to the eye. Crack! In just a few seconds, a 9-meter-long deep indentation appeared on the wall, the terrifying power of sword chi causing the surrounding pig demons to shrink back in fear. The wild boar king swallowed hard, his heart pounding as he gazed at the fearsome sword marks on the wall. If the person before him wanted to, he could probably kill all of them with a single sword stroke. Go, you might die. Don't go, and you die now. Zhao Huai said after sheathing his sword. There was no room for bargaining, he had to prioritize his own goals. If he could not resolve this demon catastrophe, heaven knows what the consequences would be. I was wrong, I was wrong. He had escaped from Tianmu Mountain with great difficulty, showing just how much he cherished his life. Without Zhao Huai, he would never have returned to Tianmu Mountain. Seeing the others' fear, Zhao Huai frowned and said, "With me here, you won't die so easily. Besides, you're just showing the way and scouting the situation. It's not like you have to capture Tianmu Mountain." The wild boar king forced a bitter smile. I can rest assured with your presence, but among those spiders' minions, there are many little demons that recognize me. It would be hard to avoid suspicion when they see an additional transformed demon here. After hearing this, Zhao Huai felt it was not a big issue, as he had already thought of a strategy to deal with this. Just say I'm a distant relative of yours and that I came to join their group. You're just showing the way. The wild boar king considered Zhao Huai's words and had no choice but to agree, then gave strict orders to the pig demons behind him. You all stay put in the cave. I'm going out with the Great One for a few days and will be back quickly. While I'm gone, don't cause any trouble, and if you come across any lost travelers, make sure to throw them out. Understood, Your Highness. After giving his instructions, the Wild Boar King turned to Zhao Huai with a flattering smile, "So, Great One, when do we set out?" "Now." Tianmu Mountain was still quite a distance away from Jinzhou. It took Zhao Huai and several pig demons quite some time to find it. Before even stepping into the Tianmu Mountain region, faint sounds of drumming and gong beating could be heard from within the mountain. "These are the small demons from Black Wind Cave patrolling the mountain as lookouts," the Wild Boar King explained. "If you're so afraid of me and act so suspiciously, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave this mountain," said Zhao Huai calmly, looking at the Wild Boar King who was keeping his distance. "Understood, understood." The Wild Boar King gave an awkward smile and immediately moved closer. Zhao Huai empathized with his situation. The general perception among the human race was that demons were to be avoided, feared, and attacked on sight. The fur, bones, and demonic cores of many demons could be refined into useful magical weapons, and some sects would even hunt down entire dens without a second thought. If they didn't see any, they'd be just fine, but once sighted, they would be killed without hesitation. This led many lesser demons to harbor a deep fear of cultivators. However, humans were not without their own fears of demons. Powerful demons could threaten entire cities or regions, just like the demons laying siege to the city they currently faced, affecting a vast area. However, Zhao Huai felt no sympathy for them. Humans and demons were inherently distinct, and he was merely using them for his own purposes this time. Whether they lived or died afterward would be at his discretion. "I don't even know if I can get out alive." Just before the Wild Boar King entered Tianmu Mountain, he murmured to himself. In his view, this journey was undoubtedly perilous. But in Zhao Huai's eyes, things were different. For the results of his divination with copper coins had finally changed. "Just watch how fortune favors you. Your guidance is luck." This meant that he was on the right track, and he must find out the demon's purpose to resolve the crisis. As they walked, he couldn't help but ask, "How many followers do those spider demons and bat demons have?" After some thought, the Wild Boar King recalled and answered, "There are quite a few of them, probably the largest force gathered from the surrounding 1,000 miles. I'm sure there are more than 100, mostly comprised of little demons. Senior, is there a problem?" Wild Boar King thought Zhao Huai was afraid and asked about the number of people. However, Zhao Huai shook his head and explained, "I'm thinking if we kill the so-called Demon King and eliminate their influence, maybe the Black Wind Cave can disband and Tianmu Mountain could be peaceful." This sentence immediately left the Wild Boar King silent. What the hell? This is the Demon King, after all. Killing him just like that? That's savage. In reality, Zhao Huai's thoughts were not so simple. Although he might not be a match for the core formation Demon King yet, his sect certainly had no problem with it. He planned to secretly deal with the Demon King. Since he had already infiltrated the demons, it would be unsatisfying not to trick them. Boom boom. The sound of gongs came from the road ahead from time to time. Zhao Huai used his demon viewing eye to look past, and 7 slender black lines were drawn. It turned out that several little demons were lined up in a row, walking on the mountain road, seemingly patrolling. Ever since entering Tianmu Mountain, Zhao Huai had seen a large amount of black smoke lingering all around, especially in the depths of Tianmu Mountain. There was a deep demonic qi, very hidden, hiding away. However, it still couldn't escape Zhao Huai's perception. "Hey! Isn't this Pig Laoju?" A sarcastic voice came from the patrol team. "You dare to come back?" The little demon who opened his mouth was actually a pig demon too, but it was a rare breed, a red-haired pig with a long scar above its eyes. He stared deeply at the Wild Boar King with a cold smile on his face. The Wild Boar King's momentum weakened, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I came to join the king, what do you want?" It seemed the two had a conflict. Who's the one who wanted to leave before but now wants to rejoin? Too late now. The red-haired pig demon was the captain of the patrol team, and he called the other little demons to take action. At this moment, Zhao Huai's body stood in front of the Wild Boar King, blocking the road. "Who are you?" The red-haired pig demon saw Zhao Huai, sniffed with his pig's nose, and confirmed that he was a demon without a doubt, but he looked unfamiliar and had never seen him before. "This is my distant cousin who came to join the king with me." The wild boar king's acting was good. Introducing Zhao Huai with an arrogant expression on his face. "Cousin." The red-haired pig demon looked suspicious. He had known Pig Laoju for so long but had never heard of him having a cousin. "How come I've never heard of him?" "Of course you haven't. My cousin is from the north, and he's quite capable. His name is..." When it came to the name, the wild boar king hesitated and was troubled. He seemed not to know the expert's name yet. At this moment, Zhao Huai raised his head, stood tall and proudly said, "I am Borzu Gangli. There's famine in the north, and there are few people there. If we stay there, we'll starve to death, so we came here to join the king." His tall stature of over 1.8 meters stood out among the partially formed bird demons, toad monsters, and deer demons, making him a standout. Except for a ferocious pig head with black bristles, his limbs were entirely human-shaped, and his aura was extraordinary, making him look intimidating. In front of these little demons, Zhao Huai's appearance was awe-inspiring. The higher the degree of transformation, the stronger the strength. This meant that Zhu Gangli was genuinely skilled. Moreover, he came from the north, where many sects were said to occupy, and the human imperial capital was also in the north. There was little room for demons to survive, it was not easy for those who lived. In other words, those from the north were fierce demons. For a moment, everyone present looked at Zhao Huai with a deep sense of fear in their eyes. Chapter 107, Have I Become the Boss of Demons? No matter who you are, as long as you come to Tianmu Mountain, you must follow the rules of the king. The red-haired pig demon shouted sternly. "You can join us, but Pig Laoju can't. He had escaped privately before, breaking the rules, and must be captured and handed over to the king for disposal." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding little demons were ready to take action, planning to tie up the wild boar king and hand him over. "I'd like to see who dares touch my cousin." Zhao Huai took a step forward, stepping into a pit, the ground sinking deeply, and collapsed a bit, showing his powerful aura. Seeing this, some of the small demons were silenced, and all dared not move. "Cousin," seeing this situation, the wild boar king was slightly startled. His nose couldn't help but feel sour, and he was very moved in his heart. Such a great person was really too good, actually for him, he could go this far. He could have abandoned himself and joined the Black Wind Cave himself. In fact, Zhao Huai was thinking that he had not yet figured out where the so-called Demon King was, and he hadn't figured out their information, relationships, or anything else. Before fully understanding Black Wind Cave, the Wild Boar King cannot die. He doesn't trust the other demons too much, so the Wild Boar King cannot be replaced. After all, he seems to be honest. Furthermore, the two of them are playing relatives now, so they should act like it, otherwise, they will be suspected by other demons. Looking at this newcomer Zhu Gangli's display of power, the red-haired pig demon's face turned green with anger. He simply didn't want to live anymore. But seeing the murderous intent in the opponent's eyes, he didn't dare to touch Pig Laoju either. It was just that Zhao Huai had a very good grasp of the psychology of these little demons. He knew that there must be a law of the jungle among the demons. Whether it's any rules, the weak always obey, and the strong always disregard the rules. Constantly flattering and showing weakness is useless. Only by showing strong strength can they be deterred. Looking at these demons, Zhao Huai's heart was undoubtedly very excited. His eyes were shining, and he couldn't wait to directly kill them and turn them all into experience, improving his cultivation base, which would have saved him years of hard cultivation. But he couldn't just rashly kill these little demons, after all, it would alert the Demon King deep in Tianmu Mountain. The purpose of this trip was to investigate and gather information so they could know themselves and their enemies. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" During the confrontation between the two sides, a rough voice sounded from far away. Zhao Huai looked up and saw a tall black bear coming over. Although it had a human form, it was covered in black hair, wearing silver armor, and looked very fierce. He was the patrol commander of Tianmu Mountain, the Black Bear Commander. "Greetings, Bear Commander." The surrounding patrol demons bowed one after another, looking very respectful. The Black Bear Commander looked at the patrol squad with an impatient glance and scolded in a loud voice, "What are you doing here? Don't you know you should patrol? Don't forget your mission." Listening to the words of the Black Bear Commander, the red-haired pig demon's forehead was dripping with sweat. He pointed to Zhao Huai and Wild Boar King, explaining with grievance, "It's Pig Laoju who came back. We wanted to catch him, but a newcomer stopped us." The Black Bear Commander narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhao Huai and the others with a displeased expression. "To be honest, we want to join the king, but this guy here has a grudge against my cousin, so he keeps stopping us, making things difficult. Please, Commander Bear, see the truth." After Zhao Huai's speech, he didn't show fear or arrogance. The explanation was very clear, and he also bit back at the red-haired pig demon. He knew very well which demons could be offended and which ones, for now, could not. Red-haired pig demon listened to Zhao Huai's words and suddenly became anxious, hurriedly retorting, "Bear Commander, he's slandering me." Zhao Huai, with the pig's head, sneered, "Who doesn't know the grudge between you and my cousin? You dare say you don't have a vengeful heart?" His throat was choked up at this point, unable to finish his words. Because he did have his own motives. The Black Bear Commander saw them pulling back and forth like this, getting a bit impatient. He vaguely heard about the conflicts between the two. It was all trivial stuff. Black Bear Commander made up his mind, and said to Zhao Huai in a serious tone, "All right, stop arguing. Since you want to join the king, just follow me." Then he turned his head to look at the red-haired pig demon, saying coldly, "As for you, you will be punished with guard duty for 3 days. See if you dare to neglect your duty again." Upon hearing this judgment, the red-haired pig demon's face suddenly froze. His face turned as ugly as excrement, and he stared at Zhao Huai and the Wild Boar King with a hateful gaze. Zhao Huai saw his eyes and couldn't help but smile slightly. After all, these little demons couldn't outsmart humans. He and the Wild Boar King followed the footsteps of the Black Bear Commander and entered the depths of Tianmu Mountain. As Zhao Huai walked along, he discovered that Tianmu Mountain was indeed quite clever in its layout. The surrounding mountains were steep, and if you looked down from above, there was even a river around the mountain range. This kind of terrain is easy to defend and difficult to attack. If the Immortal Yearning sect wanted to completely eliminate the demons here, I'm afraid it would cost a lot of cultivators. "Bear Commander, have you met the king? I come from the north and followed many immortals' caves, but they were all destroyed by the sects. I heard that the strength of the Demon King on this mountain is very strong. He survived the sects' raids." As they walked, Zhao Huai couldn't help but ask. The Black Bear Commander looked deeply at him and nodded in agreement. "Yes, most of the demons who come to join do so for this reason, you are no exception. Rest assured, the king's strength has already reached core formation, and he can be called a demon king. He can definitely keep Tianmu Mountain safe and secure." Chapter 108, Have I Become the Boss of Demons? 2. However, even I have never seen the true face of the king, only feeling his imposing presence from afar. Grandma is in charge of all matters large and small in the mountain. Grandma. Zhao Huai found this name familiar. Wasn't it the human-face spider demon who escaped from Lu Wangkaiu's control? Black Vind Granny. What is Grandma's relationship with the king that she is so trusted? Zhao Huai couldn't help but ask. Seeing the ambiguous expression of the Black Bear Commander, he silently responded. Grandma is the king's, cough, you know what I mean. I see potential in you, so I've told you so much. What's your name? The Black Bear Commander had seen many demons, and based on Zhao Huai's level of transformation, he knew he had a high cultivation level. He knew that Zhao Huai's future achievements would definitely be higher than his own, so he spoke more to him. Borzu Gangli, ranked the 8th, also known as Beiji. Zhao Huai clasped his fists in response, a serious look on his face. Bear Commander, don't worry. In the future, I will not forget your kindness of recommendation. Zhao Huai's insincere words, however, pleased Bear Commander greatly, nodding his head in agreement. This Borzu Gangli was a demon who could achieve great things. Seeing Zhao Huai and Bear Commander flatter each other, the Wild Boar King looked envious. In Tianmu Mountain, only powerful demons had a say in matters. As a lowly demon like himself, he had no status, which was the reason he had left. This expert, whether as a human or a demon, was much more successful than him. 2 demons and 1 person soon arrived at a spacious area. The trees here had been cleared, and numerous wooden stockades were built. There was also an immortal's cave hollowed out of the mountainside with the Black Vind Cave inscribed in small seal script on its dark entrance. Zhao Huai saw hundreds of demons in his vision, some practicing with their weapons, some cooking, and others building houses. As they saw the Bear Commander bringing the demons, all of them looked at the new arrivals with various expressions: wonder, coldness, curiosity. His gaze towards the crowd of demons did not carry the complex emotions of fear, worry, and trepidation that Wild Boar King had. Instead, his eyes shone brightly, revealing a sharp glint. Tianmu Mountain's management is very strict. Most demons can only stay in designated areas and cannot wander around. Cousin, you have to be careful later. Wild Boar King whispered in Zhao Huai's ear. I understand. Zhao Huai nodded to show he understood. Hey, isn't this Bear Commander? Who are these 2? Just as the Bear Commander was about to take them into the cave, a mocking voice came from a distance. Zhao Huai looked over to see a man with the head of a crocodile, sharp teeth in his mouth, wearing black armor, slowly walking over. Yeah, they want to join the king. Is there a problem? The Black Bear Commander responded calmly. The Crocodile Commander glanced at Wild Boar King and Zhao Huai, then sneered, the resources of Tianmu Mountain are limited. Not every piece of trash can join the Black Wind Cave. There was conflict between the commanders and the little demons. They were clearly divided into different factions. Just a glance allowed Zhao Huai to notice substantial changes in the stares of the little demons in the distance. Their eyes grew fierce, and they sharpened their knives. Crocodile Commander, are you trying to break the rules? The Black Bear Commander raised an eyebrow in dissatisfaction. How dare I? I also happen to request a meeting with Grandma. How about we go together? The Black Bear Commander snorted coldly, ignoring him. Instead, he said to Zhao Huai, go in, Grandma is inside. Be smart and show off your skills later. Maybe you can get a good position. Zhao Huai nodded and soon followed several demons into the immortal cave. He found that the cave was much bigger and deeper than he had imagined. The labyrinthine paths were winding and intricate, with many entrances. Even with the illumination of spiritual stones, the interior still resembled a maze. Various little demons guarded both sides of the pathways. In one room within the cave, there was a beautiful woman in a red beaded dress, Ivan's on a yad bed. Resting. Zhao Huai frowned. She didn't resemble Black Wind Granny at all. This is Black Wind Granny. Wild Boar King whispered back, she is one of Black Wind Granny's most trusted subordinates and the main manager of Black Wind Cave. Trusted subordinate. Zhao Huai was taken aback. Were the ranks among the demons so rigidly defined? With commanders and managers. You may not know, but Granny has 7 fully transformed spiders under her command, all of them quite powerful. This one is the strongest, her name is Hong Yuan. Wild Boar King added. As they approached the woman, the Black Bear Commander and Crocodile Commander both greeted her respectfully. Greetings, Manager. We wish to see Granny. Without getting up from her reclined position and keeping her back to everyone, the woman's clear and pleasant voice rang out. Granny is not here today. If you have any matters, speak to me. The Bear Commander immediately introduced, this is the newcomer, Borzu Gangli. Seeing his skills, I specially brought him here to find a position of duty. Bear Commander, do you know that Black Wind Cave doesn't raise idle people? There are already enough people that you've introduced. Do you think I don't know your intentions? The woman's voice remained calm, seemingly not having a high opinion of the people he recommended. She thought the Bear Commander was only trying to expand his influence. Hearing her words, the Crocodile Commander couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Seeing the Bear Commander embarrassed brought him great joy. Chapter 109, Have I Become the Boss of Demons? 3. I wouldn't dare. Black Bear Commander couldn't help but sweat upon hearing the knocking message in the woman's words. Never mind, I'd like to see what abilities this guy you recommended has. Red-crowned Crane, the manager of the Demon Mansion, finally sat up, revealing a face like a florid jade, slightly wearing makeup, her eyes filled with autumn water. With a cinnabar between her eyebrows, her beautiful eyes slightly squinted, the red rouge on her face, and a shallow smile at the corner of her mouth, she looked extremely sweet. Upon looking, she seemed more like a person than a demon. Zhao Huai understood that this was just on the surface because she was a fully transformed demon who was well disguised. Under his demon viewing eye's observation, the black smoke on the woman's body was incredibly dense, gathering into a virtual shadow of a spider, baring its teeth and claws. This demon was fierce, an absolute evil-doing demon. Zhao Huai came to a conclusion. Red-crowned Crane stood up from the bedside and came to Zhao Huai's side. Her beautiful eyes gleamed from left to right, not knowing what she was looking at. Red-crowned Crane was wearing very little, her slit red skirt revealed a pair of straight long legs that were extremely enticing. Chest white, very round and smooth to look at. She was almost close enough for Zhao Huai to touch her, feeling him up and down as if examining him. Zhao Huai's body remained still, his heart a little nervous. Being touched by such a beautiful woman, he felt no pleasure at all. Instead, he felt goosebumps and a chill in his heart. This was a fucking spider demon. Thinking about the woman's original form being a monster with jointed legs and mouthparts, he felt nauseous. Although Zhao Huai was nervous, he wasn't flustered. Even if he was discovered, he still had the confidence to kill the spider demon, black bear and crocodile in front of him and then leave calmly. Not bad at all, great physique, I like it. But the positions in Black Wind Cave are limited, what should we do about that? Red-crowned Crane laughed softly. Black Bear Commander's face turned bright upon hearing this, but hearing the latter half, he panicked. In his urgency, he spoke, why not give him to me, manager? Give him to you? That would be a waste of his talent. His transformation process is just a little less than mine. Red-crowned Crane shook her head, immediately denying the idea. With a charming smile, Red-crowned Crane suggested, why not do this, you two, fight against him. This. Both the Black Bear Commander and Crocodile Commander were taken aback. The Crocodile Commander was the first to react, showing a cold look on his face, clearly thinking there was no problem with it. On the contrary, the Black Bear Commander was quite worried, his face full of concern. The manager's words were clear. This was a match between them, one must die to give Borzu Gangli a place. If Borzu Gangli died, it meant he wasn't worthy. If they died, it meant they weren't worthy either. The rules of Black Wind Cave have always been strength-oriented, Red-crowned Crane said indifferently, looking at them. I accept. Zhao Huai stepped forward and performed an action that surprised everyone. He actually accepted Red-crowned Crane's proposal. Cousin. Although Wild Boar King knew Zhao Huai's strength, he was still worried. This wasn't any other place, and it was in the Black Cave, where magic couldn't be used. As far as he knew, when the human race didn't use magic, their strength decreased a lot. If they used magic, they would be exposed. He was worried that the expert wouldn't win. Don't worry. Zhao Huai gave him a reassuring look. The Crocodile Commander on the side couldn't wait any longer. His crocodile mouth revealed sharp teeth, and he laughed wildly, Kid, don't choose the wrong path in your next life. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai's face remained as calm as still water, asking, Can we start now? Arrogant. With a cold snort, the crocodile commander thunk ran over. With each step he took, the ground trembled. His strength was indeed astonishing. As the opponent threw a punch, Zhao Huai remained calm, ducking his head to avoid the blow. Then, gripping a fist, he quickly threw a punch, creating a cracking sound in the air. Crack! This punch landed squarely on the crocodile commander's body. The sound of breaking bones startled everyone. The crocodile commander's huge 2-meter body suspended in the sky, horror filled his eyes. He never imagined that Zhao Huai's strength would be so powerful. This punch contained an invisible force that enveloped him, and the invisible force rampaged within his body, instantly shattering all his internal organs. Bang! The crocodile commander's body flew straight out, crashing heavily into the wall, making a loud noise. His entire body sunk into the indentation, trapped in the pit. The crocodile commander's head drooped slightly, black demon blood silently trickling from the corner of his mouth, his pupils dilated. The black bear commander stepped forward and touched the crocodile commander's chest. Instantly, his eyes filled with horror. Dead. Borzu Gangli killed the crocodile commander with a single punch? This power was too terrifying, right? Wild Boar King was also dumbfounded and stood in place. How long did it take for it to end? Do you still want to fight? Zhao Huai rubbed his hands and smiled faintly. What the demons couldn't see was that a milky white energy had entered Zhao Huai's body. Making his whole body more excited, his breath surged up once more. This crocodile demon was worth 18 months of bitter training, it was worth it, worth it. He was about to break through soon. Seeing that the crocodile commander was dead, the smile on Red-Crowned Crane's face became even more intense. Since he's a waste, it doesn't matter if he's dead. Turning to Zhao Huai, she said. Borzu Gangli, step forward and listen to the decree. I appoint you as the commander of punishment of Black Wind Cave and in charge of interrogations. Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, quickly reacting and replying with a clenched fist, yes. At the same time, his heart felt strange. Things were unexpectedly smooth. From an ordinary person, he had suddenly become the head of the demons. P.S. This chapter has 5,000 words. Recently the subscriptions have been dropping quickly. It's also my own fault since I wrote the demon line first. Later on, the Yan country line will be faster, as well as the Raven sect, to see what use they have for the protagonist. Chapter 110, Demon Slaying Prestige, 4th level of the initiation stage. You just got here, go to the armory and pick a weapon. Consider it as a welcome gift from Black Wind Cave. Hong Yuan instructed. Thank you, manager. Zhao Huai thanked Hong Yuan. From today on, he would also be one of the bosses of Black Wind Cave. Things had progressed much faster than he'd imagined. Indeed, as the Wild Boar King had said, strength ruled in Tianmu Mountain. As long as one was strong enough, climbing up and gaining abundant resources was a breeze. For little demons like the Wild Boar King, this place was undoubtedly a doomsday scenario. No wonder he had chosen to flee. Work hard, little brother. I have faith in you. Hong Yuan blew a breath as fragrant as orchid towards Zhao Huai while flashing a sweet smile, her words full of trust. Seeing her like this, Zhao Huai didn't dare to let his guard down. Was she trying to win him over? He had just joined, and was entrusted with a heavy responsibility. She probably had ulterior motives. Perhaps the relationship between the demons in Black Wind Cave was not as simple as he thought. Each of them might have their own unspeakable secrets. Provoked by the spider demon, Zhao Huai felt a shiver run down his spine. He hurriedly said, Manager, I need to get familiar with my new responsibilities, so please allow me to leave. Also, Manager, could you spare my cousin? He was also deceived, but he has since repented. He joined me to serve here and led the way. Hong Yuan glanced at the tremulous Wild Boar King for a moment, then lazily said. You are a commander now. You can make the decision on this matter. Whether a lowly pig demon lived or died was not important. Besides, were these two brothers really relatives birthed from the same pigsty? One was extraordinarily brave and martial, while the other was pathetically cowardly and timid, complete opposites. Zhao Huai gave a significant look to the wild boar king, who understood immediately. He rushed forward and kowtowed, saying, "Thank you, manager." Soon, Zhao Huai, wild boar king, and the black bear commander left the immortal's cave. Hong Yuan stared at Zhao Huai's retreating figure, her eyes deep, as if pondering something. "Zhu Gangli, can I make use of you?" Zhu Gangli's strength had indeed shocked her. The power of that punch just now could make her struggle to hold on, even without Zhu Gangli using his true vigor. She thought simply, such a powerful demon must serve her and not be taken away by others. She knew many sisters competed for her position as manager. Perhaps Zhu Gangli would attract attention from grandma and get promoted. She might as well try to win him over now. After leaving the cave, Zhao Huai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the divination result remained fortune, it meant he was on the right path. With the direction provided by the demon viewing eye, he could now be sure that the hidden demon king was in the deepest part of the immortal's cave. However, he didn't have the level to meet them yet. He would have to find a way to uncover the demon king's details, then directly strike and raise his cultivation. "Pig Commander, congratulations on your promotion. From now on, we are colleagues," the Black Bear Commander said with a flattering face. His tone contained a hint of respect. The scene of the Crocodile Commander being killed by a single punch was still fresh in his mind. Zhu Gangli's strength exceeded his expectations. "Of course." Zhao Huai also responded with a smile and a fist salute. What he was thinking about, though, was how to eliminate the Black Bear Commander and regretting not killing him along with the Crocodile Commander earlier. The Wild Boar King looked at Zhao Huai's back and felt more invigorated. With his cousin watching over him, who would dare to bully him? For a moment, even the Wild Boar King thought Zhao Huai was a demon, not a human being. It was simply incredible. "Everyone, I have an announcement." The Black Bear Commander stood at the entrance of the high cave and shouted to the group of demons below. His voice was like thunder, clearly audible to the small demons. These little demons looked at the three in front of them with curiosity. What could have happened in such a short time to warrant an announcement? "From today on, Zhu Gangli is the new executioner commander of our Black Vind Cave." The Black Bear Commander announced the news and also threw down the corpse of the Crocodile Commander. The body fell heavily to the ground. Upon hearing this, the demons were in an uproar. Many of them rushed over to watch and discuss in shock. "What? Crocodile Commander is dead? I just saw him, and he was fine. The Crocodile Commander has long transformed, and his strength is not ordinary. Who killed him? Was it this so-called Zhu Gangli? LT might be so, he just died, and this Zhu Gangli took his place. It's also possible that Grandma arranged it. The Crocodile Commander was always sneaking off to eat prisoners, causing discontent among the insiders." Upon hearing their whispers, Zhao Huai's face remained calm, without surprise. He knew that him, suddenly assuming power, would inevitably be met with resistance from many little demons that could not accept it, or that it would spark gossip. However, he didn't care. He wasn't here to be a commander but to slay demons. Killing those who didn't obey would only increase his cultivation. As soon as he figured out the Demon King's situation, the Black Wind Cave would be destroyed sooner or later. Thinking of this, Zhao Huai addressed the demons with a deep voice. "I see many of you do not accept me. Those who do not, please step forward. If you can defeat me, you can become the commander." Upon hearing this, some of the demons' eyes couldn't help but exhibit their eagerness. This was chance to be the commander. This position, which was coveted by countless demons, could be attained simply by defeating this pig. "I don't accept." Immediately, a shout echoed within the crowd of demons. Zhao Huai couldn't help but laugh. There were really demons trying to court death, it couldn't be any better. He looked over and saw a tall and burly black cow demon. Its limbs had successfully transformed, and its head had black horns. Its body was covered in tufts of black fur, donned in iron armor, standing at least 2 meters tall. It's the deputy bull commander. He and the crocodile commander were from the same place. Now that the crocodile commander has died, he probably wants revenge. Yes, they say his strength is even greater than the crocodile commander's. He only gave up the position because they were from the same place and had recommended him. If this Zhu Gangli only has connections to rely on, he'll probably get beaten badly. The black cow demon stared coldly at Zhao Huai, looking down on him. Are you Zhu Gangli? Seeing his demeanor, Zhao Huai didn't bother with pleasantries. Rubbing his wrists, he spoke indifferently, if you want to fight, then fight, I'm busy, don't waste my time with your nonsense. Furious at Zhao Huai's words, the deputy's large hands were about to grab his opponent's throat. But before he could react, a gale roared past him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself up above. Looking down, he saw that he had been grabbed by Zhu Gangli without even realizing it. Zhao Huai gripped his iron armor, lifted him up, and then hurled him to the ground. Bang! The entire ground cracked, forming a large spiderweb-like crater. Zhao Huai stepped on the black cow demon's iron armor and added a forceful kick. With just that, the bleeding deputy bull commander met his end. Zhao Huai turned his head, his eyes coldly fixed on the assembled demons, and asked again. Who else dares to challenge me? This time, the surroundings remained silent for a long time. All the demons were intimidated, as the impressive deputy bull commander had not even been able to withstand a single strike from Zhu Gangli. He just died? At this moment, the black bear commander reacted first. As the more experienced one, he wiped the sweat on his forehead and forced a smile at the crowd of demons. This pig commander has killed the crocodile commander with a single punch. Deputy Bull sought his fate. You must not follow in his footsteps. Greetings, Pig Commander. Greetings, Pig Commander. Greetings, Pig Commander. Upon hearing this, the crowd of demons was hit with a revelation. They spoke loudly, each of them bowing deeply, their demeanor reverent and respectful. Now that the newly appointed Pig Commander possessed such formidable strength, they had nothing to say, and if they dared to resist, they would share the same fate as the two before them. Zhao Huai calmly wiped his hands and remained unfazed. Against the fully transformed demon like Hong Yuan, it might have been a bit difficult, but against these partially transformed little demons before him, there wasn't much difference from beating up a group of refining qi practitioners. Zhao Huai could simply crush them with his flesh body's strength. At this moment, a milky white halo emerged from the corpse of the deputy and entered Zhao Huai's body. Brilliant light emitted from his qi. Once again, Zhao Huai's true vigor surged, significantly increasing. With a boom, he broke through the barrier and reached the 4th level of the initiation stage. At the same time, a flame ignited within his qi. Innate fire. This meant that he had officially entered the middle stage of the initiation stage, ascending to a new level. Chapter 111, The Crisis of the Raven Sect. It was July, a deep blue sky harboring a ball of fire, the sun. The clouds seemed to have been melted by the sun, inviting themselves a disappearance without a trace. The sunlight streamed into the tree-filled area, but what used to be a lush green forest now harbored many uninvited guests wearing black cloaks, each emblazoned with the pattern of a black crow. Respected Saintess, our base in the capital has been destroyed by the Imperial Court of Xia country. Now, where should we go? A faithful raven cultist knelt before a silver-haired woman. It was none other than the holy maiden of the Raven sect, Yin Nanyu. Her skin under the cloak was smooth and white, her eyes were beautiful yet indifferent. She replied indifferently, "Head south, we still have a chance." "Yes." Thinking for a moment, Yin Nanyu looked towards the burning sun, squinting her eyes, a glimmer of determination flashed through her eyes. Indeed, she knew that even if they returned to the south, the ravens would have a hard time. The Raven sect was now being hunted by Xia country, and the government offices in all states and counties were investigating vigorously. As soon as the new emperor ascended the throne, and with the death of King Qin, the Xia country had stabilized again, focusing its full heart and soul on eradicating the ravens. This time, they turned the capital city upside down, not missing a trace of them. Batch after batch of ministers were executed, any official with suspicious activities was taken into custody, and most of their spies were also removed. If it wasn't for the early warning about the blockade of the city gate, they probably wouldn't even have been able to leave the capital city. The Raven sect ultimately couldn't withstand the operation of the Xia country's machine and lost to it. However, the pride in her heart that she was unsurpassed had not been extinguished. As long as they temporarily hid and continued to wait for an opportunity, the ravens might gain a momentum again. Compared to before, the Raven sect's power has significantly increased. Given time, it could potentially become a major force. Suddenly, the ground of the dense forest transmitted a series of vibrations. The sound of rumbling came from a distance. A subordinate prostrated on the ground and listened for a moment before exclaiming in panic. "Respected Saintess, the Dragon Blood Iron Cavalry and the cold-faced halberdiers of Xia country have caught up with us. We're surrounded." Yin Nanya furrowed her brows, doubtful. "How is this possible? We left the city discreetly this time, and with the secret information of the spies, how could they have tracked us down?" Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Could it be a fake report? A Raven spy leaked information, saying that there was a small road that was absolutely safe and free of blockades. Looking back now, it was likely a fake report leaked by Xia country, in order to ensnare and capture them all here. "Respected Saintess, what do we do now?" a few high-ranking sect members hastily asked. "Prepare for a battle," Yin Nanyu announced calmly. Upon receiving the order, hundreds of Raven sect members immediately spread out in a circle. Yin Nanyu's eyes were as cold as ice, and she released a silvery radiance of true vigor throughout her body. Hundreds of Raven sect members knelt together, muttering incantations. Circles of formations rose from the ground, their faint golden light was extremely dazzling and they formed a solid wall. "Finally found them." Outside the forest, a tall and powerful black-armored general looked at the light rising from the forest with great joy and tightened his reins. "Don't let any of them escape." A Taoist-robed youth, hovering in the sky, said calmly. It was Su Muchen, the gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect. "Understood. We owe a lot to the senior for this mission." The leading general nodded politely, looking extremely reverent. The gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect coming out in person this time was something utterly unexpected. Generally, the immortal sect did not intervene in the mortal world unless something particularly severe happened. This showed just how evil and detestable the ravens were, and they had to be completely eradicated. Close the encirclement, mobilize forces, and prevent them from breaking out. The black-armored general loudly proclaimed, issuing a military order right away. The surrounding soldiers were all wearing dark red elite armor, each mounted on a large horse, its hair blood red. These were the Dragon Blood Iron Cavalry of Xia country, subordinate to the emperor's personal army. These horses were all raised on the blood of spirit beasts and had all mutated. The front row was filled with soldiers wearing iron ghost masks, each carrying a large halberd, armed to the teeth, and emanated an ominous aura. As the surrounding armies slowly approached, suddenly, a beam of azure light shot up in the sky. It separated and fired a large number of light bombs, bombarding the Dragon Blood Iron Cavalry and the cold-faced halberdiers. Bang! The light bomb exploded on the ground, and a raging fire started, including the surrounding trees. The entire forest abruptly went up in flames. The soldiers who were hit were directly blown into a bloody mist, and a large number of soldiers fell, making the losses extremely heavy. "Sound the horn! Charge!" The black-armored general naturally wanted to stop the losses from increasing, so he instantly ordered to sound the buckhorn for charge. The Dragon Blood Iron Cavalry, fearless to death, charged straight ahead, holding a long spear, and rushed forward. Although the power of the light bomb was enormous, it was still limited in number. The iron cavalry took advantage of the gap in time to charge into Raven's camp. But there was a solid wall of light blocking their way. Following closely behind, Su Muchen casually waved a hand, dissipated an incoming light ball, and looked at the obstruction in front of him, saying indifferently, "Amateurish tricks." Green light converged in his palm, and a long spiritual sword appeared abruptly. With a swing of his hand, 100-meter-long green sword chi burst out. It took only a moment for the protective shield to shatter, frail as if it were paper. Without the protection of the light wall, the spearheads of the iron cavalrymen projected a chilling glow. In a simple confrontation, they had already killed dozens of Raven sect cultists, decapitating them and hung their heads on their horses. If not for the guidance of Yin Nanyu, most of these cultist believers are ordinary people, and only a minority of the high-ranking cultivators among them would be able to resist. "Release the arrows!" The black-armored general raised his arm and shouted. The dragon blood iron cavalry soldiers around him, who had already made a few attempts at charging, held crossbows in their hands and shot a rain of bolts at the remaining sect followers. A rain of thousands of arrows descended like a tide, overwhelming the Raven sect followers, who could not resist and were pierced by sharp swords, dying on the spot. Su Muchen ignored the battle between the cultist followers around him. Instead, he raised his sword, strode through the air, and stood in front of the holy maiden of the Raven sect. Even when facing a Golden Core realm cultivator, Yin Nanyu's fair face remained extremely calm as she asked gravely, "Doesn't the limitless immortal sect fear divine punishment for interfering in the human world?" Su Muchen's expression didn't change, and he said flatly, "In ancient times, including the Crow Immortal, all demons were mortal enemies of the immortal sect. You, as remnants of them, are naturally doomed. History, written by the victors, is but a petty thing," said Yin Nanyu, her voice cold. Su Muchen wasn't about to waste his words with this bewitching woman. One slash of his sword would do. The 7 years he had guarded were never as strenuous as these few days. The splash of sword chi was like light, and a sword wielding all the power of the Golden Core was slashed down directly. In Yin Nanyu's hand, a statue of the Crow Immortal emerged, emitting a faint light, perfectly blocking this attack. Such audacity, the continuation of the immortal sect is not something your heretical cult can touch. Su Muchen's eyes narrowed and he said this coldly. Then, the big sleeve of his Taoist robe fluttered and a dazzling golden core appeared in front of his chest. Yin Nanyu cut her wrist with a small knife, allowing the blood to drip out, and then prayed with both hands devoutly. "Lord Crow Immortal, call down divine punishment and judge these ignorant heretics." After these words, the silvery blue glow around her body suddenly intensified, and the blood dripped onto the Crow Immortal statue she carried, causing it to rise. An invisible force pushed outwards. The corpses of the fallen cult followers on the ground began to rise one by one, with dense black symbols spreading all over their bodies. Despite their loss of heads, they stood up eerily. A gruesome spectacle to behold. These corpses lunged towards the iron cavalry. With a leap, they flew a dozen meters high and with one plunge, they clawed out the heart of an iron cavalry soldier. At the same time, the aura around Yin Nanyu was rapidly rising. She was absorbing the power of faith stored in the statue, transforming it into a steady stream of cultivation power. An aura of threat spread out. Seeing this, Su Muchen thought to himself that it wasn't good. He had already sensed a hint of the Golden Core's aura from her. Therefore, he raised his sword to attack again. In her panic, Yin Nanyu raised her hand, barely managed to deflect this sword, but her face turned paler. Each use of the power of faith required her to consume her own vitality and essence. The opponent's strength was too formidable, causing her vital energy to deplete rapidly. Humph, the might of the Golden Core, how could you imitators ever compare? Su Muchen mobilized his Golden Core. A dazzling golden light spread over every pattern on his sword. He looked like a god, utterly powerful. This sword embodied the power of the Golden Core, capable of splitting mountains and rivers. Yin Nanyu held the crow immortal statue, struggling to hold on. However, soon, cracks appeared all over the pottery crow immortal statue. With her energy drained, Yin Nanyu's delicate body was blown back, her cloak lifted, exposing a stunningly beautiful face and a head of silvery hair fluttering in the wind. Right before she landed, she was caught by one of the high-ranking cult followers, but the recoil was so powerful that they both fell to the ground. Pfft! After this sword strike, a mouthful of fresh blood came out of Yin Nanyu's mouth. The light around her body had dimmed to its limit, and she was on the verge of exhaustion. Her face turned pale and she fell to the ground. The few remaining followers behind her surrounded her and helped her up. "Respected Saintess, you go first. We'll hold them back. Great Crow Immortal. Give us strength." They sacrificed all of their lives, turning it all into cultivation power, greatly enhancing their strength to fend off Su Muchen's attack. Su Muchen watched the few followers whose strength had suddenly exploded, and frowned. Each of them detonated their chi one after another and pounced towards Su Muchen. They were nearly suicidal, only trying to buy time. The power of a chi explosion was terrifying and required anyone to give it thought. Su Muchen had to temporarily avoid the onslaught by riding on his sword. At this moment, the dragon blood cavalry soldiers around them raised their long spears, all pointing towards Yin Nanyu's pale jade neck. Yin Nanyu kept her face cold, gently flicking her sleeve, and shot out a cold chi of true vigor, sending several iron cavalry men off their feet. Looking at the high-ranking followers who were devoted and ready to die in her service, she wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and, without any more hesitation, a black raven totem on her smooth articulated collarbone started to flash faintly. Wrapped in a ball of black light, Yin Nanyu turned into a meteorite and shot directly towards the sky. Chapter 112, Where did the silver-haired woman come from? Tianmu Mountain. The dense green forest reaches high, no one knows how many dangers are hidden within the mountain. In the sky, a dark meteor suddenly streaks across, moving at an extremely fast speed. However, it's clear the meteor is starting to descend. The figure gradually becomes clear. Surprisingly, it's a silver-haired woman. Where is this place? Yin Nanyu in midair looks at the majestic mountain range before her eyes, feeling a bit confused. Suddenly everything in front of her turns black, her head is buzzing, she feels weak and shaky, she can't even maintain her flight. She has expended too much chi, her body is severely overdrawn, and she has traveled a long distance. Now her true vigor is depleted. Her body falls straight down with a swish. Plop! She unexpectedly lands in a small stream near the mountains, causing a few splashes. Deep within Tianmu Mountain, there are 3 demons and 1 person. The Wild Boar King, Zhao Huai, Black Bear Commander, and a red-haired pig demon. The Black Bear Commander comes before Zhao Huai with a smile on his face and a red-haired pig demon in tow, and he chuckles. "This guy, I'll leave him up to Pig Commander to deal with." After witnessing the strength of Borzu Gangli, he knows not to cross the Pig Commander, instead, he should make friends with him. With that, this pig demon has a grudge with Borzu Gangli's cousin, so why not just give it to him as a token of goodwill? In this way, he could address a hidden danger on his side, achieving 2 things at once. But the red-haired pig demon standing in place is dumbfounded. When did Zhu Gangli become a commander? That's too fast. The news he'd just gotten was that the crocodile commander was dead, and the next commander is this Borzu Gangli. Just now he was still wondering what the black bear commander wanted with him, now seeing Zhu Gangli's people, he came to realize the situation. The black bear commander is trying to use him as a gift. Won't this pose a problem to bear commander? After all, this is your subordinate, Zhao Huai put forward his concern. Certainly not. The black bear commander laughed and waved his hand, indicating that it was no problem. He could gain the friendship of Zhu Gangli by only sacrificing a minor demon, there was no loss. It was a profitable trade. All right then. Zhao Huai had to be reluctantly accepting, for now. In his heart, Zhao Huai was laughing inside. How could he refuse this free experience? This position of the punishment commander suits him perfectly. Aside from being able to use private punishments, he was also in control of the dungeon of the Black Wind Cave. Any disobedient or unruly demons were all imprisoned. The discipline of the dungeon was his responsibility, as were the punishments. In other words, he was the executioner. As for slaying demons, that was his forte. This wasn't some kind of demon cave, it was his leveling dungeon. He had just broken through to the 4th level of the initiation stage and unlocked innate fire. He was worried that he wouldn't have people to experiment on with the fire. The innate fire, also known as the intrinsic fire of Taoism, is a basic ability that can only be mastered by powerful cultivators. As the strength of the cultivator grows, the fire will gradually evolve and can be used in various ways, such as refining qi and refining pills. I'll leave this to you, I'll take my leave first. After handing over the person, the Black Bear commander soon left. Only the frightened red-haired pig demon was left behind. Seeing Zhao Huai's piercing and unresolved eyes, he broke out in a cold sweat and stammered. "Commander Pig, before, I failed to recognize a good man. Please spare me." He then knelt down and kept kowtowing, only praying for mercy. "Humph! Even you have your day. When you captured us, I didn't see you being like this. I once trusted you, you really are an ingrate," the Wild Boar King said in a cow voice. The red-haired pig demon pleaded again. "Pig Laoju, I was wrong before. I shouldn't have betrayed you. Speak good words for me, ask your cousin to spare me. We are all of the same race, why must we fight against each other?" Hearing this, Zhao Huai remains unmoved, his gaze is indifferent, and he indifferently said, "Don't worry, there won't be any pain." After he said this, the face of the red-haired pig demon turned ashen, he knelt on the ground, his gaze was empty. Zhao Huai's large hand directly presses on his shoulder. The next moment, intense true vigor surges into the red-haired pig demon's body, grinding everything within him. Within a moment, the pig demon's body collapses. Zhao Huai felt that his power had only increased a bit. Very weak, even less than 1/10 of what he had before. This pig demon was too weak. He needed to kill more formidable demons for the amount of true vigor to increase. At the same time, there was the factor of realm improvement. The higher the realm, the more demons need to be killed. Zhao Huai couldn't help but wonder, if he slayed the demon king behind the Black Wind Cave, how much would his cultivation improve? Just thinking about it makes him eagerly anticipate it. Ever since he got the slaying demon destiny, it feels like the golden core stage is increasingly within reach. As long as you break through to the golden core stage, your lifespan will double again, allowing you to live at least 500 years. By that time, 10 years would seem as fleeting as a blink of an eye. Later, Zhao Huai led the Wild Boar King to the outskirts of Black Wind Cave. "Cousin, where are we going?" the Wild Boar King asked, puzzled. "To take a bath," Zhao Huai replied indifferently. Having spent a day here and a long time with those demons had honestly been quite hard to endure. The demons hardly ever bathed and they all stank, with some carrying a heavy stench of blood, almost unbearable. He was temporarily leaving also with another purpose in mind, that was to let the madam know he was safe. When he had left before, although he had informed her, it was still too hasty. Zhao Huai arrived at an open area and waited patiently. In the distant sky, a myna bird fluttered down, landing on Zhao Huai's shoulder, and spoke in human language, "Husband, when will you come back?" "Soon." Zhao Huai nestled a rolled-up note into the myna's beak, murmuring softly. The note contained words of reassurance and explanations, letting the myna act as a carrier pigeon to deliver a message. At the sound of Zhao Huai's voice, the myna flew away straight away. The Wild Boar King watched the myna silently, not daring to speak, until it flew away. Then he slowly said, "Cousin, that myna bird of yours seems to be a demon." This call of cousin showed that he had completely adapted. After all, which demon wouldn't want such a powerful cousin? Zhao Huai pondered, could it be that this myna can transform? Perhaps. I envy whatever it has inside it, it must have eaten some heavenly treasure. The wild boar king explained, like us, besides cultivating with time, the faster way is to consume spiritual objects bestowed from the heavens. It will definitely advance our cultivation tremendously. Zhao Huai nodded as he walked, soon arriving at the river, intending to freshen up there. The river flew around the mountain range, with many small tributaries nourishing the entire Tianmu mountain. However, as Zhao Huai approached, he noticed something wasn't right. Seemed like there was someone by the river. Zhao Huai got closer for a look, while the wild boar king stayed nearby as a lookout. To his surprise, it was a woman, who looked no older than 20. She had fair skin, a slightly pale face, her beautiful eyes tightly shut, appearing unconscious. Intriguingly, she had silver white hair, soaking wet, immersed in the stream. The woman's black robe was torn, revealing large areas of her snow-white thighs, jade arms, and waist. She seemed to have been washed up here by the river. Zhao Huai assessed in his heart. At the same time, he couldn't help but wonder, where did this woman come from? Her hair color was not quite right. Could she be a demon? Zhao Huai immediately used his demon viewing eye to scan the woman, but didn't detect any black smoke. She was just a human woman. He picked up her jade wrist and saw a scabbed over bloody mark on it. He probed the woman's body with true vigor, and made another discovery. The woman was actually also a cultivator, but her internal true vigor was exhausted. Seeing this, Zhao Huai had an idea. She must have been pursued here, and seemed quite pitiful. If he left her here, she would most likely be eaten by the demons here, right? Why not bring her back to Black Wind Cave? As long as he was there, those demons wouldn't dare to act out of line. Thinking so, Zhao Huai scooped up the silver-haired woman, placing her over his shoulder, and headed to the dense forest. "Cousin, what are you?" The wild boar king looked at the person on Zhao Huai's shoulder, slightly taken aback. Where did he abduct a person from, in just a short while? "Let's go." Zhao Huai didn't waste words and just said directly. The wild boar king had no choice but to follow obediently behind him. Chapter 113, Desperate Demon Prison, Yan Country's Elder, seeking subscriptions. Black Wind Demon's Prison. This place is gloomy and terrifying, with an atmosphere as heavy as water. Zhao Huai, disguised as Borzu Gangli, appeared in the prison, and the little demons guarding the prison respectfully saluted him. "Greetings, Commander." "Greetings, Commander. Here, Zhu Gangli is the absolute boss, having the final say." Zhao Huai carried a woman, walking along a long corridor. He stared at the imprisoned people and demons in the cells, passing by iron doors one after another. He found that besides the human race, there were also offending demons locked up here, where the status of humans and demons was the same. The demons of the Tianmu mountain would often come down the mountain to loot pedestrians, merchant teams of surrounding states and counties, lone cultivators, and no one could escape their clutches. The eradication of Black Wind Cave is urgent. When that day finally comes, these people in the prison must be released. Zhao Huai thought to himself. These people being raised here could only serve as food for demons or become slaves, and their fate was usually miserable. "Commander, where did you catch this tender-looking human race woman? She looks delicious." The cat demons guarding the sides eyed the silver-haired woman on Zhao Huai's shoulder, their green eyes glittering with greed. Hearing this, Zhao Huai coldly glared back, murderous intent appearing as his oppressive aura swept over them. The cat demons, feeling the pressure, retreated hastily with fear on their faces. They quickly realized in their hearts that this person was claimed by the commander, and they had no chance of getting a share. They could only watch with envy from behind. Zhao Huai found a relatively clean single cell and gently placed the woman inside. Compared to the outside, this was already the safest place. Yin Nanyu left Zhao Huai's warm shoulder and lay on the cold floor, murmuring softly. She slowly opened her eyes and saw everything around her clearly. The cold, gloomy environment, the flickering light from a solitary oil lamp in the pitch-black cave, she realized at a glance that this was a prison. Was I captured by the Xia country's people? Didn't I escape? Yin Nanya subconsciously wondered. With so many believers committing suicide and exploding their chi-si, she had enough time to flee, but she still ended up in a prison cell? Suddenly, she noticed a tall figure standing in front of her, with a grotesque pig head. A demon? She was startled, almost failing to react. Stay put, Zhao Huai said in a muffled voice. Since he was still disguised as the commander, hiding in the Black Wind Cave, he couldn't take her with him. He guessed that she might be a sect disciple who had encountered some danger and had thus fallen here. Being meddlesome wasn't his style, but there was a difference between this and not helping someone in need. It didn't hurt to lend a hand along the way. He was about to leave after he finished speaking. Yin Nanya watched his retreating figure, as if understanding something. The cat demons guarding the corridor, as well as the pig demon she had just encountered, indicated that she was in a place occupied by demons. She wondered what remote wilderness she had fallen into, surrounded by so many demons. Was she captured by demons to be used as food? Yin Nanya thought that once she regained her true vigor, she could escape from here. However, she soon discovered that her cultivation had been sealed by someone. Now she was an ordinary mortal, but there was still hope if she could mobilize the power of the Crow Immortal. Unfortunately, the statue of the Crow Immortal had shattered when she dealt with the limitless Immortal Sect Gatekeeper. For the first time, the typically dominant Yin Nanya felt a sense of despair. Gazing at the cold prison, the holy maiden of the Raven Sect, Yin Nanya, closed her eyes. A jade hand with a scab trembled as it pulled a poison pill from a sleeve, tightly clutching it. It was the pill she intended to use to end her life. Her dignity and belief would never allow her to become food for demons, a prisoner in their jail, a toy for their torment. She closed her eyes and tears rolled down from her eyes, slid from her nostrils, and flowed to her mouth. Unfulfilled ambition, her heart was full of regret. Just as she was about to swallow the poison pill, a big hand grabbed her wrist. Looking up, she saw that it was the pig demon from before. What Zhao Huai worried the most had happened, so when he left just now, he deliberately paid attention to see if this woman would do something foolish. Now, it seemed like she had hidden something indeed. Zhao Huai took the poison pill from her hand, transmitted his voice using true vigor, and whispered softly. "Live well." It was his own voice. Is this a demon or a human? Hearing the completely different voice, Yin Nanya's eyes revealed disbelief as she watched Zhao Huai get up and leave. Zhao Huai stood in the corridor, with many people imprisoned in the jail were looking at him, including various gazes, some numb, some hateful, and some facing death calmly. These people were from various states and counties, caught by various means and brought here to become food for demons. Among them, an old man in a black robe caught Zhao Huai's attention. His position was diagonally opposite the silver-haired woman. Although the elder's hair had turned white, his eyes were sharp, incomparably profound, and contained an indescribable calmness, along with a scholarly demeanor. He seemed like a learned old man with a lot of knowledge. Zhao Huai merely glanced at him before walking straight away. The air suddenly fell silent, only the flickering flames on the wall. "Miss, what did the demon say to you?" The old man in the black robe spoke up, leaning against the wall, staring at Yin Nanya in front of him and smiling faintly. As if he was not in a prison at all but some other place, the smile was quite confident. "Who are you?" Yin Nanya, who had received Zhao Huai's assurance, temporarily suppressed her doubts and stared at the old man before asking a question in return. "Who am I?" The old man in the black robe seemed to be sentimental, slowly saying, "I've thought about this question for a long time. If it was 3 years ago when Yan country still existed, I could say without hesitation who I was. But now, after hiding for so long, I don't know who I am anymore." Listening to the answer, which was seemingly both right and wrong, Yin Nanya couldn't help but frown. She eventually chose to remain silent and didn't want to engage with him more. It seems that you really wanted to die just now, you must really want to get out of here, the old man in the black robe said with a light chuckle. What's it to you? Yin Nanyu answered coldly. As a dignified saintess, how could she be talked to like this on any ordinary day? You're tough, but I'll tell you this, being tough isn't useful here because the quickest to die are the tough ones. The old man in the black robe was very clever. At a glance, he saw that Yin Nanyu was not simple, so he took the initiative to talk about the situation here, trying to win her curiosity and take the initiative. What do you want? For the first time, Yin Nanyu realized the old man's intention, took a breath, and asked calmly. The old man in the black robe nodded. It seemed that she was a smart person, his gaze deep as he said, you must want to leave here even more than me since you're a cultivator. I have a plan, you might want to consider it. At this moment, a cat demon soldier heard the noise and ran over, scolding. Stop jabbering. If you keep talking, we'll eat you all tomorrow. The cat demon looked very unhappy. If it weren't for Pig Commander's instructions earlier, it would really want to eat these guys right now. Soon, the cat demon grumbled back to its post. Yin Nanyu looked at the old man in front of her, seemingly deep in thought. Chapter 114, The Secret of a 100-Year Inheritance, Grandma's Probe and Chaos in the Demon Cave. Zhao Huai had been in Black Wind Cave for a while now. During this time, he had been trying to figure out the secrets within the cave but had found no leads. Even as a commander, he remained far from the core of power within the cave. Thus, the clues stopped. Zhao Huai stood in the armory, selecting his weapon, a privilege all commanders had. Originally, he had chosen the identity of Borzu Gangli as an homage, but it turned out surprisingly smooth. Since he was going to pay homage, he decided to go all the way. And so, Zhao Huai dug out a black 9-pronged rake from the armory. Good heavens, they actually have it! He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and smirk. Honestly, he had an idea in his mind, but he wasn't sure if it would work. Since the cave had endless enemies, perhaps he could intimidate the demons by creating the image of a terrifying demon king and ruling the cave. First, it could scare away weaker demons, bringing peace to Jinzhou and allowing him to live comfortably. Second, it could attract powerful demons who were unconvinced and wanted to test the waters, only to become his experience fodder and eliminate trouble for the people in the process. It was truly a win-win strategy. However, this was just a preliminary idea, there was still a long way to go before it could become feasible. The first step would be to deal with the Demon King currently residing in the mountain. Boar Commander Dash. At this moment, a bewitching voice came from outside. Zhao Huai muttered to himself, who could it be? He looked up and saw that it was actually Hong Yuan, the chief steward of Black Wind Cave. Hong Yuan was dressed in a thin, red gauze dress, her eyes sparkling, her beautiful eyes half closed, her face adorned with charming blush, her lips curved into a delicate smile, looking extremely sweet. She sneaked over quietly. Chief Steward, what is this? Zhao Huai was at a loss seeing her like this. What did this spider demon want to do? Boar Commander, how do you like your position? Hong Yuan asked with a smile, her eyes squinting. Zhu Gangli is content with his role, thanks to the cultivation opportunities provided by the chief steward, Zhao Huai replied humbly, looking serious. Hearing his words, Hong Yuan's smile grew warmer, and she stepped closer, whispering, then do you want to take it a step further? Zhao Huai's thoughts raced, realizing that Hong Yuan was trying to recruit him. It seemed that there were indeed many secrets hidden within Black Wind Cave. You're a clever demon, you should know what I'm talking about. Hong Yuan's gaze locked onto Zhu Gangli, her eyes flickering with profound meaning. Faced with such an opportunity, Zhao Huai would naturally not let it go, but before that, he had to maximize the profits. I understand what the chief steward is saying, but I have a few questions that have been bothering me. Zhao Huai pretended to be confused. Hong Yuan's expression softened, and she said with a smile, go ahead and ask. Since you've chosen to join me, I don't mind answering your questions. Zhao Huai joyfully asked, I came to Black Wind Cave because I admire the Demon King's figure, but why hasn't the Demon King appeared? Hong Yuan's expression remained unchanged, as if she had anticipated his question. She replied, the Demon King is very powerful, already at the core formation stage. If he were to reveal himself, the demonic chi in his every move could attract the attention of the sex, so he hides. I see. Zhao Huai nodded and continued to ask. Furthermore, what is the inheritance that the Demon King has obtained? I've heard many demons mention it, but there's never a definite answer. Zhao Huai couldn't help but be curious. What kind of inheritance could cause so many demons to fight to the death? This was too intriguing. Hong Yuan pondered for a moment and said seriously, I'm not exactly sure either. The Demon King rarely allows anyone into his cave, but from a distance, I saw a bloody pool. Bloody pool? Yes, a place with an extremely rich qi and blood. Zhao Huai secretly pondered. Could this bloody pool serve as an assistant in cultivation? It certainly seemed possible. Whoever controlled it could significantly speed up their cultivation progress, thus attracting the desires of many demons. After this, Zhao Huai laughed and said, since I have now pledged allegiance to the chief steward, I must explain my intentions to Grandma Blackwind. But why hasn't she been in the cave recently? Upon mentioning Blackwind Granny, Hong Yuan's expression wasn't as excited as expected but rather seemed somewhat resentful. Grandma has been in the human world all this time, rarely coming back. It seems she's doing something and won't even tell us. Always in the human world? It seemed she had planned this all along. Zhao Huai secretly thought. Have you finished asking questions? If you have, let's talk about something happier. Hong Yuan's face leaned against Zhao Huai's body, as she smiled seductively and whispered in his ear. Don't worry, there's no one else here. Hearing this, Zhao Huai felt extremely strange, with a chilling sensation creeping over him. Chief Steward, this is not good. Becoming intimate with the spider demon was out of the question, as it would reveal his identity. However, refusing seemed like it would offend her. It was such a troubling situation. Just then, a voice came from outside the armory. Report. What's the matter? Zhao Huai seized the opportunity to respond. Commander, Grandma wants to see you. A little demon outside the door shouted. I apologize, Chief Steward. Grandma wants to see me. Zhao Huai offered an apologetic smile. Hong Yuan showed a disappointed expression, then stepped back and seductively smiled. I'll wait for you to come back. Zhao Huai shuddered and quickly left with the 9-pronged rake in hand. Watching his figure, Hong Yuan seemed thoughtful and followed him. Soon, Zhao Huai arrived at the entrance of the Black Wind Cave mansion. He found that many little demons were already gathered here, their faces showing panic. Standing at the entrance of the high platform was a beautiful woman in black, mature and voluptuous. Her cold eyes stared at the little demons below, as if pondering something. Zhao Huai stood among the demons, somewhat conspicuous. Is she Black Wind Granny? In an instant, Zhao Huai could determine her identity. In the demon viewing eyes world, the black smoke on this beautiful woman in black was even thicker than Hong Yuan's. The phantom of a spider solidified as if real, much larger in size. Definitely a powerful demon. I've just received news that many of our kind, who were hiding in various states and counties, have been targeted by sect purges. So I suspect there's a human spy among us in this cave. As soon as these words were spoken, the demons below were in an uproar. What? A human infiltrated us? How is that possible? Human chi is so obvious we can see it at a glance. Yet, it's unlikely. Did we get it wrong? Don't rule out the possibility that a human cultivator learned some secret technique. They have plenty of tricks up their sleeves. Upon hearing that a human cultivator had infiltrated them, all the demons had a strong reaction. Zhao Huai frowned and thought that this situation was not good. Could it be that he had been exposed? Impossible, he hadn't made any mistakes. After some thought, Zhao Huai decided to wait and see. Black Wind Granny said indifferently, I've gathered you all here to find the human race's spy, especially those who have recently joined Black Wind Cave. Zhao Huai furrowed his brow even deeper, clearly being part of this group. Could it really be him? Black Wind Granny commanded the surrounding little demons to bring out a water tank, but it was filled with writhing black, foul blood instead of water. She spoke coldly. On my command, everyone prick your finger and let a drop of blood into the tank. Black Wind Granny's sharp gaze stabbed at the gathered demons, trying to find the spy. The blood in this tank was taken from the Demon King's bloody pool, which would reveal whether one was human or demon upon contact. Everyone was soon tested in an orderly fashion, from commanders to small demons. A small demon with an orange cat's appearance pricked their hand and dropped some blood into the pool, which caused no ripples and stayed calm. Pass. Black Wind Granny said expressionlessly. The demons one by one passed, but the human spy had yet to reveal themselves, making the situation tense. Zhao Huai was in the middle of the queue, and it would soon be his turn. His heart felt inexplicably nervous. There were so many demons here that if a fight broke out, it would inevitably attract the Demon King's attention. In that case, even with his 1,000-mile lone rider skill, the killing sword would be difficult to use. He clutched the gold and bronze coins tightly in his hand, examining the results. But to Zhao Huai's surprise, his result was still fortune. There's no change? Why not? Could it be? Zhao Huai suddenly realized something and activated his demon viewing eye, scanning the group of demons. He then found an anomaly in an unremarkable position among the countless demonic auras. It was an ox demon. Despite appearing to be a demon, its body was incredibly pure, which was quite telling. Zhao Huai saw that the demons in front of him had slowly cleared away. It would soon be his turn. This ox demon clenched its fists tightly, as if holding something back. Seeing this, Zhao Huai seemed to understand. This appeared to be a fellow human cultivator, although the situation didn't look good currently. The ox demon reached out its hand, only for it to slow down and stop, its face darkening. Hurry up! Impatient, a demon in line behind him urged. Yeah, don't waste time. Hurry your granny. I've put up with you guys for long enough. The ox demon bellowed angrily, suddenly erupting with aggression. Bam! With a punch, the ox demon sent a small demon flying into a stone wall, embedding it deeply into the wall. It's the human spy! A crow-headed demon screamed. One shout drew the gaze of hundreds of pairs of eyes. The surrounding demons swarmed over, some with swords, others with spears and forks. A dense crowd had gathered. The ox demon ripped off its head cover and horns in one go, leaping dozens of meters with a burst of true vigor. Its muscles rippled with power and it slammed the ground, churning up the soil while knocking back the smaller demons that had surrounded it. In just a few moments, the entire Black Wind Cave was thrown into chaos. Chapter 115, Immortal Yearning Sect intervenes, Spider Demon King furious, Zhao Huai steals home. Thump, thump. All the demons near Black Wind Cave started to move, causing the ground to tremble. As expected, it's a human. Zhao Huai looked at the human cultivator who leaped up and couldn't help but click his tongue. It turned out that he didn't expose himself but found a fellow practitioner instead. It must be someone from the sect. It seems that the Immortal Yearning Sect has already intervened. His efforts to find Lu Wangkai a few days ago did have an effect. The Immortal Yearning Sect has finally turned their attention to Black Wind Cave. At this moment, a gust of demonic wind roared, sweeping towards the human cultivator in the sky. Two auras confronted each other in mid-air, stirring up a raging wind that sent sand and rocks flying. The scene was chaotic. The small demons stood on the ground with their weapons but couldn't provide any help. Zhao Huai stood at the periphery of the group of demons with narrowed eyes, feeling the aftermath of the battle. A cultivator in the initiation stage. Who, if not a significant figure, could infiltrate Black Wind Cave? The black smoke produced by Black Wind Granny's demonic chi was indeed extraordinary. her strength even higher than Hong Yuan, reaching the peak of the transformation stage. Once the human cultivator removed his disguise as a demon, he appeared strong and fierce, with robust arms and a broad chest. His true vigor and vigorous chi held their ground against Black Wind Granny's demonic power, indicating that their powers were closely matched. Ultimately, the strength of the initiation realm depends on the quality of one's true vigor. The higher the quality, the more powerful the attacks. The fierce-looking man before them belonged to this category. The true vigor turned into chi and directly deviated the demonic wind, looking incredibly mighty and displaying the beauty of power. Black Wind Granny transformed into a black whirlwind and slowly retreated, her face turning ugly as she questioned, "Who are you?" "I am your fucking grandpa." This ferocious man didn't bother responding to Black Wind Granny. He roared instead, and a pair of black-yellow light balls surrounded his wrists, emitting pure energy. Magical weapon. Black Wind Granny couldn't help but frown as she stared at the gauntlets in the man's hand. As soon as he saw the magical weapon, Zhao Huai quickly realized that the man was more than just an ordinary disciple. Like Lu Wangkaiu, he had connections within the sect. Ordinary inner sect disciples didn't possess a magical weapon for protection. Now, the fierce man held the Xianhuang treasure gauntlets in his hands, and their power increased tremendously. With every punch, true vigor exploded, sending demons flying. He stepped on their corpses and flew towards the outside of the mountain. It was evident that he wanted to leave this place. Zhao Huai looked at the wailing and screaming little demons and couldn't help feeling a strong urge to join the fight. However, he knew he could not. At present, the situation was not as clear-cut as he imagined. The Demon King had yet to make a move, and everything was uncertain. He couldn't expose himself just yet. Otherwise, he would have jumped out and joined the man, slaughtering the demons one by one. What a joyous experience that would be! Audacious human, daring to run rampant in my territory. An ear-splitting, resonant sound echoed throughout Black Wind Cave as a terrifying pressure erupted, causing the weaker little demons nearby to tremble. A strong fear surged within their hearts. It was the aura of the Demon King. The mountain range where Black Wind Cave was located saw rolling boulders tumbling down, as if something terrible was emerging. Demon King. The fierce man's expression turned grave immediately, and the surrounding woods stirred. Numerous raging demonic winds blocked his way. Boom! He clashed his fists together, then threw a punch at the thick wall of demonic chi, but it remained unscathed. The next moment, a large number of giant spiders crawled out from the gaps between the trees in the forest. Black Wind Granny's figure appeared first at the tip of a bamboo forest, standing on top of it. Several gusts of demonic wind followed, and the women, dressed in various colors, stood one after another on the swaying branches. There were 6 women in total, all of whom were fully transformed spider demons. A pair of gauntlets floated in the air, emitting a thick true vigor that made the 6 spider demons quite wary. The fierce man's eyes glared like those of a wrathful Vajra deity as he stared at the demons below, shouting, "You think you can stop me with just the lot of you? The army of immortal yearning sect cultivators will be arriving soon and your Black Wind Cave won't last much longer." Hiss! A rapidly moving white light shot out from the cave, rushing towards the fierce man. When it got close, it turned out to be an extremely thick spider silk. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the fierce man threw his gauntlet, which transformed into a ray of light, aiming straight at the spider silk. The Xianhuang treasure gauntlets only held up for a few moments before dimming. The spider silk shot directly at him without any hindrance. The fierce man's face turned solemn, and he took out a jade token with an immortal character from his bosom. A sudden burst of golden light protected him, shrouding his entire body. Ding! The spider silk hit the golden shield and emitted a crisp sound, followed by a streak of blazing red flame that traveled along the silk, burning it back. Damn it! A furious roar came from deep within Black Wind Cave once again. The entire cave started to crumble as debris fell from the ceiling like it was going to collapse. Why was the Demon King hiding inside the cave? Was there some secret to it? This made Zhao Huai, who was watching the battle from below, somewhat puzzled. He had a feeling that there must be a reason the Spider Demon King refused to show himself. Perhaps the Demon King's weakness was hidden inside the cave. Hiss! As the sound rang out, a massive spider leg extended from the cave, piercing the ground. Visibly dark and turbulent demonic chi surrounded the spider leg. Clearly, the Demon King couldn't hold back anymore and personally made a move, even exposing his true form. Seeing this, Zhao Huai's eyes brightened. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. At this time, the Demon King must have been disengaged, and the commotion just now indicated that he was in a state of movement, which meant that his lair was unguarded. It was time for him to raid the lair. Die! This powerful human cultivator withstood several blows from the Demon King with an inexplicable golden power and even used it to launch a counterattack, engaging in an evenly matched battle. However, when the strong fought, the weak fell victim. Many little demons around them were very unlucky, instantly dying if they were caught in the crossfire. Zhao Huai glanced at the panicked demons, concealed his figure and aura, and silently left. He bypassed the front and came to the cave behind the rear mountain. Black Wind Cave had many entrances and exits, and the paths inside were crisscrossed like an ant colony. Zhao Huai found a hidden entrance. His days of lurking had allowed him to roughly grasp the layout of Black Wind Cave. The deeper the cave, the higher the status. The Demon King's cave should be the deepest. At this time, because Black Wind Granny had called out all the little demons, there was no one guarding the caves, leaving only dim spiritual light for illumination. Probably no demon was as bold as Zhao Huai, daring to directly invade the Demon King's territory. After an unknown amount of time, the area ahead grew increasingly larger. He arrived at a spacious underground space. It sounded gloomy, and just by standing at the entrance, he could smell a strong bloody stench and the foul odor of rotting corpses. He walked into the cave, and on both sides were piles of skulls, stacked like mountains, with bones scattered all over the ground, forming a white path. Human skins had turned into mud, and some human intestines were even wrapped around the sharp rocks. Even Zhao Huai, as calm as he was, almost vomited when he saw this disgusting scene. But in front of him, there was indeed a pool of blood, quietly flowing. It was just obscured by a curtain of blood mist, making it difficult to see clearly. Is this the Demon King's secret? Just as Zhao Huai was about to approach, a playful voice sounded in his ear. Borzu Gangli, I knew you always had big plans. Zhao Huai looked back and saw that it was actually Hong Yuan, the chief steward. She was looking at him with a playful smile on her face. Zhao Huai expressionlessly said, "What do you mean by that, steward?" Hong Yuan laughed lightly, "You're so calm. I offered myself to you 3 times, but you turned me away each time. A chaste pig demon is truly rare." Upon hearing this, Zhao Huai's eyes grew cold, and he remained silent. He subtly touched the black ring hidden in his pocket. "Did you really think a powerful demon like you would be content living under others? Indeed, you've been plotting against the Demon King's possessions since the beginning. You'll die like this, you know. You don't want the Demon King to find out, do you?" Hong Yuan said with a seductive smile. "What do you want?" Zhao Huai cooperatively showed a heavy expression. "I think you have potential. Why not seize this inheritance and run away with me?" Zhao Huai pretended to ponder and put on an act of struggle before unwillingly sighing, "Fine. That's more like it." Hong Yuan seemed very happy, her lips involuntarily curling up. Her fingers hidden behind her back quietly gripped, her sharp nails extremely sharp. "Oh no, it's the Demon King." Suddenly, in an instant, Zhao Huai's pupils contracted, looking at the position of the cave entrance and shouting in a shocked tone. Hong Yuan was immediately startled and instinctively turned her head. Puff! In an instant, the sound of an icy sword piercing through her chest rang out. Hong Yuan's mouth oozed green demonic blood, looking at the spiritual sword in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes widened as she whispered, "You are human." Before the words were finished, her body fell straight down, and the last reflection in her eyes was that of a handsome man. "Humph, did you think you could play me?" Zhao Huai let out a sigh of relief, smiled faintly, and then casually delivered another strike, beheading Hong Yuan with a single slash. This sword, carrying sword qi, shattered Hong Yuan's remaining life force within her body, making her irreversibly dead. Boom! Zhao Huai swiftly steadied himself, feeling puzzled in his heart. Chapter 116, Crisis in Wangxian, Zhao Huai takes action, Demon's Fear. After killing Hong Yuan, a large cluster of milky white light entered Zhao Huai's body. His cultivation experienced a significant increase. This spider demon's cultivation was several times more powerful than that of the crocodile commander, and the reward of cultivation nourishment was also extremely rich, equivalent to 2 years of hard work. He didn't care what was happening outside. The top priority was to research this bloody pool in front of him. In this vast underground space, this bloody pool was particularly conspicuous, with corpses piled around it, all of which had been drained of blood, leaving only empty shells. Zhao Huai walked through the bloody mist and finally saw the true form of the bloody pool. At the center of the pool was a black heart, with rich blood shining on it. Wisps of mist surrounded it, and with each beat, pure energy was delivered, filling the entire bloody pool with energy. It seemed to be some kind of power source. There was also a translucent devil core, slowly absorbing the power of the bloody pool. Golden core. Zhao Huai looked at the devil core, narrowing his eyes. No, it's a demonic core. As it turned out, the Spider Demon King was using the power of the bloody pool to enhance his own demonic core. The blood was continuously flowing towards the demonic core, and the effect was surprisingly good. This evil black heart was the fundamental reason why so many demons became stronger. Even the strength of the Demon King could be improved. This thing must be extraordinary. It indirectly showed how overbearing this evil heart was. Even the Demon King didn't dare to swallow it easily, so he created this so-called bloody pool to absorb the diluted power. After such a long time, this heart remained uncorrupted for centuries and still possessed such abundant power. Zhao Huai simply couldn't imagine, to what extent had his master reached with such a heaven-defying thing. It must be a truly terrifying existence. Could it be comparable to the human race's rebirth metamorphosing realm? Or the mythical immortals? Faced with such a heart, Zhao Huai also didn't know how to deal with it. If he destroyed it, there was a chance that it might backfire on him. For safety, he tossed the gold and bronze coins on his waist and made a hexagram calculation. Misfortune and fortune depend on each other, let's look at it for the time being. Hexagram 1, 100 generations of entanglement, the evil is unforgettable, be aware of the need for caution. Destroying the evil bloody pool, the guidance you get is misfortune. Trace guidance, evil thoughts entangle the body. Hexagram 2, subduing demons and eliminating evil for 1,000 miles, no more dark wind days in Tianmu Mountain, sealing the evil bloody pool, the guidance you get is fortune. Trace guidance, bide your time. 2 hexagrams appeared before Zhao Huai's eyes, and he understood them in an instant. As he thought, if he rashly destroyed it, there would be great misfortune. Since he couldn't destroy the evil heart, he could only tamper with the bloody pool. Zhao Huai had a thought, his fingers dancing like a brush, drawing the symbols of the Thunder Talisman formation. Several sealing thunder formations were arranged immediately, and the thunder continued to surge in the bloody pool. At the entrance of the Black Wind Cave, high above the dense forest, figures on swords stood in the sky. Dressed in white crane-decorated Taoist robes, they enveloped the entire Tianmu Mountain. The entire Tianmu Mountain was bathed in a blue formation. As far as the eye could see, there was an army of cultivators, mainly in the chi-refining realm, with only a few dozen in the initiation realm. The previously fierce young man was among them, but his face was not as good as expected. Among the young cultivators, there was also a goat-bearded Taoist priest in his 50s with a deep and immeasurable aura of golden light emanating from his body. He was in the Golden Core realm. The disciples of the Immortal Yearning sect had already arrived. However, the goat-bearded old priest's face was full of solemnity. Bang bang! Figures constantly flew back in the sky because the disciples guarding the formation couldn't withstand the terrifying demonic power and were defeated. Ha ha ha! With just you dare to touch a single hair of mine. Die, all of you! The explosive laughter, like waves of substantial sound, struck the disciples of the immortal yearning sect in the sky. They only felt a buzzing in their ears, their vision darkening, and their minds shaking. Many cheerifying disciples couldn't resist and fell from the sky. At this moment, a giant spider with a body as large as a hill stood in the center, much taller than its surroundings. Its upper body was a human-like figure over 3 meters tall, with a man's face, displaying a sharp 8-pack of abdominal muscles, covered in golden patterns, and wearing dark gold armor. He was the Spider Demon King, at the top of the pyramid of the 800 miles of the hillside. The Spider Demon King's eyes were blood red, filled with killing intent. As long as he stood there, it was as if he was a mountain blocking the cultivators' retreat. Even the latecomer disciples of the immortal yearning sect didn't expect the Demon King's strength to be so beyond their imagination. The many demons on the ground huddled together, glaring at the cultivators in the sky. Both sides stood in confrontation. Suddenly, a heaven-shattering sword chi soared into the sky, slashing towards the Spider Demon King. The goat-bearded old priest made a move. Seeing this, the Spider Demon King's expression was indifferent. The lower half of his spider's abdomen emitted blood light. With a swing of his giant spider legs, he scattered the sword chi. "How is this possible?" the goat-bearded old man whispered, not giving up. He wiped his finger across the sword's edge, raising a golden sword radiance. Infused with the power of the golden core, the spiritual sword slashed again. When the Spider Demon King saw this, his spider lower half spat out a long, extremely durable spider silk, as if it were a silk sword. Ding! The sword edge collided with the spider silk, emitting a clear sound. The spider silk was incredibly tough, not breaking even after the collision. After the impact, the spider silk dispersed, fluttering through the sky like a fishing net, and in the blink of an eye, it entangled the fierce and radiant spiritual sword. Chapter 117, Crisis in Wangxian, Zhao Huai takes action, demons fear too. No matter how he tried to control the sword, it couldn't be pulled out. The Taoist priest with the goat beard noticed after several attempts. Every time the Spider Demon King's demonic chi shook, the bloody light inside his body shone, and his demonic power would increase explosively, surpassing him. What was going on? "Old man, you're still too far behind," the Spider Demon King sneered, suddenly flicking his spider silk. The spiritual sword buzzed and flew away, getting stuck in the soil. The next second, a dense layer of blood appeared on the face of the Spider Demon King. In an instant, his demonic chi surged rapidly, his momentum constantly rising, overflowing with demonic power, and an increasingly heavy pressure. Black demonic wind howled crazily, and an enormous demonic shadow emerged behind the Spider Demon King. "Such strong demonic chi!" the Taoist priest with the goat beard exclaimed, sensing the massive amount of overflowing demonic chi in front of him. The power of this Spider Demon King was beyond his own imagination, the strength in his body was infinite and unparalleled. He was definitely among the top-tier demon kings. He originally thought that with his support, this journey would be smooth and without danger. Now it seemed otherwise. Could it be that they needed the sect master to take action? The Spider Demon King looked arrogant, shooting countless strands of spider silk from his huge body, aiming for the disciples defending the formation in the sky. "Retreat!" The Taoist priest with the goat beard sent a message to the sect disciples in the sky, issuing the command. Ha ha ha, the immortal yearning sect, not much after all. As the disciples of the immortal yearning sect retreated like chickens and dogs, the human-faced Spider Demon King laughed madly with satisfaction. For the first time in his life, he felt that his strength could be so powerful. Suddenly, in an instant, the aura on the Spider Demon King weakened. It was as if a balloon had been punctured, quickly deflating. The expression on the Spider Demon King's face changed dramatically, and he roared furiously. "My king, what's the matter?" Black Wind Granny stood behind the Demon King, bowing her head respectfully. "Someone stole my stuff." The Spider Demon King glared at her coldly, his eyes bloodshot and full of malice. "Investigate the cave." "Yes." Upon hearing the command, Black Wind Granny revealed a grave expression, knowing what the so-called thing represented. Without it, the Spider Demon King would have to put in a lot more effort to deal with these sect cultivators, especially those in the Golden Core realm. Humans possessed magical weapons, which were the nemesis of demons. Therefore, demons were naturally weaker when facing cultivators wielding magical weapons. "Follow me." After taking the command, Black Wind Granny, accompanied by 6 transformed human-faced spiders, returned to the cave. She suddenly noticed that someone was missing. "Where's Hong Yuan?" Black Wind Granny detected something was wrong and questioned. The girl in a green robe among the 6 demons looked puzzled. "We haven't seen Hong Yuan since the beginning. It seems like she's still in the cave." "Enter the cave." Black Wind Granny's face darkened as she led the group of demons into the Black Wind Cave. The battle between the Spider Demon King and the Taoist priest with a goat beard was still ongoing, and the little demons could only watch helplessly. At the moment, they were allowed to return to the cave, and they were so excited that they rushed into the cave at top speed. Countless little demons received the order from the Demon King and surged into the cave, looking through every imaginable passage in the cave to thoroughly check for any accidents the Demon King mentioned. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of chi erupted in a cave somewhere in the Black Wind Cave, accompanied by the sound of a clashing sword. One little demon after another was blasted out from the depths of the cave, and under the cut of the sword chi, they exploded into a bloody mist. This commotion was massive, attracting Black Wind Granny's attention. "What's going on?" Black Wind Granny looked puzzled and wary as she stared into the unknown darkness. "There's a human spy!" A little demon in the front screamed in pain, but the sound was quickly drowned out by the sharp sound of the sword. The fate of the little demon was unknown. The surrounding spider demons looked at each other, not daring to step forward. "A human spy? How's that possible? Damn it!" Black Wind Granny looked extremely displeased. She had thought that the human spies had already been found out. But she didn't expect that there would still be one more. The screams from the cave gradually subsided, and the surrounding demons huddled together, not daring to act recklessly. Black Wind Granny's plump lips opened, and a thin spider silk shot toward the darkness. On the spider silk was green poison. Mortals who touched it would die, and even cultivators in the initiation stage would lose half their vitality if they didn't perish. Slash! Before they could see it, the sound of the sword rang out again. In the vision of the demons, a red light flickered for a moment as several sword chi slashed out. The spider silk in the sky was cut off cleanly. The sword chi remained relentless after cutting the spider silk, striking several little demons and blowing them into a bloody mist. Footsteps echoed. From the darkness appeared a handsome man in white with a faint smile on his lips. It was Zhao Huai, who had just returned from a burglary. Such strong sword chi! Looking at the deep sword marks on the stone wall, Black Wind Granny uttered gravely before narrowing her eyes and staring at Zhao Huai with a chilling voice. "I didn't expect you would hide so deeply." "Deeply? I think it's fine. If I wanted to, I could go even deeper." Zhao Huai raised his eyebrows lightly. Black Wind Granny's cold laughter was ignored. With her hand pinched, she sneered, "Even if you're amazing, how does it matter? There will be times when you're exhausted. There are at least hundreds of demons under our Black Wind Cave. How long can you last?" The 6 differently dressed transformed spider demons surrounding Zhao Huai looked at his appearance, and stars gleamed in their eyes. Chapter 118, Crisis in Wangxian, Zhao Huai takes action, Demons Fear 3. "He looks so delicious, I can't resist, I must have him." Haha, a single man dares to show off. He's just at the initiation stage and appears even weaker than that muscular man outside. I want to eat his heart. That's right, I want to keep his skin as a treasure. Surrounded by alluring and giggling spider demons, Zhao Huai was clearly very appetizing to them. Obviously, Zhao Huai's handsome appearance deeply attracted them, and they were very excited to have such a fine meal. Attack him! With Black-Wind Granny's order, numerous demons gathered together and pounced on Zhao Huai with a ferocious momentum. Through Zhao Huai's demon viewing eye, the black smoke formed by evil qi on these demons seemed like a solid substance, surging toward him like a tide. However, facing so many demons, he only casually smiled. "Humph, if you want to surround and attack me, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Zhao Huai looked at the demons in front of him, his eyes had no trace of fear, but were filled with a strange excitement and sharpness. Numerous demons pounced on him, swallowing his figure. Black-Wind Granny's mouth curled up with a smile, thinking she was already certain of victory. Even if this human cultivator was formidable, how could he be a match for so many powerful demons? The saying 2 fists are no match for 4 hands was clearly applicable in this situation. However, what happened next left Black-Wind Granny and her 6 spider demons dumbfounded. In the dark cave, yellow paper floated out of nowhere and scattered all around. Then, a red radiance emerged from the darkness, followed by a huge amount of light, like a bright red sun, emitting dazzling brightness. The red sun expanded, and its light became more and more intense until it reached a limit. Whoosh! A loud noise rang out, and an enormous sword qi swept through the area. The surrounding demons exploded into bloody mist, and corpses fell to the ground. Bang! Immediately after, the continuous sound of thunderbolt talisman explosions filled their ears. The entire Black Wind cave was shaking violently, and broken stones kept falling from the cliffs. Soon, Zhao Huai's figure reappeared in front of the demons. Only this time, the sharpness in his eyes was even more intense, and his aura was continuously rising. 5th level of the initiation stage. Zhao Huai said indifferently. Killing so many demons at once brought his cultivation to another breakthrough. The azure spiritual sword was hovering in the air, its sword qi surging. It constantly suppressed and slaughtered the demons around. Zhao Huai took steps toward them. How is this possible? Black-Wind Granny's gaze suddenly became dull, and her face turned pale as she said. Go, all of you. He cannot maintain this attack for long. The lives of these little demons were not worth any real value. As long as they could exhaust the handsome man's true vigor, she would be able to dispose of him effortlessly. This time, all 6 transformed spider demons made their move. And they revealed their true forms. 6 human-face spiders appeared in the cave. Their lower bodies were enormous spider bodies, with a large mouth on their heads and beautiful human faces on their scalps, which were very disturbing to look at. Facing these 6 powerful transformation realm demons, Zhao Huai remained calm, and with a movement of his finger, the spiritual sword was drawn. He stretched out his right hand and put it on the green sword handle, making a gesture to unsheath the sword. His body seemed as sturdy as a 1,000-year-old tree, standing tall and unmoving. Next second, he drew his sword. Zing! A clear sword cry rang out, like a cold stream washing away on the green stone, cleansing the soul with just a sound. In the eyes of the demons, all they could see was a sword radiance soaring into the sky, blinding their vision. The lengthy, ink-like sword qi was unstoppable, and the power emanating from the sword was unmatched. Zhao Huai's figure reappeared behind the 6 demons, calmly sheathing his sword. Plop! 6 heads fell to the ground, green blood gushing out like fountains. Their previous taunts turned into a pitiful joke as their bodies collapsed into a pile of rotten flesh. After beheading the 6 spider demons, Zhao Huai felt a surge of power within him at the moment their bodies hit the ground. 1,000-mile Lone Rider. His magic power increased rapidly. The spiritual power in his mind also rose rapidly, and within a short time, the previously consumed true vigor was fully replenished. Large patches of milky white light continuously poured into Zhao Huai's body. The demonic cultivation of these 6 transformed spider demons was far higher than the sum of the previous small demons. This caused Zhao Huai's qi to boil once again, rolling like molten lava, incredibly hot, with the heat waves splashing and creating waves. Reaching a peak in aura, the true vigor in his chi sea kept compressing and condensing, eventually becoming crystal clear like jade. His realm broke through once again. 6th level of the initiation stage. Why? Why is his aura getting stronger and stronger? This is impossible. How did he do it? Black Wind Granny looked at the increasingly scarce demonic army and the 6 fallen subordinates around her, incessantly muttering to herself like she was in a trance, her eyes full of shock. Zhao Huai arrived, holding his sword like a harvester from hell. Chapter 119, The white-clothed figure slashes the demons, the great flame's destiny emerges. Boom boom. The reverberation of the colossal explosion echoed throughout the vast Tianmu mountain range. The spiritual chi of that area was drastically agitated, and within a radius of several hundred meters, no piece of ground was level, all marred by pits and hollows. The aftermath of the central explosion had destroyed all vegetation. Many demons and sect disciples were engaged in close combat in various corners of the Tianmu mountain. Outside the Black Wind Cave, the Spider Demon King and the Taoist priest with goat beard were still confronting each other. Initially, the Spider Demon King was confident that it could crush the old Taoist priest in the Golden Core realm. However, since it had lost the support of that channeling powerful bloody energy, its strength was not as great as it had been. The Taoist priest with goat beard apparently recognized this as well. His eyes contained golden rays, and using sword control in the sky, he arranged a purple spiritual sword into a 100-meter wide formation, controlling the battle with the Demon King within the formation. The situation at the scene was still tense. The Spider Demon King had just shown off its mighty power, heavily injuring many disciples, and the demons on its side remained unharmed. Even the old Taoist priest had been affected by the terrifying demonic power of the Demon King and sustained minor injuries, causing his strength to decline compared to when the battle first began. Both sides were confronting each other like this, and it was still an unknown whether either could win. As the Taoist priest with goat beard frowned and was at a loss as to what to do, bang! A violent impact erupted from the dark cave entrance. Dust billowed, and demons were thrown out of the cave one after another, not even able to scream before they were blown to bloody mist. This commotion caught everyone's attention. As the dust cleared, they saw a graceful white-robed youth holding something round in his hand, which couldn't be seen clearly from afar. It's a cultivator of the human race. Kill him quickly. The surrounding demons saw the figure of the man and swarmed forward, shouting loudly. Hum! An exquisite and transparent azure spiritual sword emitted clear hums, circling around him unceasingly, cutting down the demons that blocked his way. The white-robed youth reached where the azure spiritual sword killed. Regardless of whether it was a transformed demon, or an untransformed one, death was their only route if they were pierced by the azure spiritual sword. In just 10 breaths of time, all the demons around the white-robed youth were killed. At a distance, demons wielding various weapons retreated one after another, looking at the white-robed youth with fierce eyes that couldn't help but reveal a trace of fear. The white-robed youth showed no emotion on his face, walking to the height of the hillside and throwing forcefully. Only then did everyone present see what was in his hand. It's Grandma. He killed Grandma. A python demon with a snake-lashing tongue saw the object thrown into the air and shouted directly. Upon hearing the news, all the demons showed shocked glances in their eyes. It turned out that the round and bulky object in the white-robed youth's hand was actually Black Wind Granny's head. A massive and ugly spider head rotated in the air continuously before landing heavily on the ground. With dry green blood spilled all over the ground, it told of a silent battle. This dark hairpin, it really is Grandma Blackwind. Grandma's cultivation level was the pinnacle of transformation, and her strength was Vervstrun's. How could she die in his hands? What's the origin of this human cultivator who could even kill Grandma? Looking at the corpse on the ground, the surrounding demons were in an uproar. There were puzzled, doubtful, and incredulous ones, but more fearful. Fearful of the white-robed youth's strength. Not only were the demons on the ground filled with fear, but even the disciples of the immortal yearning sect in the sky were shocked when they saw the scene below. Half an hour ago, the valiant brother who had displayed his prowess at the entrance of the Black Wind Cave was praising and marveling, "I've long heard that the Black Wind Granny is treacherous and cunning. She has a bad reputation in the nearby states and counties. I never thought she would die here. This white-robed youth has unfathomable strength. I can't see through it. I don't know which sect's disciple he is." The Taoist priest with goat beard who had been confronting the Demon King had noticed the commotion at the entrance of the Black Wind Cave and was quite surprised. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "There are helpers from other sects joining in? It seems that our chances of winning have increased a lot." However, he still remained vigilant. After all, the main focus compared to Black Wind Granny was the Demon King in front of him. The Spider Demon King saw the head on the ground and was furious. His voice was like a thunderstorm, echoing in all directions. As soon as the voice fell, the sound waves were like solid attacks, accompanied by a terrifying wind, as the frightening pressure of the Demon King swept towards the white-robed youth. "Not good." The Taoist priest with goat beard's eyes twinkled, and he uttered a word of surprise. This blow of spiritual pressure would be unbearable for any cultivator in the initiation stage. They would either die or be injured severely, and at the very least, sustain some injuries. It was indeed this one blow that had caused the heavy casualties among the disciples of the immortal yearning sect in the initiation stage. Sasha. The howling wind, accompanied by raging anger, made the branches and leaves of the forest rustle slowly. However, Zhao Huai's clear-cut side face remained calm and still, allowing the strong wind to whip his clothes. His robe was lifted, but he stood tall and firm. With the accumulation of hundreds of demons, the massive spiritual power in his mind converged, and a white light flickered at the center of his eyebrows. An invisible shield was born, blocking all the pressure. Seeing his pressure was completely ineffective, the Spider Demon King's blood-colored pupils couldn't help but contract. He couldn't understand why it was so, but, nevertheless, he was still as furious as ever, and roared, "I want you dead!" With immense demonic power, a vast green mist converged to form a giant spider that was 100 meters tall, its claws dancing ominously. White-robed youth's body floated up, the spiritual sword returned to its position, remaining parallel to the ground. A thunder mark quietly appeared in the palm of his hand, and the thick dark blue thunder element ZZZ sounded. The true vigor that was hidden deep within his chi and meridians surged, flowing like vast rivers, roaring and raging. Chapter 120, The White-Clothed Figure Slashes the Demons, Yan Country's Heavenly Mandate emerges too. The power within him surged suddenly. After slaying over 100 demons, including 6 powerful transformed demons and Black Wind Granny, Zhao Huai's magic power within his body was as vast as the ocean. Palm thunder. Zhao Huai silently chanted in his heart. The vast thunder chi within him transformed into a thunderous flood dragon, roaring to the heavens. It violently smashed into the terrifying spider phantom, splashing waves and scattering the green mist in an instant. Lightning is the bane of demons, and the average demon would die upon contact. The Spider Demon King took the hit, his massive, spider-like legs retreating violently while his face turned pale. Needless to say, his strength was genuinely remarkable. What an opportunity! Not missing this chance, the Taoist priest with a goat beard immediately acted and summoned his golden core, sitting cross-legged in the void. 100-meter white crane illusion appeared behind him at once. The graceful white crane illusion let out a cry, charging towards the Spider Demon King. The Spider Demon King had no time to dodge, and his enormous body, akin to a small mountain, was sent flying. He smashed against the solid mountain wall, making a rumbling noise as rocks tumbled down. Amidst the smoke and dust, an angry roar erupted. My demonic core! If it weren't for his demonic core being outside his body, how could he suffer such a significant loss? However, his demonic core was already sealed by Zhao Huai, and his strength was inevitably damaged. While the Spider Demon King was in a sorry state, Zhao Huai felt his momentum rise once again. With the 1,000-mile lone rider, his strength grew with every battle. He fought stronger and stronger, crossing the initiation stage again and arriving at a bewildering level. At the same time, his realm was slowly improving. The various slain demons turned into wisps of milky white light, and when gathered, they formed a vast river. With each wisp of milky white light entering his body, Zhao Huai's flesh buzzed, his magic power compressed again, inching him closer to the goal of solidifying his true vigor. His qi welcomed all, similar to a furnace that refined and absorbed all essential qi, turning it into rolling energy, just like a river or ocean, surging within his body. Gradually, Zhao Huai felt that he had reached his limit. This seventh layer, the bottleneck of the late initiation stage, blocked him. Milky white light continued to pour into his body, entering his meridians, and increasing his blood qi. Once all the light entered his body, he reached the extreme limits. A massive shift occurred within his body. Flesh transformation. Tendons and bones turned to jade. Mental spirit guarded the source. All of the changes brought him to the peak of the initiation stage, faster and stronger than the average cultivator in the initiation stage. Zhao Huai was well aware that the opportunity to break through was right now. With a thought in his heart. In a flash, the cold iron was in his hand, as he softly murmured. Yalong! Roar! A faint dragon's cry resonated, and a green light enveloped the surface of the sword. Sword Cultivator Destiny was activated, feeding the sword essence and qi into the edge. The sword qi of Yearning soared 100 feet high, its might shocking the heavens. It caught the attention of the disciples of the immortal Yearning sect who guarded the formation in mid-air. How could such a terrifying sword qi be possible? The goat-bearded Taoist narrowed his eyes, puzzled. The man in white brought many shocking feats, most of which could be understood. However, this momentum was not something that an initiation stage sword cultivator could slash out. As the spider demon king lay in the pit, struggling to stand up, he saw a skyscraping sword qi flash before him. Sensing the danger through his divine insight, he hurriedly mobilized his demonic qi to defend himself. Still, in the end, he was half a beat too slow. The opponent's speed was incredibly swift, comparable to a golden core stage sword. Swish! The sword pierced his heart. The spider demon king could not stop green blood from bubbling in his mouth, his eyes fiercely stared ahead as his massive hands attempted to crush the figure before him. Unfortunately, having lost his demonic core, all his efforts were futile. He could only helplessly rage and shatter the illusions, as the vitality within his body slowly faded. Crack! After this sword, Zhao Huai heard a crisp cracking sound within his body. He stood with his sword, floating in mid-air, his eyes closed to feel the changes carefully. In an instant, the turbulent essence within his qi came to a halt, warm sensations spread throughout his body, and a golden vein emerged from his jade-like meridians. Zhao Huai suddenly opened his eyes, filled with confusion. What was this? For the first time in his life, he encountered such a situation. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he only felt that the power in his entire body seemed to enter a new level, and his true vigor began to slowly stack up in multiples. Golden light burst forth from his muscles and bones, gathering at his qi and forming together. The golden veins grew brighter and brighter until they broke through the surface of his body and shone through. Roar! A loud dragon chant sounded from within the golden light. The commotion was getting bigger and bigger. Zhao Huai wanted to suppress the golden light but couldn't do it. Or rather, he couldn't control it at all. Roar! At this moment, a silver-scaled heavenly dragon soared out of the golden light. Its golden whiskers and fierce horns shot straight up from the qi. Light filled the sky, piercing through the clouds like a tsunami. It set off a tidal wave of clouds, submerging the entire Tianmu mountain and even spreading in all directions. The entire dark forest turned into a sea of gold. This is the change of destiny at the forming core. The Taoist priest with a goat beard gaped when he saw this abnormality of the silver-scaled heavenly dragon. This is definitely the change of destiny at the forming core. He yelled with unwavering certainty, his aged face full of madness. Elder, what is the change of destiny at the forming core? A disciple, puzzled by the golden light in the sky, asked. The Taoist priest with a goat beard excitedly explained. The so-called change of destiny at the forming core is the transition period for cultivators at the perfect initiation stage as they start to condense their cores. At this time, cultivators can start to suppress their true vigor, slowly solidifying it into a golden core, thus revealing their destiny. Each solidification is called a change, and ordinary cultivators in the golden core realm only go from one change to 3 changes, breaking through once they can't hold on any longer, making them a lower grade golden core. Only those with more than 3 changes in their golden core can be considered powerful, while I myself have just barely reached the 4th change. There are a total of 9 changes in the golden core, with 9 being the ultimate number. The 9th stage in the golden core realm is recorded in the classics from the ancient times and is considered mythical. Then, looking at the golden dragon phenomenon in the sky, he said in a deep voice. This destiny will later manifest as an anomaly after the core is condensed, so it is extremely important, the stronger the destiny, the stronger the golden core. Disciples of the immortal yearning sect gazed at the golden dragon in the sky and exclaimed, "It's a silver-scaled heavenly dragon." It is well known that true dragons are ranked in levels. Golden dragons are the most honorable, followed by red dragons, and black dragons are the forbidden dragons. The silver-scaled heavenly dragon was an ancient immortal dragon, ranking even higher than the golden dragon. The Taoist priest with a goat beard shook his head. What astonishes me the most is that this young man initiated the change of destiny at the forming core without reaching the perfect initiation stage. If he can condense his core in the future, it would be at least 6 changes. He looked at the man in white bathed in the golden light, his eyes shining. This young man may have a heaven-defying talent. Within the Black Wind Demon prison, shadowy figures appeared in the darkness, and the guarding demons fell to the ground. Yin Nanyu held a black-bladed dagger, severing the demon's head, her gaze calm and undisturbed. The elegant elder led the way, followed by many human cultivators. He had been planning for a long time and finally waited for this moment to escape. Yin Nanyu said indifferently, "There are too few prison guards here, it's unusually quiet." The elegant elder smiled gently, "Something big happened within the demons. Many prison guards are on leave today, and the defense is lax. Everything is within my calculations." As the group of people walked out of the prison and saw the light outside, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "We actually made it out." Yin Nanyu squinted her eyes, inexplicably sighing. But the image in her mind was still bothering her. She needed to find that pig demon. "What is this?" Suddenly, the elegant elder cried out in surprise. Yin Nanyu looked up and saw that everyone was looking at the sky. She turned her gaze towards it. She saw a heavenly dragon stirring up the clouds amidst golden light. "A dragon?" Yin Nanyu asked doubtfully. The elegant elder's muddy eyes shone with disbelief. After repeated confirmations, he burst into excited laughter. "A heavenly dragon! It's a heavenly dragon! Ha ha ha! My Yan country is not vanquished yet. The heavenly mandate of Yan country still exists. P.S. Apologies, I spent all day on the train yesterday, with no time to write, and I forgot to ask for a leave of absence. I'll make up for it later." Chapter 121, Heavenly Dragon Country's national fortune revealed, all parties shocked, immortal sect astonished and doubtful. It really is Yan country's heavenly mandate. The eyes of the Raven sect's holy maiden Yin Nanyu looked up at the sky, her lips muttering unbelievably. Her heart was full of confusion. Hadn't Yan country already fallen? As far as she knew, 3 years ago, the world fell into chaos, war broke out everywhere, and the war at the Du River exhausted Yan country's qi. King Xia claimed to have a 1,000,000-strong army, with unparalleled strength, led by an unrivaled female commander who razed Yan City, besieged the entire imperial palace, and exterminated all the royal family members. With the fall of Yan City, the surrounding cities surrendered one after another. The Xia's army suppressed all the resisting forces afterward. Within 1 year, the chaos subsided. In other words, Yan country's heavenly mandate had been lost. However, this silver-scaled heavenly dragon in front of her was indeed Yan country's national fortune symbol. Legend had it that more than 800 years ago, the ascension to the immortal world was cut off, causing a huge catastrophe. The human race's chi weakened, and many immortal sects perished, leading to demons causing chaos in the world. The people could barely survive, and countless lives suffered. This was the human race's great catastrophe. During that time, a merciless man was born, rumored to be the reincarnation of a human immortal, born to eradicate the catastrophe. He wiped out the evil demons, pacified the world, dominated the 4 seas, annexed the 8 desolate lands and established Yan country, earning him the title of First Emperor. The First Emperor of Yan led the immortal sects to restore peace and order in the world, allowing the immortal sects to regain their chi. The First Emperor laid down the rule that the immortal sects would rule the spiritual mountains and Yan country would govern the mortal world. As long as there were no accidents, they would not interfere with each other. So it has been for over 100 years. Since that time, Yan country's national fortune symbol has been the silver-scaled heavenly dragon. Now it seems that Yan country's chi hasn't been completely lost yet. Yin Nanyu, the holy maiden of the Raven sect, was thinking in a daze. Boom! Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds surged, and the golden-scaled cloud covered the sky for 100 miles. Accompanied by the cracking sound of thunder. A winding body leaped through the clouds, and a silver-scaled heavenly dragon dived down from the golden vortex, with the dragon's roar echoing. The dragon's eyes were a pair of golden vertical pupils, flickering with flames. The silver scales gleamed in the golden sea and continued to evolve. The golden light intertwined, creating a vast and fiery sun, which wildly devoured the surrounding spiritual chi. In an instant, the huge sun and the heavenly dragon appeared at the same time, transforming into the yin and yang duality, slowly descending onto Zhao Huai. Meanwhile, the dragon shaking heavenly mandate in his mind flourished in purple light, covering the fate of this region and protecting him. Bathed in the vast golden sea, no one could glimpse Zhao Huai's situation. Above the sky, a disciple of the immortal yearning sect swallowed, incredibly shocked. There are actually 2 celestial phenomenons. The Taoist priest with the goat beard was also slightly stunned and astonished when he saw the sun phenomena. It's said in the classics that ancient immortals in the Golden Core realm often had multiple phenomenons. It's true. He was astounded, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had never seen such a scene before. Elder, what are the effects of these 2 celestial phenomenons? The burly man who held the black and yellow boxing gloves came to the elder's side and asked curiously. He was also nearing the peak realm, and soon he would have to face the Golden Core stage. The Taoist priest with the goat beard slowly explained, after a cultivator reaches the Golden Core stage, they naturally break free from the constraints of their spiritual roots. Their cultivation depends entirely on their Golden Core quality. The more stages the Golden Core has, the faster their cultivation. At the same time, whether the Golden Core phenomenon is strong determines the speed at which a cultivator absorbs spiritual chi. The speed possessed by these 2 celestial phenomena must be incredibly terrifying. This child's future prospects are immeasurable. With the blessing of heavenly mandate, even reaching the 8th stage is not impossible. As for the 9th stage, the Taoist priest with the goat beard didn't even dare to imagine it. If he reached the 9th stage, perhaps he could step into the realm that no one had reached in the past 800 years. Hearing the elder's descriptions, the burly man's eyes seemed a little dazed. Although the celestial phenomena in front of him were still evolving, his mindset had changed. He was Chu Longxiang, known as the most gifted among the younger generation in the immortal yearning sect. Born with a heavenly spiritual root that was rare in a century, he was the center of attention for all the great sects, causing much scrutiny and eventually entered the immortal yearning sect, a great sect. He did not disappoint expectations, and in just a few decades, he reached the peak of the mortal world. Moreover, the sect master personally bestowed him with a personal magical weapon, saying that once he broke through the Golden Core realm, it would be easy for him to reach the rebirth metamorphosing realm, which was full of hope. However, he never thought that he would encounter an even more monstrous character today and witness an unprecedented phenomenon in 100 years. It was absurd. How could this be possible? Chu Longxiang stood in the void, unable to believe that the scene before him was real. Although the heavenly dragon was an illusion, its power was unparalleled, and it even affected the heavenly phenomenons. Zhao Huai's celestial phenomena were just the catalysts, but these catalysts unexpectedly awakened Yan country's national fortune, which had been sleeping in the central state continent, and slowly opened its eyes, stirring up an imperceptible movement that gradually spread throughout Xia's mortal world. The national fortune is revived. Looking at the illusory heavenly dragon, the elder in the elegant robe even had tears in his old eyes. He had been waiting for 3 years, and during these 3 years, it seemed as if heaven was playing a joke on him. However, now the hope in his heart ignited once again. Even Zhao Huai himself never expected that when he stepped into the mysterious Dan transformation realm, his increasingly vast qi would inadvertently awaken the sleeping national fortune of Yan in the central state continent. The moment when the heavenly dragon national fortune of central state was awakened, everyone in Xia, from the rich merchants, officials, and scholars to the farmers, foot soldiers, and sergeants, paused for an instant. Chapter 122, Heavenly Dragon Country's national fortune revealed, all parties shocked, immortal sect astonished and doubtful too. Subsequently, everything returned to normal, and then they resumed what they were doing. The vast majority of people didn't know what had happened, nor did they realize what had caused their momentary stupor. In an ancient city in Jiangnan. Blacksmith's shop. Ding ding. A middle-aged blacksmith held a hammer in his hand, striking the glowing red treasured sword, while the wall to his side was filled with all kinds of weapons. This blacksmith wore a serious expression, his eyes were bright and piercing, with a muscular body and a face full of steel-like whiskers, his sturdy shoulders covered with twisted muscles and glistening sweat. With each strike, the spiritual power radiated from his body, sprinkling outward, and he cooled the scorching hot sword by placing it in the 100-year black water. Sizzle! A large amount of steam spread out, obscuring the view. At once, a sharp and exquisite sword was forged. Suddenly, the middle-aged blacksmith looked at his proud creation, and was stunned for a second. Then, his brows furrowed, as if he sensed something, and his blood seemed to respond. He raised his head, stood by the window, looked in a certain direction, and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha! Heaven has not abandoned our great Yan country. Brothers in other places must have felt it too. In the end, he glanced at the items placed deep in the shop and showed an excited smile. The central state will ultimately be under the rule of our great Yan country. Located deep inside the shop, a complete set of the red jade armor was displayed, with tiger head-shaped shoulder armor, a silver dragon engraved on the chest plate, and a flood dragon-headed dark spear standing beside it, exuding a mysterious luster. The Xia's imperial city. The terrifying phenomenon quickly attracted the attention of the observation department. Their job was to constantly observe celestial phenomena and fortunes, using their superficial divination skill and recording the data in historical documents. Their eyes stared at the majestic flowing qi in the south, the heavenly dragon's national fortune presented in the celestial phenomenon. Their eyes widened, looking at each other in dismay. They felt as if their eyeballs were about to pop out. This was the heavenly dragon's national fortune. They knew what it meant. The heavenly dragon was the totem of the Yan Dynasty, which had been passed down for hundreds of years, and they too had once lived under the rule of the Yan, so basically, no one was unaware of it. They wanted to report it to the emperor immediately. Yangzhen Palace. Behind a bead curtain, a glaze imperial desk was filled with memorials. This young and scheming new emperor rubbed his eyes, appearing utterly exhausted. Since his accession to the throne, Yu Yunping had been working diligently day and night, devoting himself to the government affairs. Not even visiting the inner palace. He regarded his father's actions as an example of what not to do, believing that neglecting politics was a great taboo. Hence, he changed the weekly morning meetings to daily ones. No matter how big or small a matter, he would personally inquire about it. He was tired, but he found satisfaction in it. Isn't this what he had always desired? Now that the Xia country had become stable, the famine in the south was also being alleviated by the government's relief efforts. He specifically cut down a considerable number of redundant armies in the north and the west, using the spared food and money for disaster relief. Moreover, the palace practiced frugality and abolished many complicated rituals, all in the name of saving money. Everything was improving. Under his rule, the Xia country would surely regain its prosperity. He lay on the soft couch, contemplating contentedly, and planned to take a short nap to rest for a while. All of a sudden, there was a buzz in his mind, and the sound of a dragon's roar echoed. Yu Yunping suddenly opened his eyes, sat up straight, his gaze sharp, no hint of sleepiness remaining. He opened the wooden window and looked towards the south, squinting slightly. Above the imperial palace of the Xia, a skeleton-like red-eyed golden dragon appeared, coiling around the city and roaring toward the sky in the southern direction. The dragon seemed to have its sacred authority infringed upon, and was demonstrating its power. Observing the majestic heavenly dragon's national fortune in the south, Yu Yunping couldn't help but gasp, his astonishment evident. This is, the Yan country's national fortune, the silver-scaled heavenly dragon. How is this possible? When he first entered the city, he had watched all the royal families being beheaded. How could they rise again? Yu Yunping's mind refused to believe it, but at this moment, the fortune of the Xia could clearly sense that a true dragon's national fortune was indeed rising in the south. He didn't want to admit it, but it was indeed there, and the flowing qi on this dragon was incredibly magnificent, having an ancient and long-lasting presence. At this thought, he shouted angrily, "Damn it! I am the true Dragon Emperor! A remnant of the Yan, you still don't give up!" Yu Yunping clenched his fists, his chest burning with anger. He had originally thought that, now that the Xia country was stabilized, the biggest hidden danger was outside, but unexpectedly, it was actually within the borders of the Xia country. As the Emperor of the Xia, Yu Yunping had a very keen sense of the national fortune. As long as there was even the slightest movement, he couldn't hide it from him. "Your Majesty, the officials from the observation department are seeking an audience." The eunuch supervisor, who served the emperor, entered the room slowly and whispered. "Dismiss him," Yu Yunping said angrily. "Yes." Cold sweat could not help but break out on the forehead of the eunuch supervisor, not knowing why His Majesty suddenly became angry. "Hold on." Just about to leave, he was called back. Yu Yunping gritted his teeth and said, "Issue an imperial decree, inform all the ministers, and convene a morning meeting." "Your Majesty, at this hour, I'm afraid," the eunuch supervisor hesitated. "All the officials must attend, those who disobey will be severely punished." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, the eunuch supervisor immediately left the imperial palace and summoned the entire ritual supervision department. Yu Yunping leaned against the window, staring deeply into the distance, and said, "There can only be one dragon in this world. Spiritual mountains. Limitless immortal sect." The white fog was boundless, fairy cranes were incredibly beautiful, and the mountain ranges meandered. Beneath the sky, there was no end in sight. By the edge of a spiritual pool on an immortal peak, there was an old man with a bamboo hat, silently fishing, and beside him, there were a few seemingly ordinary little fishes in his grass hat. Chapter 123, The Fortune of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom emerges, stunning everyone, Immortal Sect in shock 3. But if one were to look carefully, they would notice that these little fish look rather peculiar. Among them was the jade-eyed green flood dragon from his last fishing trip, which, for some reason, had shrunk to its current miniaturized form. The changes in the mortal world caused his normally calm eyelids to slightly lift. The mortal world has become increasingly chaotic recently. First, there was a changing from old to new, followed by the struggle between two dragons over the heavenly mandate. When will this end? The fishing old man extended his right hand, meticulously calculating, preparing to deduce the heavenly fate of the mortal world. However, his eyebrows involuntarily furrowed as he calculated. As if the heavenly fate was telling him, "Stop looking! Stop looking!" This wasn't the first time he'd witnessed such a situation. The last time left a deep impression on him. No way! Could it be that my heavenly fate calculation is malfunctioning? Though Fichino Halea that though thing. He was curious deep inside and finally couldn't help but forcefully take a look. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderclap, thunders rolled above the sky. This time, 3 terrifying thunders fell with a crack. They all hit him directly. The elder's hair exploded, his face was scorched black, and his eyeballs burst into a bloody mist. The power and number of this heavenly thunder were even greater than last time. The shimmering illusion of a baby slowly emerged, releasing a pure energy, rapidly repairing the elder's head, and quickly regenerating his eyeballs. Soon, his head was fully restored, no different from before. However, his face was a bit paler. The fishing elder was silent for a long time, held in a breath for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and said one sentence. "It's the same person." The result of his calculation was surprisingly the same as last time, with the consequence being even worse. Because it was the exact same person. Ha ha ha! Ling Hai, so you do stumble twice over the same place. A ripple emerged in the space. An elder wearing a plain robe, stroking his beard and smiling, instantly appeared next to the fishing elder. Despite the mockery, the fishing elder didn't mind, calmly stating, "I never expected that there would be such a figure among the descendants of Ancestor Yan Zio. It's no wonder that he was so fearless back then." The elder wearing the plain robe gave a faint smile. Indeed, Ancestor Yan Zio once said that the immortal sect must not interfere with the mortal world, and we don't need to get involved in the rise and fall of Yan country. Looking back now, everything was expected. Not get involved? I see that some people can't hold back any longer, the fishing elder remarked coldly. Indeed, we can't control those from the devil sect. The fishing elder put down his fishing rod, slowly stood up, and looked straight ahead. Given this child's talent, his future achievements are boundless. Being a descendant of Ancestor Yan Zio, can you really resist the temptation not to take him as a disciple? The neutrality of the immortal sect must not be disturbed. It all depends on his fate, said the elder in the plain robe with a smile. He was the sect hierarch of the limitless immortal sect, the limitless Taoist priest. Similar things were happening in other immortal sects. At another site in the spiritual mountains, the eternal Taoist temple. Incense filled the air, Taoism, timeless and everlasting. These 10 characters were inscribed on either side of the temple's inner section, very conspicuous. Inside, 3 statues of celestial immortals from a millennium ago were seated. In the temple was a gigantic ginseng tree, 100 feet tall. The ginseng fruit on the branches resembled children, crystal clear, and full of spiritual energy. A middle-aged Taoist priest with a jade crown sitting under the tree slowly opened his eyes, revealing a delighted smile. It turns out to be a descendant of Ancestor Yan Zio. When Yan country fell all those years ago, I knew it was not meant to cease. The flame of the Taoist temple dimmed, and if we don't seize this opportunity to gain favor, won't we be handing over the upper hand to the other immortal sects? P.S. There's too much content these days, I need some time to organize it. Chapter 124, Dispute over Perpetuation, Delicate Fairy, Competing Parties. Master Lord, what happened? A boy with a bright, clever-looking eyes, seemingly no older than 13, stood beside the middle-aged Taoist priest and asked inquisitively. This middle-aged Taoist priest was the master of the eternal Taoist temple, with a deep air about him, shrouded in a faint golden mist on his simple Taoist robe. A descendant of Ancestor Yan Zio has appeared, giving us some hope for the perpetuation we have been seeking. The master of the eternal Taoist temple flicked his dust whisk and laughed softly. Really? Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes brightened. It was well known that the prosperity of an immortal sect relied on the perpetuation from the mortal world. Abundant perpetuation could gain the power from the universe, making cultivation even more successful. As far as he knew, after the fall of Yan country, the perpetuation of the Taoist temple had dimmed, and his master's cultivation strength had stagnated. Back in the day, our eternal Taoist temple was the religion of Yan country, and our perpetuation was flourishing. The boy recalled in his mind. The more the master of eternal Taoist temple thought about it, the more excited he became. He quickly instructed the clever boy, "Go quickly and summon your senior brother. I have something to entrust to him." The boy looked surprised. Didn't Master Lord just call senior brother to be the gatekeeper not long ago? It's only been a few years, and you want to call him back. The senior brother was the new gatekeeper for the next 10 years, stationed in the east, and regarded as the master's most promising successor. What's more important, gatekeeping or perpetuation? The master of the eternal Taoist temple changed his expression like a child, looking unhappy. The boy couldn't help but pout. "Of course, perpetuation is more important." "That's right." The master of the eternal Taoist temple gave a mysterious smile and spoke in a serious tone, "If Yan country can be revived, our Taoist temple can prosper for at least another 100 years. There have been many immortal sects that have fallen along the way, and our temple's lineage has lasted for thousands of years. How can it decline in my hands? But the immortal sects can't interfere with the mortal world." The clever boy scratched his scarce-haired head. "You just don't understand." The master of the eternal Taoist temple sighed heavily and scolded. "Misunderstanding. Pure misunderstanding. No wonder you've been cultivating for so long and haven't even broken through to the golden core stage. That's the gap in understanding. Who says I'm going to interfere with the mortal world?" The master of the eternal Taoist temple spoke earnestly. "I just want your senior brother to get close to this descendant of ancestor Yan Ziu and get familiar with them. So when the time comes to restore the country, they can at least remember our Taoist temple." "Oh, I see. Master Lord, I understand now." The clever boy suddenly nodded, his childish face filled with enlightenment. "I'll go find senior brother now." At this moment, little Lingyan Temple, one of the 5 immortal sects, was also quite unsettled. In the ancient wooden temple shrouded with immortal mist, there were many people coming to worship, forming a sharp contrast with the eternal Taoist temple. Inside the temple, a young monk wearing a brown robe clasped his hands together and bowed slightly to an old man with white eyebrows covering his eyes and wearing a red kazaya. "Abbot, it has been confirmed that the person with the heavenly mandate of Yan country has appeared. They are a descendant of ancestor Yan Ziu, and not an ordinary one either. The heavenly sign manifested is a true dragon. Should we make an effort to seize it?" The old man's eyes were covered by his long white beard. One could only hear a calm voice. "Ba. Our Buddhist temple doesn't serve 2 dynasties. At present, Lingyan Temple relies on the perpetuation from the Xia country. If the Xia country perishes, it will be extremely detrimental to us, an absolutely disastrous blow." The young monk expressed doubt. "So what should we do? The immortal sects cannot interfere with the mortal world, so I'm afraid the Xia country won't be able to stand against Yan country. As Yan country's national fortune revives, there will certainly be people backing them, like the Taoist schools, the Eternal Taoist Temple, and the others." There was a hint of worry in the young monk's voice. Since the Xia country could establish a dynasty, it naturally conforms to the current heavenly mandate. It can only be said that the Yan country's fate is not meant to be annihilated, but Xia country still holds the initiative as a huge force. Besides, there are still variables in the Xia country, so don't worry, don't worry. The old man with white eyebrows spoke unhurriedly. "Abbot, do you mean that the Xia country has other hidden foundations?" The young monk contemplated for a moment and asked. The old man with white eyebrows spoke meaningfully. "When everyone focuses on the true dragon, they will forget that the phoenix can also undergo nirvana." Many immortal sects were shocked and began to cast their eyes back on the human world, attempting to get a share of the spoils in the stable situation. Peace in the world signified that everything had settled and the cake had been divided. If a new wave arises, it indicates that there are opportunities to seize, and the immortal sex can benefit immensely from the mortal world. The exquisite palace naturally ranks among them. On the snowy lotus pond and celestial mountain, a mature woman, around 30 years old, dressed in palace attire and holding an icy crystal scepter, exuded an air of power with her every move. Yu Qing. There's a true dragon appearing in the south, and this is a good opportunity for your cultivation to progress further. You must be prepared. The eyes of the palace-dressed woman sparkled with a glint, her tone full of conviction. In front of her, there was a woman with a fairy-like temperament, her expression solemn. She wore a moonblue fairy dress, and her features were exquisite and pure as snow. Her extraordinary demeanor gave off an unattainable aura, as if a celestial fairy from the heavens. Her name was Chu Yuking, the #1 true disciple of the exquisite palace, and also the heir to the master of the exquisite palace, this beautiful lady's only direct disciple. She was the person most likely to inherit the exquisite palace in the future. Chapter 125, The Dispute over Perpetuation, The Delicate Fairy, Multilateral Grabbings 2. Contrary to expectations, Chu Yuking did not appear overly joyous at this moment. Instead, her eyelashes lowered and she spoke in a somber tone. Senior sister had the most potential to inherit great responsibilities in the exquisite palace, but she is now ensnared by the tribulation of love. So what? The beautiful woman in palace attire asked indifferently. I fear I might walk the same path as senior sister someday, Chu Yuking sighed softly. The palace-dressed beautiful woman, holding her scepter and her back turned towards her, sighed, Yuking, you must understand, this is an unavoidable step on the path of cultivation. The tribulation of love is the destiny of our exquisite palace. Only by overcoming this, can we achieve greatness in the metamorphosis stage. Now, this rightful king of the Yan, born from being trapped and transformed, possesses a national fortune more sublime than any of his predecessors, unlike anything in the world. You have the icy phoenix heavenly spiritual root. If you dual cultivate, harmonizing yin and yang, you may obtain the blessings of the heavenly mandate and perpetuation. Your future in the immortal method becomes promising. This is your only way out, otherwise, no matter how hard you try, it will all be in vain. The woman in palace dress softly persuades, revealing to her the current situation. Disciple understands. After listening to her master's words and deliberating for a while, Chu Yuking made up her mind. I will not follow in senior sister's footsteps. Hearing this, a smile flashed across the beautiful woman's face. That's good. That is my disciple, Lu Tianxiu. Go. The teleportation formation is charging up now. You must not let any other immortal sect get ahead. On this journey, you must not interfere with the mortal world, but you must gain the approval of the true dragon. The extreme west of the Xia. A burial ground where human traces are rare and the environment is harsh. An elder in a deep purple robe, with white hair, gazed at the east coastal region with a sinister smile, the rightful king of the Yan, Hai. Imagine such a rich national fortune that could awaken the dormant national fortune of Yan. I bet numerous immortal sects are envious. Our devil sect might as well admit him as one of our own. If he cooperates, so be it, but if he doesn't, should we forcibly seize it? Thinking about this, the purple-robed old man seemed a bit conflicted. After contemplating for a moment, he still decided to give up. It might be difficult to seize control. If I take him by force, I'm afraid it will summon the backlash of heaven and earth's flowing qi. It's better to be safe and provide proper guidance. These immortal sects will surely send people to protect him, we must find a way to coerce him. Right, exactly. Let's kill off these kids. Eventually, this true dragon will have no choice but to work with me. The elder in the purple robe snickered. Tianmu Mountain. The blazing sun and the heavenly dragon anomaly had persisted for quite a while, accompanied by the representation of national fortune, the silhouette of the silver-scale true dragon, which had submerged into Zhao Huai's body. In a flash, the entire jungle's qi dissipated, and all activities ceased. In front of Black Wind Cave, the demons either died or fled. The entire demon cave was devoid of any demonic presence. Zhao Huai sat cross-legged on the ground. His body shone with golden light, looking like a small gilt figurine. He circulated his true vigor and performed several circulations of qi before he could completely absorb the overflowing golden light into his qi sea. The national fortune that had just been condensed with the help of this fortune formation had now become a part of Zhao Huai. It corresponded to the dragon-shaking heavenly mandate, unlocking the qualification to receive the blessings of all people. This was indeed the prerequisite for obtaining national fortune. National fortune is the embodiment of the blessings of all people. If he won the hearts of the people, his national fortune would be rejuvenated. If he lost their trust, he would lose his national fortune. This all people referred to not only the common people but also countless cultivators. The perpetuation originated from the offerings to the ancient gods and immortals. It represented a kind of belief and hope, not just a single joss stick. Now it had also become a part of the national fortune. If the perpetuation was prosperous, the national fortune would be prosperous. If the national fortune was prosperous, it could support every single person. Regardless of their origins, whether rich or poor, or whether they were cultivators or mortals, as long as a country was prosperous and its national fortune was sufficient, even if ordinary people led a tough life, they would not die of starvation. Men could fill their stomachs, wear clothes, and have homes to live in. The country would be able to protect all its people and make them happy. If the national fortune was ruined, even if a person was rich and powerful, they would lose everything in times of turmoil and die in a chaotic world. That was the function of national fortune. That was also why the perpetuation aroused fierce competition among many immortal sects. They viewed it as an indispensable item to maintain their sect's prosperity, helping them churn out more and more powerful cultivators. Om. Finally, the cracking sound in Zhao Huai's qi sea stopped. His true vigor had completed the preliminary condensation, marking the arrival of the qi tide. He had officially stepped into the 7th level, the late initiation stage. The immense energy gained after killing the Spider Demon King allowed him to step ahead into a curious stage, one which he had never heard of before. He only knew that this stage could manifest anomalous phenomena, solidify true vigor, and rejuvenate one's spiritual power. It felt as if his entire body had undergone purification, and the true vigor inside his body was several times stronger than before. Compared to the power at the middle initiation stage, this was a drastic and profound transformation. Zhao Huai felt many new elements within his body, things that he had never experienced before. Congratulations, young friend! You have successfully completed the transformation of elixir and similarly, arrived at the first stage of transition. At this moment, a warm laughter rang out. Zhao Huai looked up to find the Taoist priest with a goat beard who had battled with the Demon King earlier. Holding a purple spiritual sword, he hovered mid-air, his demeanor elusive. Not just the priest with a goat beard, the young disciples of the immortal yearning sect had also descended from their swords and stood on the ground, forming a circle around him. Chapter 126, The Dispute Over Perpetuation, The Delicate Fairy, Multilateral Grabbings 3. Everyone stared at Zhao Huai with curious and envious eyes. It made him very uncomfortable. Their gazes seemed to want to dissect Zhao Huai to see what he was made of. Greetings, Elder. All the disciples of the immortal yearning sect bowed to the Taoist priest with a goat beard after landing. Greetings, Senior. Zhao Huai clasped his fists and exchanged pleasantries. Since the man was an elder of the immortal yearning sect, it was appropriate to greet him. Zhao Huai knew that the man in front of him was a strong cultivator in the Golden Core realm, who had fought the fully awakened Demon King for hundreds of rounds. This fact alone proved his strength and made him worth greeting. However, Zhao Huai had not yet figured out exactly what had happened, including the recent events involving Yan country's national fortune, and was completely unaware of it all. He had just been fully immersed in his cultivation within his mind, using his divine insight to judge that he had caused a terrifying anomaly in the sky, making quite a commotion. Calling me senior is too distant, just call me Uncle Mu. Wan Chu has mentioned you to me. You're indeed an outstanding talent, a real dragon among men. The Taoist priest with the goat beard said with a hearty laugh. This left Chu Longxiang standing nearby quite speechless. This was ridiculous. No matter how talented the other party was, it did not warrant this level of relationship building. This was not just relationship building, but rather, building a familial relationship. Unfortunately, Chu Longxiang could only complain in his heart. Elder Mu was quite well known in the Immortal Yearning sect and had always treated him well in the past. It was just that this young man's talent was too monstrous, and even Chu Longxiang could not compare. That may not be appropriate. Knowing the identity of the man before him, Zhao Huai's attitude was still respectful. After all, being close with the sect that was the largest in the surrounding area had its benefits. However, he did not expect the man to make this proposition, which left him dumbfounded and feeling quite uncomfortable from the stare. Your strength is extraordinary, and you've helped us deal with the demon king. This in itself is an act of kindness. Plus, you and Wan Chu are close friends. Calling me uncle is no big deal. The Taoist priest with the goat beard shook his head and laughed softly, not thinking it improper at all. All right then. Zhao Huai reluctantly agreed. He immediately remembered the change of fortune through the pill mentioned by the man in front of him and asked curiously. Uncle Mu just said that what I experienced earlier was the change of fortune through the pill. What exactly is that? Elder Mu gladly smiled and repeated the explanation of the change of fortune through the pill. After listening, Zhao Huai was suddenly enlightened. No wonder. I wondered why my true vigor had already solidified. So, I've already gone through the first change. That's right. With your talent, your future golden core will definitely be of the 6th stage or higher, Elder Mu said while stroking his goat beard. What stage of the golden core realm are you, Elder? Elder Mu replied somewhat regretfully, I am at the 4th stage of the golden core realm. Unfortunately, my potential has its limits. As far as I know, those with extraordinary talent in the immortal sects reach the 6th stage of the golden core realm. They can even become gatekeepers of the mortal world. 6th stage. Zhao Huai murmured, recalling the time he had fought against the limitless immortal sects gatekeeper in the sky above the capital city. So, even a gatekeeper was merely at the 6th stage of the golden core realm. True disciple Chu Longxiang looked at Zhao Huai's profile and couldn't help but ask. From what I've seen, your life's element is that of a silver-scaled celestial dragon. Are you a descendant of the Great Yan? Zhao Huai heard this and wanted to respond after recalling the anomaly he caused. Yan country's national fortune is reviving, Yan country's national fortune is reviving. However, an incredibly excited voice from behind interrupted him. An elder in an elegant robe accompanied by a silver-haired woman stood beside a large group of cultivators. With a thumping sound, the elder in the elegant robe led by example, kneeling in devotion, and everyone behind him followed suit. Greetings, true dragon. This left Zhao Huai with a puzzled expression on his face. True dragon? When did he become a true dragon? Chapter 127, Meeting the Crown Prince, Bat King attacks, representatives from various immortal sects arrive. In Yan country, Jin Yao 36th year's imperial examinee, Yonggan 7th year's auxiliary minister, deputy grand secretary, and great tutor. This humble official, Song Heking, has the honor to meet the true dragon. The elder in an elegant robe had a strong voice that belied his aged appearance. His eyes were full of vitality, and he was visibly excited. These titles seemed to narrate the scenes he had experienced in the past. Yan country? Auxiliary minister and great tutor. Good heavens, isn't this an equivalent to a prime minister? Zhao Huai looked at the rows of people kneeling before him, his eyes showing surprise, and he was unable to react. He remembered meeting the elder in the demon prison and noticed that he was not like a common person due to his unusual temperament. At that time, he was guessing the old man's origin and even thought of rescuing him after clearing the Black Wind Cave. Unexpectedly, as soon as the situation here was resolved, the old man had managed to escape on his own, clearly possessing some skills. More importantly, he was a veteran official of Yan country. How incredible is that? Zhao Huai couldn't help but wonder. There must be remnants of Yan country, a once great empire that could not just vanish overnight. However, ever since the end of the Xia country's rebellion, he has not found any trace of Yan country. As if Yan country had already been forgotten. As he thought about it now, the rapid suppression of the rebellion back then might have been due to the fact that they had decided to stay low-key. But now, he accidentally took control of the demon prison and just happened to meet an old servant of Yan country inside? What a coincidence! Could they be frauds? Zhao Huai's first thought was to suspect a prank. He raised an eyebrow and prodded. You claim to be a veteran official of Yan country, what proof do you have? Upon hearing the question, Song Hecking shakily took out a blood-stained jade token from his chest. The jade token glowed red, bearing the character Xiang, responsible, engraved on it. The Yan country Prime Minister's seal, forged with blood, is indeed genuine. Yin Nanyu, the holy maiden of the Raven sect, showed a hint of surprise. Of all the people who were kneeling, only she stood apart from the crowd, standing in her original position. Her eyes flickered at times, glancing between the elder in the elegant robe and Zhao Huai, as if pondering something unknown. Just at this moment, Zhao Huai's black ring emitted another burst of divine light, as if responding to the elder's seal, which left Zhao Huai in amazement. He was completely unaware of what had happened, and it occurred so abruptly. It seemed as if there was some connection between these two items, forming a spiritual network that allowed him to feel the link between the seal and the black ring. He carefully considered this situation, and it couldn't possibly be the black ring itself. There must be something inside the black ring that was causing such a reaction. Things like pills, talisman inscriptions, spiritual swords, and spiritual stones were, of course, ruled out. That could only mean. Zhao Huai quickly reached a conclusion and exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be the white jade Imperial Dragon Seer? Song Hecking apparently felt the connection between the two items as well, and he shouted out in disbelief with his aged eyes. This is, the Yan country's dragon seal. You were the last. At the halfway point of his sentence, Song Hecking solemnly bowed again and said. This humble official pays respects to the royal crown prince. As soon as the elder's words were spoken, the surrounding onlookers showed shock across their faces, including all the immortal yearning sect disciples, guards, cultivators, and the Raven sect's holy maiden Yin Nanyu. Many sect disciples couldn't believe their ears, gaping wide as if they had heard something impossible. Did I hear that right? The crown prince of Yan country? What? The senior is the crown prince of Yan country? Seriously? Didn't the crown prince of Yan country die back then? The Xia's government office personally released the news. Yet, wasn't the Imperial Dragon Seal of Yan country lost? The Emperor of the Xia searched for so long and never found it. So it was with the Crown Prince. That's right. All the royal family members were beheaded back then. Even if there were any of Yan country's royal bloodlines among the commoners, their lineage would not be pure. Elder Mu and Chu Longxiang exchanged a glance, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had originally thought that Zhao Huai was just an illegitimate offspring of Yan country's royal family. Even if his bloodline was not pure, it wouldn't affect his status. Since he could revive Yan country's national fortune, his extraordinary talent was proof enough. His status was definitely secure, and many immortal sects would come personally to escort him. But they never expected that they had still underestimated his identity's value. This was Yan country's last crown prince. A legitimate descendant of the Yan royal family. Elder Mu could already imagine that once this news got out, it would surely create an immense storm in the mortal world. This was the crown prince of Yan country. No one could have a purer bloodline. Who had a purer bloodline than a crown prince? If there was, Elder Mu would be the first to beat them to death with a shoe. Keep in mind, this man's father was the emperor of Yan country. If not for the Xia Empire's sudden emergence and rise, he would have been the legitimate heir to the throne under normal circumstances. Greetings to your highness, the crown prince. Greetings to your highness, the crown prince. Greetings to your highness, the crown prince. After hearing the elder's words again, the people behind him quickly reacted and shouted in unison. As people continued bowing to Zhao Huai, he frowned and found it quite uncomfortable. Although he was a crown prince, he had never been worshipped by so many people before. When he first arrived, he had to sneak out of the imperial city through a dog hole. Facing the sudden situation, Zhao Huai felt quite helpless. All he wanted was to cultivate peacefully and pursue the immortal method, seeking the path of immortality, and enjoy a carefree life. Chapter 128, Meeting the Crown Prince, Bat King attacks, representatives from various immortal sects arrive too. But damn, who knew that the Fate Dragon pillars couldn't be controlled? And who would have thought that his Fate Dragon was a silver-scale heavenly dragon? Dragon Seal, you really deserve to die. Why did you have to come out and jump around? And it's my fault, too. Why did I carry the Dragon Seal with me? As soon as my identity is exposed, who knows how many people will be after me? What if I die? What's going on here? Zhao Huai had 10,000 frustrations in his heart. His identity, which had been hidden for many years, was discovered. Could anyone understand this bitterness? He looked at the elder in the elegant robe before him, and he couldn't blame them. After all, they were the most loyal group of people in the Yan Empire. Many people chose to betray and leave, but they did not. You could only blame yourself for being too lazy and too Buddha. But what's wrong with wanting to become an immortal cultivator? If I become the crown prince of the Yan Empire, and the so-called true dragon, wouldn't I be constantly on people's minds while sitting on the dragon chair? This isn't the complete Yan Empire. It's just remnants, and the elder in the elegant robe before me seems to be the weakest of the remnants. If it were a complete and prosperous Yan Empire, it would be comfortable for me to be the emperor and cultivate immortality with the support of the whole country. Now there are only a few people left, and I'm supposed to be the crown prince? What a joke! It'd be strange if I wasn't on the minds of the Xia country's imperial court and the devil sect. As far as Zhao Huai could find out, the elder of the devil sect liked to hide among the people and the immortal cultivation world, specifically targeting those with high-flowing qi to serve as treasure-seeking mice, or seizing the bodies of geniuses with extraordinary talents as their avatars. It's simply too dangerous. Now that my flowing qi has increased, shouldn't I be more careful? Zhao Huai was frustrated for a while and saw that the elders and cultivators in front of him were still kneeling. He felt a little guilty for a moment. No matter what, these loyal ministers were innocent. You can't deny their value just because of your own choices. Get up, everyone, don't kneel, forget about being a crown prince, the Yan Empire is gone, it's all in the past. Zhao Huai walked forward, trying to help the elder in the elegant robe to his feet. Your Highness, we cannot rise. Song Heking clasped his hands on top of his head, assuming a mysterious posture, and respectfully said with his head down. Why do you all have to do this? I don't even know how you determined that I am the true dragon, Zhao Huai said helplessly. Song Heking said seriously, Your Highness, the flowing qi on your body awakened the national fortune of the Yan Empire, proving that you are worthy of the true dragon. I awakened the national fortune of the Yan Empire. Zhao Huai's expression was astonished. Exactly. Elder Mu on the side also nodded seriously. Not long ago, your manifestation of your fate dragon did indeed revive the heavenly mandate of the Yan Empire, and for that alone, you surpass all others. Elder Mu's explanation was not unreasonable. Looking back at the 500-year reign of the Yan Empire, there has never been a crown prince who could accomplish this feat. If it were only the identity of a crown prince, they wouldn't be too surprised, just slightly amazed. What's more important is not the identity of the crown prince, which can only play a role of icing on the cake. The truly terrifying thing is this talent. With a heaven-defying talent, he could definitely become a person that terrifies the immortal cultivation world. But this talent, combined with the identity of the crown prince of the Yan Empire, that's a transformation. In the past 500 years, apart from the founding ancestor Yan Zhuo, which emperor had both things? Don't even mention golden core, even breaking through to the initiation stage of the emperors of the Yan Empire is rare. These two things together can only mean one thing. It is very likely that the unification of the human world and the immortal world will happen in this era. Damn, this is amazing. Zhao Huai didn't feel as happy as he thought he would, but cursed again instead. He knew all too well the principle of being prepared for danger in times of peace. Now this identity of the crown prince of the Yan Empire seems glamorous. But who knows how much danger awaits him in the future? Overthrow the Xia and restore the Yan? This mission sounds a bit arduous. Zhao Huai really couldn't muster any confidence in it. This wasn't just like reading a novel or watching a movie. An army of one, a city, and a county are all very real things. In such a vast place as Central State, with only these few people? Elder Song is just an old minister with no cultivation base, the cultivators under him don't even have the initiation stage, so what can they use to fight back? Why is he playing with fate with such weak strength? Is he really just going to the capital city alone again to kill the emperor? Isn't that unrealistic? Won't the immortal sect stop him? Moreover, what's the point if he goes there alone? Zhao Huai is a very realistic person and also a very laid-back person. Suddenly, Zhao Huai thought of a solution. This elegant-robed elder was named Song Heking, the Prime Minister of the Yan Empire, and all the civil and martial officials of the Yan Empire obeyed his command. Song Heking's position in the Yan Empire is second only to the Emperor. Why not give the task of rebelling to him and continue with one's immortal cultivation quietly? If the situation becomes clear, one can help, otherwise, it's better to be honest and cultivate quietly. Would that work? In just a few breaths of time, Zhao Huai's mind raced through various thoughts. In short, raising an army is a tiresome task he doesn't want to do. Crown Prince, Your Royal Highness. Song Heking raised his head, with tears in his old eyes, we knew you were still alive. It is such great news. Song Heking has devoted his life to the Yan Empire and is loyal to it. Now seeing Zhao Huai alive and well and with pure Yan blood, he is naturally overjoyed. The always calm Zhao Huai, facing this old minister, seemed at a loss of what to do. When our people found your body back then, we knew something was off. It turns out you were playing dead. No wonder you're His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. I believe the other former members of the Yan Empire will be very happy to know this. Song Heking was extremely excited. Hold on. The former members of Yan. Zhao Huai astutely caught the keyword. The former members of Yan. Are you saying there are still people from Yan with fighting power? Zhao Huai tentatively asked. Song Heking nodded heavily. After the fall of Yan City, we were prepared to die for our country, but we were saved by General Hu. However, on the escape route, we almost died. Fortunately, we survived without risk and tried to gather government forces from all over the first year. However, there was no heavenly mandate to guide us, so we had to hide among the people under the suppression of Xia country. Zhao Huai listened and slowly nodded. It was good news that there were more people left in Yan than expected. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of demonic wind blew from the depths of the mountains, and the leaves shook uncontrollably. A huge shadow covered the mountain range, blocking out the sun, and the sky was filled with an endless, thick demonic chi. Countless bats flew out from the sky, and the sight gave people a sense of severe fear of clusters. What is this? Such strong demonic chi! What a terrifying creature, it can actually change the celestial phenomenon. I've never seen such a terrifying sight before. The disciples on the ground exclaimed in fear, their faces filled with terror. No, it didn't change the celestial phenomenon, but it used its own divine skills. Elder Mu, holding a purple spiritual sword, looked up at the suddenly darkened sky and spoke gravely. He had a bad feeling. Because this force of demonic chi was even stronger than the Spider Demon King. It was obviously an old Demon King. The reason why the Spider King died so quickly was mainly due to the lack of demonic core. If they really wanted to kill a Demon King, it wouldn't be so easy. Another Demon King has arrived. Be careful! Elder Mu shouted sternly. He wanted to remind the sect disciples around him to be cautious. The huge black shadow landed on the hillside, came to the entrance of the cave, revealing a mouse-like face with red eyes and sharp fangs, looking like a bat. It quickly shrank and eventually transformed into a man in black clothes. Zhao Huai narrowed his eyes, his expression unhappy. Now that his momentum has dissipated, he is no match for it if he were to confront it directly. Ha ha ha! Boy, hand over the Spider King's demonic core, give up the Black Wind Cave inheritance, and I'll let you die a quick death. The Bat King laughed sinisterly and transmitted his voice to Zhao Huai. Obviously, his purpose for coming here was for the demonic core and inheritance. You! He still wanted to say something. At this moment, there were two flashes of heavenly thunder in the sky. Spiritual chi gathered and then quickly dispersed. A man and a woman appeared in the void, their auras extremely terrifying. The woman was like a fairy with an extraordinary temperament, wearing a moonblue fairy dress. Her facial features were delicate, pure like moonlight and white snow. Her temperament was so exceptional that a single glance gave people a sense of unattainability, like a celestial fairy. The man wore a daist robe embroidered with white cranes, had long hair tied up with a black ribbon, ink-like sword eyebrows, and a pair of bright, spirited eyes that possessed a natural righteousness. People from the immortal sect had arrived. Chapter 129, Unlucky Bat King, Immortal Sect Fights for Crown Prince of Yan Country. Zhao Huai originally looked at the sudden attack of the Bat King with a slightly solemn expression. After all, the bat in front of him was a genuine Demon King. Unlike the previous Spider Demon King, as Elder Mu said, the strength of this Demon King was even above that of the Spider King. The Spider Demon King lost its demonic core and had its strength reduced by more than half, unable to repair its flesh body and even release its primordial divine skills. It was only then killed under the joint effort of him and Elder Mu, not even able to run away. A complete peak-level Demon King would not be easy to deal with. The state of its enraged true form was comparable to the powerhouses at the late Golden Core realm, and if it wanted to leave, he absolutely couldn't keep it here. This was why the Bat King dared to come here alone, confronting many human cultivators without fear. That's because, among all the people present including Immortal Yearning Sect disciples and elders, no one could threaten him. It wasn't until he saw the man and woman descending from the sky. Zhao Huai's heart stirred slightly, his face showing a puzzled look. What was the background of these two? They didn't even change their expressions while facing the Demon King. It must mean their strength was amazing. They are from the Immortal Sect. Elder Mu, standing beside him, saw this man and woman and couldn't help but smile bitterly, while at the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The reason for his bitter smile was because he knew that the Immortal Yearning Sect was unlikely to get a share of the pie in the upcoming upheaval in the world. This person was already a hot commodity in the eyes of many immortal sects, and with the legitimate status of the Yan Country Crown Prince, who wouldn't want to hold him up? Under such circumstances, how could it be the turn of the Immortal Yearning Sect? The Immortal Yearning Sect was just a sect occupying a small part of the world. Compared to the immortal sects that had been inherited for thousands of years and had deep foundations, it was still insignificant. However, at this moment, he could really breathe a sigh of relief. With the arrival of people from the immortal sect, the danger would be temporarily far away. That's because he didn't believe that this Demon King could defeat the immortal sect, or rather, the Bat King couldn't possibly be the opponent of these two immortal sect disciples. Sizing up the man and woman, Elder Mu already knew their identities. Both were famous figures in the immortal cultivation world. What was a mere demon king in comparison? The mighty immortal sect had eliminated countless demon kings over the past 1,000 years, not to mention the terrifying demon emperor in the 9th realm. Would they even care about a single demon king? Immortal sect. Zhao Huai tried to probe them from a distance with his divine insight, but encountered a thick barrier. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. He knew that this was a barrier set up by the other party specifically to block divine insight. To know that his own spiritual power was strong, and the corresponding divine insight was extremely powerful, under normal circumstances, no one could stop him. Only powerful cultivators would set up a divine insight barrier around themselves so that others couldn't probe them. Only the immortal sect would be different, with each of its disciples having extraordinary strength, far surpassing the mortal world. Oddly enough, the other party didn't even get angry. By rights, his attempt to probe them using his divine insight was a rather impolite behavior, and would usually result in a backlash, even provoke a spiritual pressure in more severe cases. But although the two of them had a terrifying aura, they didn't do that. Instead, they curiously glanced at him, and that gaze. It made his heart inexplicably tense. Pointing to the sky, Elder Mu introduced the two people to Zhao Huai. The one wearing the splendid Taoist robe in the sky must be from the Taoist temple of the immortal sect, and there's only one famous Taoist temple in the immortal sect, and that is the Eternal Taoist Temple. The Eternal Taoist Temple was founded by the Eternal Immortal. It has been established for more than 8,600 years. This man is the current senior disciple of the Eternal Taoist Temple, Gu Tianji. After pausing, Elder Mu looked at the woman and continued. The other woman must be the exquisite fairy from the exquisite palace, Chu Yuking. It is said that the exquisite palace, influenced by the immortal cultivation techniques of the immortal sect, only accepts female disciples and does not recruit male disciples. Even with that caveat, the palace still has countless strong players and has remained standing for 1,000 years. Their strength seems formidable. Zhao Huai took a closer look at the woman in the blue skirt. Her appearance was indeed beautiful, with a heavenly beauty and fairy-like temperament, like a white lotus unaffected by the mud, impeccable in both temperament and figure. But she just seemed to be too high to be reached. Such a woman, he thought, he would just look at her. The madam was no worse than her, even more mature. Zhao Huai couldn't help but think. Elder Mu continued to add, the strength of these two is indeed formidable. They were extraordinarily talented since they were young, both possessing the rare heavenly spiritual root that only appears once in 100 years. Under the many years of cultivation by the immortal sect, it was heard that decades ago, they condensed a 7th stage in the Golden Core realm, which had reached the limit of nearly 800 years. 7th stage Golden Core, hi. Tisk tisk, that's amazing. This bad demon king must be in for a bad time. Zhao Huai chuckled softly. Standing on the ground and gazing upward, as soon as the two stood in the sky, the Bat Demon King didn't even dare to move, as if it was afraid of being killed by the combined attack of the two. Their auras were clashing rapidly, and an invisible confrontation had begun. What's going on? As soon as the Bat King sensed the gathering of spiritual chi around him, he realized that something was wrong. Absolute power had arrived. There was an aura of the immortal sex people. The Bat King's perception was very sharp, and he immediately determined the origins of the two people. Did he not check the almanac when he left today? Why did he encounter these two immortal sect disciples? Without hesitation, he dared not act rashly. It would be difficult to leave this place now, so he could only secretly look for an opportunity, hoping that the strength of these two immortal sect disciples would not be too strong. Chapter 130, Unlucky Bat King, Immortal Sect Fights for Crown Prince of Yan Country 2. High above in the sky. Elder Brother Gu Tianji of the Eternal Taoist Temple and Exquisite Fairy Chu Yuking exchanged glances, both of their expressions quite indifferent. The two were hesitant to take action against each other, as they were both wary of each other. The 5 immortal sects are not of one mind, but rather competing against each other. The incense offerings in this world are limited, and which immortal sect doesn't want to obtain more for themselves? Not to mention, what Chu Yuqing wanted was Zhao Huai, someone Gu Tianji could never agree to surrender. You're also here to find the rightful king of Yan country. Even if I slay only the demon king, you still want to compete with me. Gu Tianji smiled faintly, his white Taoist robe fluttering, and in his every gesture, there was an air of transcendent elegance. He undertook his master's command to find the one with the heavenly mandate in Yan country. But after spending half a day searching, he still couldn't find the location. Fortunately, with his master's vast divine insight, covering 10,000 li, he soon discovered the source of the golden light and immediately teleported over. He is mine, the eternal Taoist temple has nothing to do with it. This demon king is the best welcoming gift. Chu Yuqing's expression was quite composed, with full confidence in her journey. Since she accepted the palace master's order, she would neither renege nor fail. She must dual cultivate with the rightful king of Yan country, or else her life would only be a brief flash in the long path of immortal method. The path of cultivation ultimately has its limits. No matter if it's the rebirth realm or the metamorphosis stage, there are limits. Her master's expectation for her was to break through the unattainable metamorphosis realm that no one had reached in 800 years. Only by breaking the limits could she advance to a higher level. Gu Tianji sneered and said mockingly, "Everyone knows that the women of the exquisite palace do not associate with men. What, do you want a man now? Coming down the mountain to abduct one?" The reason he said such things was to engage in psychological warfare, hoping to break her Taoist mind. Unfortunately, Chu Yuqing's Taoist mind was as steadfast as a rock, and she wouldn't let her guard down with just a single sentence. If she doesn't get angry, that's fine. Gu Tianji has other methods. He continued to smile. The people in the Taoist faction are not like those in the Buddhist faction, who enjoy going out to cultivate, seek alms, and practice Buddhism. Taoists often spend their days in secluded cultivation in the deep mountains. So, their minds are certainly full of wicked thoughts. Indeed, these years spent as a gatekeeper have been stifling for Gu Tianji. Now, with orders from his master, he naturally went with alacrity. Gu Tianji raised his eyebrows and said, "Tell me, do you think the women of the exquisite palace prefer bad boys? Otherwise, they wouldn't run away with people from the devil sect." These words seemed to have some hidden meaning. "Don't you dare insult my senior sister." Chu Yuqing narrowed her eyes, her face cold, and behind her petite body, a soaring ice phoenix illusion emerged, crying out with a resonant call. Gu Tianji was unfazed, an enormous immortal tree illusion appearing behind him to counter the opposing force. For a moment, the entire sky erupted with a terrifying surge of power. Rolling waves of energy swept all around. Watching from the sky, Gu Tianji and Chu Yuqing made significant moves, clearly disregarding the Bat Demon King. Suddenly, the Bat Demon King felt both anger and joy. His anger was because neither of them took him seriously at all, not even treating him like a demon. His delight was that he might escape with his life. He glanced at Zhao Huai, who was not far away, the cunning smile in his demonic eyes becoming more intense. He wanted both the Demon Emperor's demonic core and that person's inheritance. Why did they start fighting? As the fierce wind of the sky approached, Zhao Huai let the strong breeze blow, watching the two in the sky in amazement. "Be careful, young friend." Suddenly, an anxious voice rang out, it was Elder Mu's warning. In Zhao Huai's divine insight, he discovered a strange, sinister black wind rushing towards him. Reacting immediately, he shielded Song Heking and the others behind him, preparing to summon his magical weapon and unsheath his sword. At that moment, a dazzling golden light surged from his body. Roar! Following that, the magnificent dragon's roar echoed. One dragon shadow after another appeared around Zhao Huai, the golden light constantly swirling, radiating enormous power. The rampaging black wind collided with the dragon shadow and was sent flying away. "What is this thing?" The Bat Demon King reverted to human form, baring his fangs, an ugly expression on his face as he stared menacingly at Zhao Huai. National Destiny Protection. It's National Destiny Protection. Ha ha ha. Old man Song Hecking stood behind Zhao Huai, his face ecstatic. With National Destiny Protection of Yan, and the heavenly mandate on him, demons and monsters cannot come near him. Zhao Huai stood alone with his sword, an astonished expression on his face. He had not expected this. He never thought that one day he would benefit from being the crown prince of Yan country. Ever since he became crown prince, this identity had only brought him trouble. Just a moment ago, he experienced the effects of the pure dragon chi protection for the first time. Being a prince, he had such a unique ability. This was the first time he knew about it and considered it a new experience. With his attempted ambush failing, the Bat Demon King wanted to flee. The logic of not staying in this place for long was not only clear to humans, but he also understood it. Yet, it was too late. The auras high above in the sky had already arrived in the blink of an eye. A white spiritual sword arrived first, radiating a dazzling brilliance as the power of the magical weapon erupted. It tore down like a rolling river, sweeping everything away. Gu Tianji stood in the sky, stepping on the sword Qi River, his face cold, exuding an imposing righteousness. How dare you, vile demon, try to harm the rightful king of Yan? He had to perform well and make himself stand out. He must make his moves as flamboyant as possible so as to highlight the strength and righteousness of the eternal Taoist temple, right? Sword Qi crisscrossed, and an enormous sword formation was set up in the blink of an eye. The Bat Demon King was trapped inside, suffering the pain of 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Chapter 131, Unlucky Bat King, Immortal Sect competes for Great Yan Crown Prince 3. Sword Qi shot down from the sky, piercing its body like 1,000 cuts. Chu Yuking was equally unyielding, her face as frosty as ever. She coldly said, "How dare you lay a hand on someone I've taken a liking to?" She began to circulate the 7th stage golden core within her body, with her true vigor flowing in her meridians rapidly. At the position of her eyebrow, a phoenix pattern emerged like a flame, madly absorbing the spiritual chi from the universe. Chilling cold air exploded from her body, forming a massive ice phoenix's illusory shadow that spread its wings and dived down. SHHH. As the ice phoenix materialized, a terrifying cold wave instantly froze much of Tianmu Mountain, with thick ice forming on the bottom of Black Wind Cave and both sides of the mountain ridge. People watching from the lower part of the mountain raised their heads to look above, all feeling shocked. They saw a massive ice phoenix merging with the oncoming white torrent of sword chi, forming wave after wave of earth-shaking ripples, feeling the trembling of the earth. That is the icy phoenix heavenly spiritual root, which is said to have a cultivation speed only slightly slower than the once a millennium immortal spiritual root. It is even more powerful than ordinary heavenly spiritual roots. Chu Longxiang, a true disciple of the immortal yearning sect, had widened eyes and finally understood the gold content of the immortal sect disciples. So, she possessed such a terrifying constitution. Zhao Huai was also surprised to see the two of them making their move together. This was his first time witnessing a powerful cultivator's duel, and it was like this. With a wave of the hand, rivers were cut, and mountains crumbled, as easy as turning a palm. Even among golden cores, there are gaps. But he was not discouraged, for he knew that he could reach this level someday or even higher. Of all the people present, the most miserable one was the Bat Demon King caught in the middle of the two attacks. Damn, is this guy your daddy or your ancestor? Do you have to be so ruthless? The Bat Demon King cursed with a mix of anger and helplessness. He was genuinely impressed. These two deliberately didn't attack his weak points but instead formed a formation and kept using their ultimate moves. Were they showing off their skills or tormenting him? So, this was the so-called human race, the so-called immortal sect. Where was the so-called heart of salvation? Could they be more human? As the Bat Demon King was being tortured in mid-air, two figures stealthily landed on the ground, coming to Zhao Huai's side. The man in the white Taoist robe took the lead and saluted with a fist. "Sir, you have been frightened. I am Gu Tianji from the Eternal Taoist Temple." The woman in the blue skirt followed with a graceful curtsy. "Exquisite fairy Chu Yuking from the exquisite palace, at your service, young master." This demeanor was very elegant and proper. Many male cultivators fixed their gazes on exquisite fairy Chu Yuking and could not move them away. One by one, they couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Fairy was indeed a fairy, with her graceful figure and noble temperament. They wondered what kind of person could win her favor. The surrounding cultivators saw these two immortal sect geniuses, who had just demonstrated their mighty prowess, being so respectful to Zhao Huai. They were all extremely envious, dying of jealousy, feeling resentment in their hearts. "What about your immortal sect's dignity? Can't you look at me? Is there a difference in treatment? Where is the equality?" However, as the person in question, Zhao Huai was a bit confused. He hesitated for a moment before raising his hand and saluting with a fist. "Thank you, immortal sect, for your assistance. Zhao hereby expresses his gratitude to the two of you." At the same time, doubts rose in his heart. Is everyone in the immortal sect this polite now? Chapter 132, The Transformation of the Intricate Palace Master, Zhao Huai's a stroke of luck. Feeling unaccustomed to the deference shown by the two people in front of him, Zhao Huai felt uneasy too. He had met disciples of the immortal sect before. The confrontation high above the capital city with the gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect was still fresh in his mind. That gatekeeper was not as easy to talk to as the two in front of him. "Young master, the cultivation technique we practice in Exquisite Palace is called Exquisite Nine Spheres. If you practice with me, even reaching the rebirth metamorphosing realm will be as easy as flipping your hand, and facing heavenly tribulations, you will still have a chance of winning," said Chu Yuking, her beautiful eyes filled with sincerity when she said this. Her words were clear and simple. Zhao Huai needs her, she needs him, and both can reap many benefits, even challenging the ultimate realm. In Chu Yuking's heart, she had already considered Zhao Huai to be someone of the same kind as her. The women of Exquisite Palace mostly had not descended from the spiritual mountains, they were practically blank when it came to feelings between men and women. Their thoughts on this were simple, without many twists and turns. So, the words they spoke, were often this straightforward. The next moment, Gu Tianji, the first disciple of the Eternal Taoist Temple, heard these words, immediately stood up and loudly advised. "Be careful, sir. Don't fall for it. These women of the Exquisite Palace are the most deceitful. Their cultivation techniques are dual cultivation techniques that will drain you. Don't be beguiled by their feminine charm. And I am the first disciple of the Eternal Taoist Temple. With our temple's support, you will be assuredly safe. If you join our sect, we will bestow upon you the demon-slaying sword, the 5 elements jade seal, and other spiritual treasures to protect you. Not only that, our temple will protect you thoroughly, cultivate together, then enjoy the perpetuation of thousands of temples, and attain enlightenment." Gu Tianji began speaking calmly, becoming more and more excited as he stated the various benefits of his temple. "Follow me, Exquisite Palace can also ensure your safety, and our thousands of female disciples are not just for show. Follow me, our temple has ginseng fruit, a single one is worth 100 years of cultivation, an absolute treasure. Exquisite Palace has thousands of female disciples, all of them will listen to the young master's orders, free and unrestrained. What's so great about the cultivation techniques of Exquisite Palace? You want to learn the 10,000 swords return to sect technique I just used? I'll teach you right away. Exquisite 9 spheres can greatly increase the speed of cultivation. If the young master wants to practice it, I can teach it too." Gu Tianji and Chu Yuking kept trading words, a strong sense of antagonism was present between the two. It was a case of a tit for tat. The atmosphere was increasingly becoming more aggressive. Many people were present at the scene, including disciples of the immortal Yearning sect, former minister of Yan country Song Heking, the Raven sect's holy maiden Yin Nanyu, elder Mu of the immortal Yearning sect, true disciple Chu Longxiang, and others. Looking at the argument unfolding before them, they were all dumbfounded, their minds going blank. Could it be wrong? Has there been a dispute among the immortals about the allegiance of the crown prince of Yan country? All gazes were on Zhao Huai. The conditions proposed by the immortal sect were too tempting. Regardless of which one, it would make one's heart beat faster. Zhao Huai, who was at the center of it all, was still at a loss. He had no idea why both sides wanted him to join them. Just because of his identity as the crown prince of Yan country? The immortal sect is above the mortal world, they shouldn't stoop to curry favor with a mortal monarchy, should they? Thinking about it, Zhao Huai looked confused. Your Highness must be curious, Song Heking said, looking at his expression, stroking his white beard, and slowly spoke with a smile. He's right. Zhao Huai said helplessly. He. With a soft chuckle, Song Heking explained, at the founding of Yan country, Daoism was the state religion, and the eternal Taoist temple was the head of Daoism. Now that the royal crown prince has awakened the national fortune, it is only natural for people from the Taoist temple to ensure your Highness's safety and win your Highness's favor. So, it's like that, said Zhao Huai as realization dawned on him. He nodded his head in understanding. No wonder the people from the Taoist temple came to find him. So there was this relationship at play. Elder Mu asked on the side, young friend, have you not realized the impact of the national fortune of Yan country on the immortal sect? Zhao Huai thought about it but couldn't make heads or tails of it, so he could only ask for enlightenment. Would you please elaborate? Elder Mu gave a faint smile and said, the prosperity and strength of the immortal sect depend on the perpetuation of temples. However, the perpetuation comes from the mortal monarchy, with a small portion coming from among the people, but mostly it depends on the mortal monarchy. Do you understand that, young friend? Hearing this, Zhao Huai began to think. He knew very well that the perpetuation could amass national fortune. If the prosperity of the immortal sect depends on the perpetuation, isn't it also tied to the national fortune? Since he was the crown prince of Yan country, carrying the national fortune of Yan, it attracted the attention of the immortal sect. But apart from the national fortune of Yan country, Xia country also had its national fortune. Previously, most of the immortal sects lay low in the human world because of the stable mortal world and they weren't able to garner perpetuation. And due to the rule that they couldn't interfere with the mortal affairs, they fell silent. Now that the national fortune of Yan country has been awakened, does it mean that the status quo has been broken? Once the status quo is broken, it means there could be a reshuffling of power in the human world. Is that why these immortal sects have become active? In some sense, having an immortal sect supporting him also means having one opposing him. After thinking about it, Zhao Huai finally understood. Can perpetuation increase a cultivator's strength? Zhao Huai asked uncertainly. Elder Mu replied, to some extent, indeed, it can. But one needs to reach a very high realm. Zhao Huai nodded his head. His dragon-shaking heavenly mandate would now allow him to draw in perpetuation. It seemed that perpetuation would have a considerable effect on him in the future. Chapter 133, The Transformation of the Exquisite Palace Master, Zhao Huai's A Stroke of Luck 2. While everyone was enjoying the show, the Bat Demon King continued to struggle within the Sword Chi formation. One had to admit, his destiny was truly resilient. Even though his heart was pierced by countless sword chi, and his body was frozen by the severe ice. Within his body, the dark demon core still emitted ripples of black light, continuously repairing the Bat Demon King's flesh body. It took him hundreds of years to cultivate his current realm, so how could he perish here? Seeing the human cultivators chatting in the distance, his eyes flashed with viciousness, and a trace of humiliation flashed in his mind. The mighty demon race, why should they always be trampled underfoot by the human race? If he could escape, he would definitely take revenge. He still had a more important mission. The Spider Demon King was dead, so be it. His mission was not yet accomplished. He had to resurrect that great figure. Only with that great figure resurrected would they have hope. He must get the treasure in the bloody pool. As the light of the demon core intensified, the sword formation gradually showed signs of breaking, and the ice blocks also began to crack. Crack! The ice block shattered completely, and the Bat Demon King struggled intensely, releasing a large amount of demonic chi from his mouth. He once again used his divine skill that covered the sky with black clouds, and the entire sky darkened once again. The ground below was so dark that one couldn't see their own hands, pitch black. This movement naturally caught everyone's attention. Especially Zhao Huai, Gu Tianji, and Chu Yuqing. Trying to run. Gu Tianji said casually as the white spiritual sword hung in the air, transforming into a giant sword the size of a mountain. It stabbed down heavily. However, the Bat Demon King didn't have any intention to resist, and his speed was extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. There are two divine skills of the Bat race. One is the cloud-covering darkness, and the other is the marvelous speed of flight. With wings spread, the speed is extremely fast, beyond the reach of cultivators in the Golden Core realm. Chu Yuqing watched the scene with furrowed brows. If the Demon King were to escape, it would undoubtedly be a blow to the face of the immortal sect. Being unable to subdue even a single Demon King, what kind of sect is that? This demon is really tenacious, it's not dead yet. It's a Demon King after all, as long as its demon core isn't shattered, its flesh body won't be destroyed. If it escapes, it would be a pity. The cultivators on the ground took out spiritual stones for illumination, dispelling the darkness. Zhao Huai soared into the sky, wanting to chase, but the opponent's breath had already disappeared from his divine insight. Almost everyone thought that the Bat Demon King was about to flee since it was too fast. At this moment, a crack appeared in the pitch-black sky, an array of light emerged. The spiritual chi within 1,000 li radius reversed rapidly, followed by being drained. Zhao Huai squinted, looking up at the sky, not knowing what had happened. In midair, Chu Yuqing felt the aura and her pupils shrank. She whispered softly, "Master Lord." And the light that had just emerged gradually converged into a blue light spot, flickering constantly. The next second, the blue light spot moved. It transformed into an ultimate blue beam of light. With a whoosh, it shot out. Its speed was so fast that it drew a meteor arc across the night sky. In the boundless sky, the Bat Demon King was desperately trying to escape at this moment. Suddenly, a terrifying breath came from behind, causing the hairs on his body to stand up straight. The Bat Demon King hurriedly looked back and saw a blue light spot with widened eyes. "This is..." But before he could finish speaking, the blue light spot turned into a beam of light that pierced through his body. His dark demon core was also shattered along with his body. Killed in one strike. The Bat Demon King fell. The blue beam of light, carrying the Bat Demon King's corpse, swung a big circle. It returned again to the foot of Black Wind Cave. Everyone, including Zhao Huai, looked at the corpse of the Bat Demon King. While being astonished, the blue light spot dissipated, and a faint shadow appeared. The shadow was a mature and beautiful woman holding an icy crystal scepter, dressed in a moon-blue long gown, with an incomparably dignified and atmospheric demeanor. "Disciple pays respect to master." Chu Yuqing saw the figure, respectfully saluting. As soon as the words came out, everyone understood who the person was. She was the master of the exquisite palace. With the arrival of this person, everyone present immediately quieted down. As the palace master of Xian Palace, the other party's strength and seniority were not something they could disrespect. Master Linglong's age should have reached over 1,000 years old, and his cultivation level was unknown, but it could be confirmed that at least it was at the metamorphosis realm, or even higher. It was said that after attaining metamorphosis, cultivators could create their own avatars, or master the Dao, manipulate space, and kill people from 10,000 li away with ease. Zhao Huai, Gu Tianji, and Elder Mu were the strongest ones present, but they still felt immense pressure. This cultivation base has actually reached the first stage of forming core, not bad. At this moment, the gaze of the palace master Linglong fell on Zhao Huai, revealing a bit of appreciation, obviously very satisfied. Although it was just an avatar, it looked very real. The person seemed to be no more than 30 years old, still looking young and beautiful, with a perfect figure and long legs, exuding an indescribable charm. You are the true dragon of Yan country in this century? Huai, her voice husky and extremely pleasing, saying. It just looks a bit small. I'm not small. Zhao Huai answered seriously, maintaining his dignity. Master Linglong smiled slightly. Do you know how old Yu Qing is? She is already over 60 years old. When she was at your realm, she was also around 30. But I see that your blood and qi are only in your early 20s. Without the support of an immortal sect, being able to cultivate to your current realm shows that your talent is indeed not bad. Upon hearing what Master Linglong said, Chu Yuking, who was standing nearby, stared at Zhao Huai with a very surprised expression. What? He was only in his early 20s. She was clearly very surprised. Not only her, but the surrounding Gu Tianji, Elder Mu, and the disciples of the Immortal Yearning sect were all shocked. They constantly examined Zhao Huai's face. They wanted to see if he was really that young. It should be known that in the immortal cultivation world, lifespan has always been a topic of interest for cultivators. Mortals without spiritual roots have a lifespan of 80 years, and they might not even break through the initiation stage. Sect disciples with spiritual roots can break through the initiation stage at the age of 50 due to the accumulation of resources, which is considered excellent. But their appearance still looks like a young person. That's because their lifespan has already reached 200 years, and their lifespan has only just passed 1/5, just beginning. Usually, a cultivator reaching perfect initiation stage will be over 100 years old by the time they reach the forming core stage, and breaking through to the golden core extends a person's lifespan to 500 years. Just like Elder Mu, he was over 200 years old. His lifespan had already reached the halfway mark of his life, so he was no longer young, but looked middle-aged. However, the genius of the immortal sect will be able to break through the initiation stage upon reaching adulthood, and officially begin forming core at the age of 30. This is the gap between the geniuses and the ordinary people. Yet for Zhao Huai, he has already begun to form core at the age of only 20. His talent undoubtedly seems to be above that of the immortal sect geniuses. That's why everyone was so surprised. In the immortal cultivation world, what is cultivation for? Isn't it for the path to eternal life? Lifespan is everything. With lifespan, there is the possibility of a comeback. With Zhao Huai's age, he might actually create a miracle. Zhao Huai looked helplessly and speechlessly at the expressions of everyone present. The Master Linglong had seen through his age with just one glance. Her cultivation was indeed very high. With the support of the Destiny Sea of Knowledge, his cultivation speed was naturally fast, especially with the demon-slaying destiny, which benefited him immensely. Zhao Huai looked at Master Linglong and said with profound eyes, "Palace. Master's cultivation is unfathomable, this trip cannot merely be to kill a demon king, right?" Facing such a mighty person, he still remained neither humble nor arrogant, maintaining necessary etiquette. With her realm, killing a demon king would only require a simple effort. There should be something else going on. Master Linglong glanced at Chu Yuking and smiled, "I came here this time to give a gift of destiny." "Oh? What destiny?" Zhao Huai raised an eyebrow, not knowing what destiny the other party was referring to. "My disciple has the innate icy phoenix heavenly spiritual root. If she can combine with the true dragon's flowing qi and practice dual cultivation, it can produce an astonishing effect. I just don't know if the young friend is willing or not." As these words came out, not only was Zhao Huai dumbfounded. Everyone around was also dumbfounded. Especially the male cultivators present, they looked at Zhao Huai's figure with envious eyes, hating the fact that their teeth itched. Dual cultivation. Dual cultivation with the exquisite fairy, this is an opportunity many people would want but never get. Even Master Linglong personally spoke, "This is too much of a blessing." Upon hearing these words, Gu Tianji of the Eternal Taoist Temple clenched his fists, his teeth also itching in hatred. "You old hag! You have no martial virtue! You bully the weak!" He constantly cursed in his heart. Master Linglong was taking advantage of her high seniority and cultivation to directly arrange Zhao Huai. Right now, Gu Tianji really wanted to call his own master over and have a 300-round fight with this old hag. Chapter 134, Negotiations conclude, with the gathering of 3 top-quality flowers worthy of the crown prince. Zhao Huai faced the terms proposed by the palace master of Exquisite Palace with a cleared mind, carefully glancing at Chu Yuking by his side. The woman was incredibly beautiful but terribly cold. It seemed as if there was nothing in her eyes besides cultivation. Such a woman was not to his taste. Besides, he was already a married man. Even if he was to take a concubine, he would need his wife's consent. Both factors made it clear that he wouldn't accept Chu Yuking. At a glance, Chu Yuking seemed even less appealing than the palace master of Exquisite Palace herself, considering how open-minded the latter was. What was he thinking? Ahem! At this moment, Gu Tianji let out an untimely cough, as if deliberately. Both the palace master of Exquisite Palace and Zhao Huai looked at him. Gu Tianji scratched his head, giving an awkward smile. Only then did the palace master of the Exquisite Palace let it pass. Her gaze landed on Zhao Huai again, calm as ever. She continued to wait for Zhao Huai's answer. She knew that such matters couldn't be rushed, time was needed for consideration. Gu Tianji's cough just now reminded Zhao Huai of his warning. "You can't resist, be careful, you'll be drained." Zhao Huai couldn't help but think. Did the cultivation technique of Exquisite Palace possess some unknown drawbacks? Would it take something away after dual cultivation? Soon, Zhao Huai decided not to think about it anymore. No matter what, he couldn't possibly dual cultivate with Exquisite Fairy. At this moment, Zhao Huai's gaze also turned serious. "I apologize, Senior. I am wholeheartedly pursuing the immortal path, hoping to rely on my own strength, not external forces or the help of others. Moreover, I've just met the Exquisite Fairy and I can't agree to such a request, please forgive me." Zhao Huai was not only serious but also quite justified, showing no signs of being flustered. Upon hearing this, most of the surrounding cultivators couldn't help nodding. On one hand, they admired Zhao Huai for resisting the temptation. On the other hand, they admired him for speaking up in front of the palace master of the Exquisite Palace. The palace master of the Exquisite Palace smiled faintly and spoke gently. "Young friend, the path to immortality is long and hard, against the heavens, you either move forward or slide back. You have ambition, which is good. But if you are alone, even if you cultivate into an immortal, what then? To spend 1,000 or 10,000 years alone, giving up the best years of your life, for a distant immortal path. Aren't men supposed to aspire for power to rule the world and kneel before beauty in their lives? Choose Exquisite Palace, and you could lay on different beautiful knees every day. As for power, it will come effortlessly." 1. Zhao Huai just wanted to explain, but the palace master of the Exquisite Palace interrupted him and softly said, "Only after enjoying these things can you say that they're meaningless, uninteresting, and all but a handful of dust. But let me ask you, have you had them before?" The palace master of the Exquisite Palace was indeed someone who lived for thousands of years. With these words, she had closed all retreats for Zhao Huai and baited out the latent desires deep within him. Would one choose a monotonous life to cultivate into an immortal, or choose a life filled with beauties accompanying you along the path to immortality? For an ordinary person, the choice might be easy. After all, who doesn't like beautiful women? Who wouldn't be tempted? However, Zhao Huai didn't fall for her provocations. Ever since his solitary ride and an overnight tour in the capital, his heart already held the answer. On the path of cultivation, there was only room for one. "My apologies, but I already have someone I hold dear in my heart." One sentence was enough to express his stance. Hearing his response, the palace master of the exquisite palace showed no change in expression, while the surrounding cultivators were quite surprised. They couldn't believe Zhao Huai was actually rejecting such a prospect. Elder Mu looked at Zhao Huai's back with admiration in his eyes. It was indeed a man capable of bearing the national fortune of Yan country. One, his persistence and Taoist mind already surpassed many. Chu Longxiang's eyes were filled with a complex emotion, as he thought he was only inferior to Zhao Huai in talent, but it turned out he was also inferior in mindset. Gu Tianji was very satisfied with Zhao Huai's answer, and promptly praised him. The allure of women can lead heroes to their graves. But with your talents, you might not be unable to cultivate into an immortal in the future. After becoming an immortal, there wouldn't be a woman you couldn't have. Not to mention exquisite palace, all the beauties in the world would be in your hands. However, just as he finished speaking, he was glanced at coldly by the palace master of the exquisite palace. Gu Tianji felt a buzz in his mind, and his face showed signs of suffering. It seemed he had been subjected to some kind of torment. He almost forgot that, in front of this level of powerful people, even transmission of sound wouldn't work. The palace master of the exquisite palace didn't want to apply too much force. A simple warning was enough. After all, he was the senior disciple of the Eternal Taoist Temple. She didn't want the master of the Eternal Taoist Temple coming after her. Your Highness has grown up. Seeing Zhao Huai's firm stance, Song Heking couldn't help but wipe away a tear that slipped down his cheek. He didn't know what hardships His Highness had gone through over the years. In his previous impressions, Zhao Huai was just a playboy who idled around all day. He couldn't even resist feminine attraction, let alone handle more difficult tasks. After a moment of silence, the palace master of the exquisite palace calmly asked, "So, you're choosing the Eternal Taoist Temple?" For some reason, a heavy, oppressive feeling rushed upon them. Zhao Huai suddenly felt a surge of pressure. But he still shook his head and said with a serious tone, "Senior, Brother Gu, Fairy Yuking, and everyone here represents the immortal sect, coming to help me. I am truly grateful and intimidated. However, I cannot give you all a satisfactory answer. I hope you understand." Chapter 135, Negotiations conclude, with the gathering of 3 top-quality flowers worthy of the Crown Prince too. The reason is simple. You may not know that during the 3 years since the fall of Yan country, I have been living in the mortal world, already accustomed to the secular life. Therefore, I am unable to accept the current situation, and I lack the strength and capital to give you all an explanation. How about this? Give me some time, a period of 3 years. In these 3 years, if Yan country's national fortune is revitalized, and it rises again in the east, it would not be too late for you all to come back. Although Yan country's national fortune has revived for now, there is still a long way to go before restoration, which is not worth offering such generous conditions. 3 years are nothing to you, just a snap of a finger. After 3 years, if the situation of Yan country is thriving, I will have the capital to negotiate, and Yan country will be worth your investment. What do you think of this?" Zhao Huai's words were as comprehensive as it could be. No matter which immortal sect he chooses, he will undoubtedly offend other immortal sects. Because his strength is not at the level where he can negotiate with the immortal sects, he can only make passive choices. So the best option is not to choose any of them. Then it is one word. Drag. 2 words, hard drag. After gaining the power to bargain, he won't be caught in the middle, like he is now. Zhao Huai dares to say this because he has seen through these immortal sects. As Yan country's national fortune revives, everyone wants a piece of it. He uses their mentality to strike a balance. They definitely won't dare to do anything to him. On the contrary, they can only protect him well. In this way, it gives everyone a step back, saving face for everyone. Otherwise, how long will the quarreling continue? His words indeed made the 3 people fell into deep thought. Zhao Huai's words are not unreasonable. Although Yan country's national fortune has revived, it is still like a flame relighting from ashes. Whether it can compete with the youthful Xia country is still an unknown. If Yan country fails, wouldn't their investment be in vain? After a moment of silence, Gu Tianji spoke first. You are right. If Yan country cannot be restored, everything we say is just empty words. Waiting for a while is indeed the best option. I, on behalf of Eternal Taoist Temple, agree to this arrangement. Only a strong Yan country is what they want to see. Due to the restriction of not interfering with the mortal world, they actually can't help Zhao Huai except for keeping him safe. They can only wait for the contest between Yan country and Xia country. If Zhao Huai fails from the very beginning, it only means that their judgment is wrong. At least they have to wait until Yan country shows signs of growth before they can feel completely at ease. Not only does he think this way, but the master of the exquisite palace has also considered this aspect. The true dragon of Yan is called the true dragon because of its ability to be reborn from the constraint. Over-assistance or other influences will hinder its growth. Yan country is still very fragile at present. Why not wait and see? Anyway, it's just a few years. For her, time passes in the blink of an eye. She usually closes for a retreat, which lasts for 100 years. The master of the exquisite palace also understood this and agreed. It's acceptable. Seeing that both sides accepted his proposal, Zhao Huai breathed a sigh of relief. However, sir, your safety is still crucial. I have the essentials of the top magic technique, 10,000 swords return to sect, which I will teach you as a means of self-defense. Soon, Gu Tianji smiled slowly and pointed his finger at Zhao Huai's forehead. The spiritual light surged, turning into a flash of light that went into his mind. Zhao Huai immediately felt an additional cultivation technique in his brain. It is indeed the essentials of the 10,000 swords return to sect. With the heavenly heart wisdom eyes destiny, he learned it at a glance. After a brief look, it is indeed a powerful magic technique. Commanding tens of thousands of sword chi, it has the power to cover the sky. Upon seeing this, the master of the exquisite palace understood the intention. This is sending charcoal in the snow. Once Yan country is restored, there will be no place for them. Now, they need to make the true dragon of Yan remember their immortal sex kindness. So, the master of the exquisite palace pushed Chu Yuking forward and showed a smile. My disciple Yu Qing will stay by your side to serve you. Meanwhile, she will cultivate the relationship. She won't interfere with your affairs, nor will she interfere with the matters of the mortal world. She can handle simple things like serving tea and water. Speaking of which, it's a coincidence that Yu Qing's father was once a member of Yan country's officials, so you can be considered as family. The master of the exquisite palace didn't care if Zhao Huai had a lover or how many lovers he had. What she cared about was whether Chu Yuking could be with Zhao Huai, inherit her mantle, and continue the inheritance of the exquisite palace. Listening to her words, Zhao Huai's expression became strange. Even if it is to be a maidservant, she will send her disciple over? This master is ruthless. Then, the master of the exquisite palace secretly communicated to Zhao Huai, in a voice that only he could hear, "Don't worry, my disciple may seem cold on the outside, but she's warm on the inside. She's been in the mountains for too long and doesn't know much about worldly matters. But once you get close to her, you'll know how good she is." Upon hearing this slightly ambiguous remark, Zhao Huai couldn't help but stare. What does she mean by getting close and knowing how good she is? The master of the exquisite palace smiled and retreated one step, then turned to Chu Yuking and said, "Yu Qing, stay well with young master Zhao and make sure to protect his safety." Chapter 136, Negotiations conclude, with the gathering of 3 top-quality flowers worthy of the Crown Prince 3. Remember what your master has taught you in the Immortal Palace, seize the opportunity. Whether you can make a breakthrough in your cultivation depends on yourself. The latter part of the sentence, the master of the exquisite palace said through voice transmission, which Zhao Huai could not hear. "I know. Master Lord." Chu Yuking's face flushed red, not knowing what to think of. Seeing this scene, Gu Tianji's face darkened. This old woman is so cunning. He gave her cultivation techniques, and she directly sent someone. How could he be stingy in return? It seems that he needs to pay a hefty price. Gu Tianji quickly took out a crystal-clear spirit fruit from his storage ring. It was full of spiritual qi and looked like a child. The fragrance spread out, immediately attracting the attention of the surrounding cultivators. What a peculiar spirit fruit! It's so rich in spiritual qi, I want to eat it just by looking. My goodness! This is the eternal Taoist temple's ginseng fruit. One fruit can be worth 100 years of cultivation. Yes, I've heard that many high-ranking and powerful cultivators can't even get one. Gu Tianji actually gave it away. Gu Tianji, with an unchanged expression, handed the ginseng fruit to Zhao Huai, and said earnestly, "Brother Zhao, this is our Taoist temple's unique ginseng fruit. One fruit can be worth 100 years of cultivation, but remember, don't push yourself. Absorb as much as you can, forcing yourself could cause your body to explode and die. This ginseng fruit is indeed good, but its spiritual power is too strong. Ordinary cultivators can't bear it at all. It is just suitable for Golden Core Late Realm and Rebirth Realm cultivators. Those in the refining qi initiation stage or beginning to form the core stages cannot fully refine the spiritual power of the ginseng fruit at once. If they forcibly absorb it, they will be blown up by the spiritual power and die. So the best method is to store it in the body and slowly absorb it." Zhao Huai understood the warning and nodded. It seems that the more ginseng fruit one takes, the better, but it still depends on the realm. He obtained a top-grade cultivation technique, picked up a beautiful maid, and even got a ginseng fruit for free. Zhao Huai had won big this time. He could feel the malicious gazes from the people around him from time to time. Filled with intense jealousy. "Young Zhao, the master of this palace will come to find you again in 3 years." The master of the exquisite palace left such a sentence, turned into a phantom and suddenly disappeared, turning into a cluster of light that left. "Brother Zhao, see you again if fate allows." Gu Tianji seemed to sense something, also made his farewell, smiled slightly, and handed over a jade token. "If you encounter a life-threatening situation, just wake up the token, and the people of the Eternal Taoist Temple will come." Zhao Huai took the token, nodding heavily. Soon, Gu Tianji disappeared in place as well. Most of the Immortal Sect disciples had already left, leaving only Chu Yuking. "We should go, too." Elder Mu chuckled, stroking his goatee. "The demons of Blackwind Cave died, so there is no need for the Immortal Yearning Sect to stay here. Take care, young friend." After Elder Mu finished speaking, he left with his disciples. Whether it was Yan country, Xia country, or the Immortal Sect's agreement with Zhao Huai, it had nothing to do with Immortal Yearning Sect, they could only be observers. "Farewell." Chu Longxiang took a deed look at Zhao Huai and left on his sword. There were only some of Yan country's former department left in front of him. The matter of the demons hiding in the city of Blackwind Cave has come to a slow end. At this time, a group of respected purple light entered Zhao Huai's mind. As the ball of light split into three brilliantly shining purple flowers emerged. The entire sea of consciousness was illuminated. In the end, the three merged into one, turning into an ultimate purple light. After the purple flowers bloomed, the character for destiny appeared. 3 flowers gathering at the top, intermediate sky grade, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit to return to emptiness. When the 3 flowers gather together, one can rush through the glory of essence, qi, and spirit. Your cultivation speed will greatly increase, and your spiritual power and primordial spirit cultivation will greatly improve. Humans, earth, and heavens are considered the 3 flowers. The so-called gathering at the top means that the essence, qi, and spirit are mixed together and gathered in the mysterious orifice. Simply put, this is an all-encompassing destiny, including the improvement of cultivation speed for essence, qi, and spirit. After incorporating the destiny into his body, Zhao Huai felt a significant change. First of all, spiritual qi began to automatically enter his body, circulate through the heavens and earth, and transform into purer true vigor. It was much stronger than before. It is important to know that the initiation realm is about competing with magic, and magic relies entirely on the strength and storage of true vigor. With this destiny, the spiritual qi can fill up quickly, making it very practical. At the same time, his sea of mental consciousness was nourished by an energizing force that transformed it from a large bell into 3 huge immortal flowers. 3 immortal flowers guarded the spirit platform, repelling evil spirits, purifying the deist mind, and the spiritual power was slowly growing under its influence. In the past, this would have been inconceivable, as the growth of spiritual power must have been tied to the realm. But now, even if Zhao Huai didn't break through the realm, his spiritual power would still be slowly growing. In other words, he didn't have to do anything to automatically cultivate. As for the last one, the primordial spirit, he hadn't felt it yet. This must have been because his own cultivation was too low. All humans have a primordial spirit. However, awakening the primordial spirit requires reaching a high realm. It is said that immortals can use their primordial spirit to fight enemies and display the law and order of the heavens and earth. The auxiliary cultivation effect of 3 flowers gathering at the top is undoubtedly the highest among all cultivation destinies. It's absolutely a fully equipped version of the diligent reader. After quickly examining the destiny, Zhao Huai turned his gaze to Chu Yuking, who was nearby, and reassured her. Fairy Yuking, I have an understanding of the immortal sex affairs. Don't listen to the palace master's words. I, Zhao, am not one to give in to others' coercion. This time when we go down the mountain, you can treat it as a tour. Just explore around and rent an inn, wouldn't that be great? Chu Yuking obediently nodded. I'll go wherever the young master goes, and whatever you say is final. His. After hearing this, Zhao Huai took a breath of cold air. With this kind of attitude, it wouldn't be easy to send her away. Was it really necessary to bring her home? Witnessing the drama for a long time but remaining silent, the Raven Sex holy maiden Yin Nanyu, who was on the side, finally had a chance to face Zhao Huai. Just now, the pressing atmosphere of the immortal sect and the sneak attack by the Bat Demon King were not something she could handle. Staring at Zhao Huai's face, she pondered. The voice of the man in front of her seemed to be the same as that of the pig demon. Could it be the same person? But their auras were different. After seeing Yin Nanyu, Song Heking smiled and held her hand, introducing her to Zhao Huai. Your Highness, this woman is intelligent, decisive, and resourceful. This old servant has tested her for a long time in prison. Whether in tactics or breadth of vision, she is the best. She will be a great help on the road to reviving our country. In this old servant's opinion, she is the perfect candidate for the position of Crown Prince's wife. P.S. A 5,000-word chapter seeking votes. Chapter 137, The Fairy and the Saintess, 2 Women's Contradictions, Northern Wolf Empire, Chaos Begins on the Border. Zhao Huai heard Song Heking's words, glanced at his meaningful eyes, and hesitated for a moment. What the hell? Crown Prince's wife? Yan country hasn't even been restored yet, and you're already thinking about establishing a Crown Prince's wife? Isn't that going too far? Even if one were to establish a Crown Prince's wife or an empress, it should be madam, or else it wouldn't have the right taste, and no one else would be qualified. Somehow, the image of Yu Qinghan in a luxurious gold-embroidered palace dress, with authoritative phoenix eyes and motherly grace, had already appeared in Zhao Huai's mind. The empress in the palace, and the one in bed. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Changing his train of thought and pondering for a while, he felt it was inappropriate again. Madam was from a prominent family in Xia country. If he really restored Yan country, would there be any adverse effects? There shouldn't be any problems, right? Zhao Huai believed that after the battle in the capital city, Madam was utterly disappointed with Xia country and should not have any deep feelings for it. When Yan country truly rises again, he will tell her the news at that time. In the past, the identity of the crown prince didn't matter, because Yan country had already perished, and the identity was almost invisible. But now, with the immortal sects successively emerging, Yan country's national fortune reviving, and various forces turning their attention to the emerging true dragon of Yan country, himself. Even if he didn't want to restore the country, he would be pushed by the great trend to do so. But he really didn't want to worry about these things. Just thinking about all the matters made Zhao Huai feel tired again. Why not just delegate all the affairs to his subordinates and be a behind-the-scenes boss, and focus on cultivating slowly? First, let's see how many people are left in Old Song's former Yan country department and how much residual power is left. Weigh their strength. There is plenty of time, so there is no need to hurry. With the blessing of destiny in these 3 years, it was more than enough for him to break through to the Golden Core realm. Your Highness, what do you think? Seeing that Zhao Huai had not answered for a long time, Song Heking could not help but ask. After thinking about it, Zhao Huai retracted his thoughts and glanced at the silver-haired woman beside him. Song Heking used to be the Prime Minister of Yan country. The former Prime Minister should be capable as he went through the examination and testing phase. He must have extraordinary abilities. But to be honest, he had not closely examined this woman. He had previously thought that she was just a cultivator of a sect being hunted down. Her fair face, clear eyes like gems, and snow-white silver hair draped over her shoulders indeed made her a beautiful figure. What's your name? Zhao Huai asked. Yin Nanyu. Yin Nanyu spoke indifferently. Zhao Huai looked at her while she stared at Zhao Huai as well. He was indeed a rare, clean and handsome man. He did not restrain his aura, a faint trace of pressure emanating from him. It should have come from the suppression of the forming core phase. The young man before her had shocked her greatly. On the one hand, he was the crown prince of Yan country, and on the other hand, he had awakened the dormant Yan country's national fortune. Most importantly, he had saved her. After much observation, Yin Nanyu could basically determine that this man was definitely the pig demon who had carried her into the demon prison just a day ago. Although she had not opened her eyes, she had faintly felt the swaying motion, being carried on someone's shoulder. Her original plan was to thank him properly. Let Zhao Huai join the Holy Raven sect and grant him a protector. Experience the baptism of the Raven, and let him serve her. But later, she discovered that he was actually the crown prince of Yan country. In this case, the plan was shattered. After all, the Holy Raven sect's fortune and Yan country's national fortune could not coexist. However, it wasn't until she saw the transaction between the immortal sect and that Yin Nanyu realized she could use the power of Yan country to fight against Xia country. It was her perspective. Now, Xia country is strong, and Yan country is weak. Xia country's national fortune must be stronger than Yan country's. If the Raven sect could gain benefits from the struggle between these two countries, wouldn't they profit a lot? Think about it, when assisting Yan country to fight against Xia country, they could nibble away at Xia country's national fortune. After the rise of Yan country, they could help Xia country again, nibbling away at Yan country's national fortune. By the time both countries were weakened, the Raven sect would be able to benefit from the sidelines, swallow and merge them, rise to prominence, and dominate the world. Of course, there is one drawback to this approach, which is a very important point. She must first gain the trust of the Crown Prince of Yan country. He was the core figure in the restoration of Yan country, and without him, it would be impossible. At present, she had already dealt with the former Yan country's prime minister. The next step would be to make the Crown Prince take a fancy to her and stabilize Yan country's situation, so as to secure the foundation. If lucky, they could grasp the power within Yan country, have great authority, and be more conducive to the implementation of their plan, making it even easier to nibble away at Yan country's national fortune. The only person who might be aggrieved perhaps was herself. she might have to sacrifice her appearance and cater to his preferences. However, for the great cause of the sect, a little grievance would not matter. The great cause of the Raven sect was the most important thing. Xia country's imperial court was hunting down the Raven sect nationwide. If she didn't find a way out now, everything would be irretrievable when the time comes. Yin Nanyu, who had already thought things through, sighed in front of Zhao Huai and said, "I was originally a disciple of Birdie sect. However, in the middle of the journey, I encountered people from the Devil sect who coveted my sect's secret techniques, and the sect was destroyed overnight. Before my Master Lord died, he sent me on a journey. I narrowly escaped death several times, thanks to young Master." Yin Nanyu's head drooped, her eyes dimmed, and her expression became dull. Chapter 138, Fairy vs Saintess, conflict between the two women, Northern Wolf Empire, border chaos begins too. It seemed as if they had indeed been exterminated, revealing a sense of numbness. Seeing her like this, nodded solemnly, showing great understanding. The Immortal sect and the Devil sect are mortal enemies. Small sects beneath them are like cannon fodder. Every once in a while, the immortal cultivation world would indeed hear tragic news of extermination, mostly because these small sects had acquired some universal treasures they shouldn't have. If the young lady wishes to come back with me, she is welcome to do so. My family has many properties and there are a few suitable accommodations. If you decide to leave, I won't stop you." Zhao Huai's expression was very serious. He wouldn't force anyone. Whether to stay or go, it was up to her. A triumphant look flashed across Yin Nanyu's eyes, but her face showed helplessness. "I have nowhere else to go right now, so I'd better follow the young master." "Good, young lady, with your strategy and courage, the Yan country will surely not treat you unfairly." Upon hearing this, Song Heking stroked his beard and smiled. As an old fox, his flattery came naturally. "Young master, I think she is not a good person." Exquisite fairy Chu Yuking stared at Yin Nanyu with her beautiful eyes for a moment, then gave her evaluation. Just one sentence made the atmosphere at the scene extremely silent. Why do you say that?" Zhao Huai forced a bitter smile, not being able to hit or scold her. Because his strength was not as strong as hers and she was the treasured disciple of the palace master of the exquisite palace. How could he really treat her as a maidservant? The situation was somewhat awkward for a moment. "Intuition," Chu Yuking said very seriously, as if she were not lying. "What do you mean, young lady?" Yin Nanyu knew it was her turn to speak and directly asked, "Are you saying that the deaths of hundreds of disciples in my sect are all fake?" When she thought about how she had escaped alone, while the hundreds of sect members sent to protect her had all died, her heart ached with pain. Her voice had a touch of sadness, adding credibility to her words. "I didn't say that." Chu Yuking's aura was not weak either, and she said indifferently. Yin Nanyu's face darkened, and her eyes narrowed involuntarily. One was the exquisite fairy, the other was the holy maiden of the Raven sect. Their auras clashed fiercely, though seemingly invisible. Zhao Huai, who was in the middle, sensed the confrontation and stepped in to mediate. "Fairy Yu Qing has always been so direct and open-hearted, try to understand and get used to it." The palace master spoke in a rather bold manner, which was her business. As for Yu Qing, she was clearly a pure and naive little sister, no, a pure and naive big sister. Although she was beautiful, her words were indeed straightforward. So straightforward. Zhao Huai could understand and hoped Yin Nanyu could understand as well. Seeing Zhao Huai seemingly struggling, Chu Yuking didn't continue to target Yin Nanyu, but instead remembered her mission and turned to Zhao Huai, saying, "I can pass on the exquisite 9 spheres to you, so we can engage in dual cultivation." "For real?" asked Slight of Surgerist. "Of course." Chu Yuking nodded gently. "Before, I said that feelings between men and women should be voluntary. Don't just listen to the palace master. If there's no love between two people, what's the difference between them and puppets?" Zhao Huai could only use these words to dissuade her. "It's fine to joke around, but if it came to being an emotionless instrument for dual cultivation, Zhao Huai thought it was truly unbearable. Even if they were together, they wouldn't be happy. Hearing Zhao Huai's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Yin Nanyu's eyes. After seeing a stunning woman like exquisite fairy, Yin Nanyu didn't expect Zhao Huai to actually reject her and speak such gentlemanly words. Just look at the expressions of those cultivators around her, each one was bewitched by exquisite fairy Chu Yuking. Comparing her to Zhao Huai now, the difference couldn't be more obvious. There truly was a difference between people. Seeing Chu Yuking's rejection, Yin Nanyu gloated and added, "The fairy has just met the royal crown prince and doesn't have any feelings for him yet. Isn't forcing dual cultivation too difficult?" Chu Yuking didn't seem to mind and seriously said, "It's my fault. Please rest assured, I will try my best to develop feelings, either by liking you or by winning your affection." Chu Yuking spoke very solemnly. However, her words sounded quite odd. What does trying one's best to like mean? Do I have bad conditions? It gave people a feeling that this was just a mission assigned by the Master Lord. Ah, forget it. Zhao Huai sighed, not wanting to argue with her any longer. Perhaps exquisite fairy was just like that. To put it nicely, she was an otherworldly fairy untouched by worldly things. To put it bluntly, she was an ignorant dweller who didn't understand the feelings between men and women. Seeing the atmosphere calming down, Song Heking respectfully asked, "Your Highness, where shall we go now? To my territory or? Let's go, follow me." In the end, Zhao Huai glanced at the now silent Tianmu mountain and slowly instructed the crowd behind him. He had a plan in his heart. While the Xia's territory was undergoing great turmoil, the situation in the far north of the central state was not peaceful either. In the far north, in the direction of the border with the north, the land was desolate. The yellow Goba stretched out, with gullies crisscrossing like they were carved with knives and axes. But beyond this Goba, a vast plain could be seen. At the center of the plain, spanning 10,000 li, stood a huge black iron city. Chapter 139 Fairy vs. Saintess, conflict between the two women, Northern Wolf Empire, start of border chaos 3. This is the capital of the Northern Wolf Empire. The Northern Wolf Empire is located above the northern territory of Central State, separated from the Xia country by a stretch of the Gobi Desert. 800 years ago, when ancestor Yan Ziu descended into this world, the Northern Wolf Empire did not yet exist. However, since Yan country was established, the shadow of the Northern Wolf gradually appeared in the classics. They worshipped the Heavenly Wolf, using the totem of the Heavenly Wolf as a symbol of their national fortune, and were thus named. Whether the common people of Central State or the imperial court, they referred to them as alien tribes. Some say that the god revered by the Northern Wolf Empire is an evil deity from the heavens, because they are often in conflict with the Central State country, erupting into war. During the time of ancestor Yan Ziu, the Northern Wolf was insignificant, merely a nomadic tribe, but after the departure of ancestor Yan Ziu, the Northern Wolf gradually began to swallow up the surrounding small countries, tribal city-states, slowly growing stronger. After 100 years of expansion, the Northern Wolf Empire as it currently stands was established. The Northern Wolf Empire was established 300 years ago. Its overall power, taking into consideration aspects such as economy, civilian welfare, and cultivator strength, couldn't compare to neither Yan country nor Xia country, but their military strength was rapidly developing and had always been a thorn in the side for both Yan country and Xia country in the north. Beneath the Northern Wolf giant city, there were countless pavilions and fortresses, crisscrossing stone streets. Their architectural style differs from that of the Xia country. Most structures were built with sturdy stones, their roofs being round and only exposing one window. Clip-clop. A stout black steed galloped over the smooth stone road, with an armored soldier riding on it. He held up a red flag as he journeyed towards the imperial palace at the highest point of the city. The pedestrians on the street glanced at them repeatedly. Their appearances were also unique, with wide nostrils, prominent noses, dark skin, and they were all extremely tall. Most were dressed with headscarves, with furry beast skins decorating both sides. At the height of the giant city, there was a giant peach tree that reached all the way to the heavens and drilled into the ground. Its massive roots resembled dragons coiling around the entire giant city, seemingly encircling it. The peach tree's bark was rough like a rock, but the peach blossoms on its branches were a fiery red. Wolf Capital Palace. The ceiling of the main hall was adorned with gems of all colors, resembling the dazzling stars in the heavens. The floor was covered with soft, rare animal furs. The heads of countless precious spirit beasts and gigantic demonic bones were hung on both sides of the corridor, seemingly to showcase their martial arts prowess. The entire main hall was extravagant and luxuriously decorated. Even the recently renovated imperial palace of Xia could not match this ostentation. The sound of laughter echoed faintly. The sound of the animal skin drums occasionally rang out, with tones as sweet as the voice of a warbler coming through. Despite this, no excessive noise could be heard. The beautiful women inside boasted wheat-colored skin, long legs, and flat belly with not a trace of fat. Their dance movements were agile, somewhat wild, and their heads were adorned with small braids. A man, cloaked in a black robe and adorned with a white, ivory hairpin, sat on the throne. His hawk-like eyes were glued to the seductive beauty. He was the present-day highest ruler of the Northern Wolf Empire, the Wolf Emperor. Report. An armored soldier holding a flag broke into the main hall, interrupting the ongoing song and dance. "What's the matter?" the Wolf Emperor asked indifferently. New news from the insider in the south. Xia's border affairs have recently seen frequent troop movements and many city walls are extremely vulnerable. The number of border inspections has gone from 3 times a day to once a day. The commander speculates that something is happening within Xia. Oh! Upon hearing this news, the Wolf Emperor's hawk-like eyes suddenly brightened, revealing a glint. "Quick! Issue my order, hurry to convene the parliamentary assembly." The soldier hastily left to deliver the message after receiving the order. The Wolf Emperor waved his hand, signaling the dancers to step down, before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! I have finally waited for this day. Zhao Yan, you brat, sir you're both dead. Now, who can stand against me, the Northern Wolf?" Imperial Palace, Parliamentary Assembly Hall. The silver-armored generals were lined up on both sides, their wolf-head shoulder pads exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Many ministers in dark gowns stood in a huge expanse of sand. The Northern Wolf was of the water element, thus their ceremonial attire was majorly dark black. "Your Majesty, I believe, now is a good opportunity to attack the Xia from the south. Right, Yan country's national fortune is reviving, they must have a showdown with the Xia. We absolutely can't let this kind of opportunity slip. We have been hiding our strength for hundreds of years, now it's time to have a result. Yes, why do we have to endure hardships and trials in this cold and desolate land, while the descendants of ancestor Yan Zhou, those guys, occupy the center of the world's flowing qi?" Listening to the discussion of the ministers, the Wolf Emperor who was seated in the center went silent for a moment, then he opened his mouth to speak. "What are the results of the divine tree augury?" "In response to your Majesty, the results are very auspicious. We can attack." A man who was dressed in a grey long robe, small in stature, and with an average-looking face, stood up to speak. This man was the current imperial teacher of the Northern Wolf Empire. Huiyan Zhenli. "Oh ho! Attack! Oh ho! Attack! Oh ho! Attack!" His words resonated with many ministers of the Northern Wolf, they all agreed and shouted in unison. The Wolf Emperor, looking at the civil and martial officials below, revealed a fierce smile at the corner of his mouth. "Good, my loyal ministers, that's exactly what I think." He glanced at the guards on his left and right. "Issue my order, mobilize the army, prepare to head south." "Yes." The Wolf Emperor waved his hand to dismiss them, and a general immediately left the scene. The Wolf Emperor smiled as he looked at the Imperial teacher. "Imperial teacher, for this trek to the south, do you have any good ideas?" Huiyan Zhenli, the imperial teacher, stroked his beard, then he gave a meaningful smile. Your Majesty, our northern wolf's strength is substantial, we need not fear the Xia. However, this battle must be won beautifully, so they know that we, the northern wolf, are not weaklings that can be bullied at will. As long as we capture the territory of the Xia, our northern wolf can rise again at any time and even surpass the Xia, becoming the hegemon of the world. Hearing Zhao Yan's words, the wolf emperor's hawk eyes flashed with intense killing intent. Ha 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 ha! The imperial teacher speaks well, I am also thinking the same way. The wolf emperor, sitting on the throne, had an icy look in his eyes. He had been plotting this invasion for a long time, but had always lacked an opportunity. Although the Xia's army was formidable, it was too scattered, and its foundation was shallow. As long as he could seize a stronghold and establish a foothold, he could use his abundant resources to wage a national war against the Xia. His goal wasn't just the north, but the entire territory of the Xia Empire. The Wolf Emperor's hawk-eye pupils burst out with burning flame, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles creaking. A silent invasion of the Xia is about to unfold. P.S. I have been busy lately, so the updates may be delayed. To make up for it, I plan to post more updates next week. Chapter 140, Qjng Han's Initiation Stage, Regaining Military Power, an Emperor's Army in Changning. The bright sun shimmered on the grass, and the river's colors glazed across the curtains. The hustle and bustle of the market remained as lively as ever beneath the blue canopy of Jinzhou City's sky. Business was uneventful at Huai's pawnshop today. It was rare for the shopkeeper to be absent on this day. Instead, a young girl in a rosy dress took his place, dozing off with her head on the counter. This sight attracted many glances and whispers from passing pedestrians. In the past, a powerful-looking woman would take over the shop when the shopkeeper was away. But now, even she was gone, leaving a young girl in charge. How strange indeed! In the backyard of the pawnshop, a stunning beauty wearing a blue palace gown sat under a tree with her phoenix eyes closed. Her willow-like eyebrows, fair and snow-white skin, and a translucent blue shawl floating in the breeze all added to her faintly ethereal aura. She tied her long and flowing hair into a simple bun and adorned it with an elegant plum blossom hairpin. Yu Qinghan was quietly cultivating in the courtyard. Her cultivation speed was extremely fast. In just half a year, she had advanced from the 9th stage of refining qi to the threshold of breakthrough. This speed was undoubtedly rapid, outpacing a vast number of cultivators at the same level. Since her childhood, Yu Qinghan had been extraordinary. She never needed pills to aid her breakthroughs, nor did she rely on external items. She had never faced any bottlenecks. Despite starting her cultivation practice late, if Yu Qinghan desired and had enough time, she could achieve consecutive breakthroughs without interruption. However, later on, she devoted all her energy to establishing a unified Xia country, including her time and every single thought. Her cultivation progress naturally slowed down because she had exhausted her energy and wisdom. Still, even under these circumstances, Yu Qinghan was approaching the initiation realm at the tender age of 20. Her husband's immense strength put immense pressure on her. If she didn't catch up quickly, she would be the only one to pass away as they grew old together. Determined to catch up with her husband, Yu Qinghan cultivated day and night during Zhao Huai's absence. With her existing foundation, breakthroughs in the initiation realm would not be too difficult as long as she put in the diligence. Under the haze of faint blue true qi, Yu Qinghan's beauty was incomparable to anything in the world. Following a resounding boom, her aura stirred as the surrounding spiritual qi seemed to be guided towards her. The true qi within her delicate body gradually contracted and rapidly transformed, hardening and solidifying into true vigor of the initiation stage. However, Yu Qinghan's true qi was incredibly powerful and domineering, with an astonishing capacity, unlike any qi-refining realm cultivator. Only with such an advantage could she face her initiation. Now, as she was about to break through the initiation realm, her true qi would be transformed into true vigor, making her power rise by a significant level. That is to say, once she broke through to the initiation realm, Yu Qinghan's strength would not merely increase by several times but would soar exponentially, multiplying tens of times over. The condensed true vigor glimmered like a green gem, shining brilliantly. Ordinarily, true vigor would be in a gaseous form like fog, but her pure true vigor took the shape of a crystal. Its quality was nothing less than outstanding. The destructive force this unleashed was unimaginable. A glimmer flickered through Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes. She had now reached the initiation realm. She could distinctly feel that her lifespan had doubled. Her previously lustrous black hair became even more spiritual, her facial features more refined, without a single flaw. Her temperament became more elusive, imbued with a touch of immortality. There were no ugly cultivators. There was indeed some truth to this saying. Typically, during their initiation, cultivators would have to undergo several cycles of marrow cleansing and transformation. Any defects on their faces would be purged, and their physiques and facial features would gradually change to reach an optimal state. For Yu Qinghan, this was like adding flowers to a beautiful fenestretti. Her strong physique meant she had little impurities, and she barely went through the process of marrow cleansing and transformation, instead only perspiring a sweet fragrance. One should know that ordinary cultivators had to go through 1 to 3 cycles of marrow cleansing and transformation to break through successfully. When Zhao Huai had initiated, he had undergone 3 days and nights of marrow cleansing, his true qi taking an incredibly long time to transform into true vigor. He had to endure excruciating pain before he finally broke through. However, Yu Qinghan was different. Her marrow cleansing and transformation took only 1 hour, and her true qi transformed into true vigor within the time it took to burn 1 joss stick. Spiritual qi from the universe spontaneously converged towards her, making her breakthrough progress incredibly fast. In the backyard garden, the spiritual qi gathered by the spirit-gathering grass was entirely consumed by her. After her initiation, Yu Qinghan began to meditate again, solidifying her spiritual power. Whoosh! A significant wave of qi radiated from her center, rustling the plants and trees in the garden. In the depths of her mind, a grand phantom of a phoenix-skirted robe appeared behind Yu Qinghan. Majestic and imperious, the phantom's phoenix eyes stared intently. However, in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. This strange feeling. It's come again. Yu Qinghan furrowed her eyebrows and murmured. This unique sensation emerged when she joined the Limitless Immortal sect and participated in the spiritual root detection. Each time she made a breakthrough, this sense of connection became stronger. Once, the sect's elder had introduced her to the sect hierarch, the Limitless Taoist priest. At that time, the elder had an expression of utter amazement when faced with the Limitless Taoist priest. Yu Qinghan didn't know what surprise had been discovered. Back then, she was still young and hadn't quite understood, and she couldn't remember the specifics. She only recalled the Limitless Taoist priest personally checking her bones, then smiling at her with his white beard and wrinkled face, saying, Chapter 141, Qjian Han builds her foundation, resumes military command, Changning Imperial Army 2. I must pay more attention to protecting myself in the future. As she grew up, she often thought back to these memories from her time in the Immortal sect. She guessed that she must possess an exceptionally unique talent or physique that managed to draw the attention of the sect hierarch. But what exactly it was, she was clueless. Yu Qinghan suppressed her qi and refined her spirit, gradually stabilizing her cultivation. Sister, you've broken through. From outside the courtyard, a woman's voice rang out. Upon looking up, she saw Pei Xiangyun pushing the door open, her cute face filled with a smile. Clearly, her sister's breakthrough pleased her. After all, they had grown up together, and she was the only hope for her family, all depending on her alone. Yes, everything went smoothly. A faint smile appeared on Yu Qinghan's face as she nodded slowly. I'm glad you've broken through. It was so boring looking after the shop all these days. Pei Xiangyun complained, pouting, I don't know where brother-in-law has gone. I hope he's not fooling around, maybe he's found a mistress somewhere, while leaving sister alone here. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Qinghan gently tapped her head, speaking sternly. Your brother-in-law sent a letter saying there are demons near Jinzhou city. He responded to the immortal yearning sect and went to slay the demons. He should be back soon. She stated this, but still wasn't too sure, as her husband had indeed been away for a long time this time. To tell the truth, she wasn't used to it. If her husband's strength wasn't strong enough, she would have gone looking for him long ago. With her husband's strength, few in the mortal world could be his match. Plus, with the help of the immortal yearning sect, he should be unharmed. Forget it, let's not talk about brother-in-law anymore. Every time we talk about him, sister goes into a daze. Seeing Yu Qinghan zoning out, Pei Xiangyun said speechlessly. By the way, sister, have you heard? Recently, a big event happened that shook the Xia country. Pei Xiangyun glanced at her and said cautiously. What happened? Yu Qinghan replied with an indifferent look in her phoenix eyes. She had been cultivating for several days and truly didn't care about these things. Why would she care about these minor details given how the Xia country treated her? Her father and elder brother are dead, the Xia country is no longer what it used to be, who knows what it will become. Seeing Yu Qinghan's indifferent expression, Pei Xiangyun became a bit anxious and quickly said, Sister, you really don't know. The national fortune of Yan country has revived. Yan country. Upon hearing this name, Yu Qinghan's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. And in that very instant, time seemed to turn back to those endless days and nights on the battlefield 3 years ago. Dark skies, seas of blood and mountains of corpses, silver-armored men on white horses, icy cold halberds. 2 armies were confronting each other. Despite her dissuasion, her elder brother insisted on annihilating 400,000 soldiers of Yan country. A single success was built on countless bones. Now, perhaps all the curses are on her. Her thoughts returned to the present. Yu Qinghan turned her head and asked with a frown. Didn't Yan country already perish? Where does the national fortune come from? Her voice slightly anxious. My father said so, and it has been spread around the imperial court. Seeing Yu Qinghan's state, Pei Xiangyun quickly explained. Changning King Pei Ming. Yu Qinghan slowly said the name, falling into thought. Regarding this uncle, she had respect, but also some complaints. Not long ago, during the struggle in the capital city. Although his intention was to make her the empress, and he had even prepared properly, buying off the dungeon guards, and even after she escaped from the capital he set the jail on fire, eradicating all evidence of her. She completely disappeared from the sight of her second brother, allowing her to live a life of peace. But no matter how you look at it, he still used her as a pawn. It seems that this uncle of hers is very scheming, always hiding his true strength. He's not as he appears to the outside world, as a leisurely prince who often enjoys nature. So what exactly does he want to do? For the throne, or for something else? This puzzled her immensely. Changning King was probably the only family she had left in the mortal world apart from her husband. If possible, she hoped that they wouldn't become strangers when they met again. Because she hated the idea of the two confronting each other with weapons drawn. What kind of waves can the revival of the national fortune of the extinguished Yan country stir up? Yu Qinghan didn't think that the revival of a dynasty that had been extinct for 3 years would create any upheaval. She was once able to sweep Yan country with her absolute military power, and it has given her this confidence. The situation is not clear yet. The only certainty is that the old power of Yan country will take action soon. Pei Xiangyun analyzed. The people of Xia country are going to suffer again. Yu Qinghan could not help but sigh. This is unavoidable. Just as Pei Xiangyun finished speaking, the ground on the street began to shake. Thump, thump. The sound of horse hooves could be heard distinctly. Yu Qinghan stepped out of the gate, looking towards the street. She saw groups of silver-armored soldiers on horseback, lining both sides of the street. The tall banners read 2 words Changning. All the pedestrians were driven away, far from this area. The silver-armored soldiers cleared a path. A man wearing a helmet, a red cape hanging from his shoulders and armored in silver, stepped forward as the commander. He unfolded a piece of paper and read aloud. The order from Changning Royal Mansion, by Princess Pingyang as the commander of Changning Imperial Army, commands the entire army of the Royal Mansion, and is to go to the governor's mansion. What does Changning King mean? Yu Qinghan asked with a frown. This is the prince's order, the specific details are beyond my knowledge. The silver-armored commander replied with a salute. Please go with us, Senior General. Yu Qinghan remained silent, not responding. Instead, she looked at Pei Xiangyun. Pei Xiangyun, looking at Yu Qinghan, didn't know what to do either. Father didn't tell me anything. Sister, trust me, this is true. Pei Xiangyun explained helplessly. Maybe, you should first go to my father and see what the situation is. Yu Qinghan still didn't say a word. Since father has entrusted the military power to you, he must not mean to harm you. Seeing that her sister did not respond to her, Pei Xiangyun was near to tears. Sis. Let's go. Yu Qinghan's eyes closed, and when they opened again, it was as if she had made a decision. Now let's see what kind of game her uncle intends to play. In the luxurious mansion at the center of Jinzhou. The main hall was imposing, magnificent. The floor was paved with white jade, and there were 18 huge columns carved with coiled dragons. Probably, I've heard that Yan's people have already appeared in various parts of Xia. After repopulating and recovering these past few years, is Yan finally going to take action? Perhaps. If Prince has decided to take actions this time, it means they are prepared. At this moment, the main hall was packed with people, both men and women, all dressed differently. Yet, they all kneeled on one knee, their expressions utterly respectful. Among the present people, their cultivation was at least at the 3rd stage of refining qi. Even some at the 3rd grade cultivation were pushed outward. More people were outside the hall, where the view was blocked by a crowd of soldiers. In front of the main hall, a few people were standing whose cultivations were unfathomable, except that man sitting on the Suanyu seat at the foot of the column. No one possessed cultivation below the 1st grade. There was one person sitting above in the main hall. This man was dressed in royal purple, looked like a middle-aged uncle. His elegant face had a gentle smile on it, the eyebrows seemed a bit majestic. An extraordinary aura radiated from his body, like a steady mountain. No one dared to look straight at him. All people present did not dare to even breathe out loudly. Their expressions were incredibly serious and nervous. This was no ordinary person, but Changning King Pei Ming, who had come to Jinzhou. You have really worked hard during this period, uncle. Yu Qinghan entered the main hall, her flat voice carried a hint of indifference. You're too kind. Changning King Pei Ming smiled slightly, our hardships cannot be compared to the contributions you made in the past. It's like comparing grains of sand to a whole desert. Yu Qinghan solemnly said, just say what you want to say. Pei Xiangyun's brows furrowed slightly, a bad premonition sprung up in her heart. The look that Yu Qinghan had when she came in gave her an indescribable oppression. Changning King Pei Ming stared solemnly at Yu Qinghan and then released a shocking piece of news. Qinghan, I would like to make you the Empress. Chapter 142, Following the Trend, Princess becomes the Emperor, the sealed immortal spirit root. When Changning King Pei Ming uttered these words, the whole room was in an uproar. This news was enough to shake the court and the commonalty, overthrow the entire Xia country, and even change the fate of the Xia country. Who could have imagined that a royal uncle would want to support the princess to ascend the throne? The two were uncle and niece, and Changning King Pei Ming had fought alongside the first emperor when he was young, with a relationship as close as brothers. Their bond was forged on the battlefield. If the prince wanted to compete for the imperial throne, they would support and understand him. What they couldn't understand was why the prince didn't proclaim himself emperor, but rather supported his niece as the emperor. Was it because he was a king of a different surname and wanted to use princess as a puppet? If that was the case, why would he hand over military power to her? Wouldn't this move just expose his weakness to her? They truly couldn't comprehend this move, and their hearts were filled with doubts. Not only them, but even Yu Qinghan found it very strange. She furrowed her brows slightly and asked calmly, "Why did uncle suddenly decide to make me the emperor?" "It's just an excuse to rebel, I guess." Yu Qinghan dared to come because she knew that the other party's goal was definitely not to harm her, but rather to seek her help. From regaining control of military power to just now, every move relied on her. Pei Ming sighed slightly upon hearing her words and said with a hint of sadness on his face, shaking his head gently, "It's for both the Xia country and for you." A look of doubt appeared on Yu Qinghan's face. Did the other party just say nice words, or was it just hypocrisy? Yu Qinghan said indifferently, "You're not going to say something you think is good for me again, are you? If so, I'm sorry, but Xiang Yun has already said enough on your behalf. I think I haven't made any wrong moves or done anything wrong now. If you really want to lecture me, it's not necessary." Her tone was as strong as ever, and she glanced at Pei Xiangyun. Pei Xiangyun lowered her head when she heard this, feeling tormented by the quarrel between her father and Yu Qinghan. No, Pei Ming shook his head, "You haven't done anything wrong. On the contrary, you have contributed a lot to our entire Xia country. But only you can undertake this position, and it involves too much." Yu Qinghan showed a hint of mockery on her face, and said indifferently, "In that case, has uncle ever considered how a woman like me can bear this burden? Or am I just a puppet who has military power?" Changning King Pei Ming shook his head, saying, "No, Qinghan, you must not only inherit the imperial throne, but also make achievements that let the world know that you are the true master of the Xia country, and that the fortune of the Xia is truly in your hands." "That's not what I want." Yu Qinghan flatly refused him. "She wouldn't for." Changning King Pei Ming's face remained calm and his expression gradually became serious as he slowly said, "Qinghan, we have reached a critical moment. The national fortune of Yan country has revived, and if we don't push you to the throne, the imperial court of Xia country might not be able to remain stable." Yu Qinghan interrupted him, "Isn't my second brother doing a great job? Xia country is now very stable and fine, so why is uncle so pessimistic?" Changning King Pei Ming's eyes were heavy as he said, "Yunping is still too naive. He has disbanded a large number of troops, including a significant part of the North's army, which were used for famine relief in the Zhao Huai region. Although this can greatly alleviate the unrest caused by famine, it puts Xia country in a very dangerous situation. The wolf country in the north has always been ferocious, enjoying looting the borderlands. His actions will only hasten the outbreak of war between the two countries. I'm afraid the wolf country is already plotting to move southward, and if the two countries go to war, the harm it will bring will be even more terrifying than famine. You should know that once a war begins, it can never be stopped. This will be an extraordinary battle." Yu Qinghan snorted, "So what uncle means is that even if the northern border is broken, the soldiers of Xia country are just eating idly." Changning King Pei Ming stood up from his seat, looking serious. Not long ago, he established a national policy, appointed a large number of new scholars and those from humble families to various states and counties, replacing wave after wave from the previous dynasty, which has caused dissatisfaction among many people and alienated founding military officials. This move was unwise. Moreover, he focused all his attention on the remnants of Yan country and neglected external dangers which are far more damaging than those of Yan country. Our Xia country was founded on martial virtue, we cannot forget our roots. Can martial virtue establish a nation and mere Wenji stabilize it? Changning King Pei Ming's words were filled with sincerity. In summary, he had only one point. The current emperor, who valued literature over martial arts and only focused on domestic crises like eradicating the remaining fortune of Yan country and purging officials, had overlooked the dangers lurking outside. But now, the Xia country was not suitable for Wenji rule because it had not completely settled down. The apparent stability was only temporary and superficial. By the time a crisis arises, it will be too late. Mainly because Yu Yunping's nature was full of suspicion and had no sense of security about anything around him, including officials. He didn't even trust Pei Ming and even intensified his surveillance of him, but this little trick had long been seen through by the Changning king, who had been biding his time for years. Chapter 143, The Trend of the Times, Supporting the Princess as the Emperor, Sealing the Immortal Spirit Route 2. After hearing all this news, Yu Qinghan's mood became heavy, but there was no change in her expression and her tone remained indifferent. There's no need to say more. I have already considered this matter. I have no thoughts of ascending the throne. Having said that, she turned to leave. You don't want to? Changning King Pei Ming's gaze paused, and a touch of regret and deep concern flashed through his eyes. Not only do I not want to, but I also have no way to take such a step. With a calm expression, Yu Qinghan spoke with her back to the Changning king, her words resolute and unwavering. This statement shocked everyone in the main hall. She was not even interested in the imperial power. What had the senior general, who once commanded the three armies, experienced? What could make her give up her former ideals and leave behind the legendary battlefield? This was simply unthinkable. Thus, a man in black martial robe standing next to Changning King Pei Ming spoke up. The prince trusts Princess so much, but isn't her choice too inconsiderate and selfish? The martial robe man was a cultivator at the middle initiation stage, which was quite impressive. After all, reaching this realm meant one could live a carefree life in the mortal world. His gaze was unrestrained, staring at Yu Qinghan, and when she didn't speak, he continued. How did the former invincible princess become like this, forgetting her oath to take up arms, abandoning her comrades who once fought side by side, and losing her responsibility to support the world? Or has a life as a mortal taken away her former fighting spirit? If so, it would be best for the princess to give up the military order granted by the prince, as well as the jade token representing her identity as the senior general, and we will take her place to save the people. He was a guard protecting Changning King, and all his actions were for the prince's sake. Although Yu Qinghan was once a formidable marshal of the Xia, she was still a woman, and not many cultivators had high expectations for her. When the prince wanted the princess to take control of the military power, some of them felt uneasy. Despite having a close relationship, their loyalty still lay with the prince. You want to stop me? Yu Qinghan raised her eyebrows, speaking impassively. It was only because of his own cultivation and speaking on behalf of the prince that the martial robe man had the confidence to act like this. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Yu Qinghan's jade hands were behind her, taking a step towards the martial robe man. An airwave spread out around her, her blue palace dress fluttering with the wind, making a rustling sound. Whoosh! Next moment, crystal-like true vigor appeared on her body's surface, flickering with a dazzling glow that made one's head spin. Extremely powerful true vigor was emitted from Yu Qinghan's body. It was the symbol of initiation stage. The cultivators present knew that Yu Qinghan was powerful, capable of refining qi and fighting at initiation stage, but they were still shocked by the sudden display of this powerful true vigor. Initiation stage at just over 20 years old was considered a genius, even in the immortal sect, right? Even the martial robe man in the middle initiation stage seemed inferior in her presence. Yu Qinghan's solid true vigor formed various illusions of spiritual objects, flowers, birds of prey, beasts. It was a symbol of a powerful cultivator at the initiation stage, able to transform qi into form. Legend had it that only cultivators with the utmost potential could transform qi into form in the initiation realm ahead of time. Just like Zhao Huai's alchemical transformation of life. He had just reached the late initiation stage and had already formed these phenomena, demonstrating his extraordinary talent. Yu Qinghan's performance was even more terrifying. Her true vigor had already crystallized upon just breaking through to the initiation stage. No one understood this better than the martial robe man before them. Changning King Pei Ming, Pei Xiangyun, and the many cultivators in the lower hall of the palace were filled with awe. The entire palace was enveloped in an atmosphere that was freezing, as if a great oppressive force was pressing down on them. What's going on? What a terrifying oppressive force! The gathered cultivators felt a chill run down their spines and sweat on their foreheads as if a dragon was surging directly into their minds. Boom! The entire main hall was enveloped in oppressive force. As Yu Qinghan slowly walked towards the entrance, her momentum continued to escalate, forcing the surrounding cultivators blocking her way to retreat. Is this initiation stage? Oh my! What a terrifying oppressive force, it feels like a late initiation stage senior. Princess's realm has advanced. Even as a chi refiner, she was unrivaled, but now she has reached the initiation stage, who can be her opponent? The oppressive force swept over, with people occasionally expressing their astonishment and awe at Princess's terrifying strength, showing reverence for this powerful force. With her aura fully activated, Yu Qinghan maintained an indifferent expression, her sea of true vigor appearing like a sunlit sea on her body. True vigor turned to jade just as broke through initiation stage. Her oppressive force was comparable to that of the late initiation stage. This terrifying power silenced the entire hall, making it so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. After a while, a guard came to his senses, murmuring, "If the princess ascends the throne, maybe the Xia country will become even better. With such a great general, how could Xia be anything but prosperous?" The many silver-armored soldiers who were watching Yu Qinghan's display of power looked at her with a touch of disbelief in their eyes. Would this legendary woman become their general in the future? Chapter 144, The Trend, Honoring the Princess as the Emperor, the Sealed Immortal Spiritual Route 3. Yu Qinghan's steps have already taken her past the main hall's entrance, heading outside. Indifferently, she glanced at the soldiers. Instantly, the soldiers in front of her parted ways to form a path. She took the commander's seal that she received when she was appointed to command the army and the jade token of the former senior general, raising them high as if to forcefully throw them, no longer attached to these items. However, at that moment, the voice of the king of Changning came directly from the main hall. "This is your fate. Do you think you can escape whenever you want? Aren't you curious about the secret within yourself?" Yu Qinghan's hand paused slightly, but she did not throw the items. She turned her head and responded. "What do you mean?" Changning King Pei Ming, dressed in a dark purple gown, slowly stepped out of the hall, his eyes filled with complexity. "As I've said before, it is for Great Xia and also for you. Even if you don't take the responsibility, how can it be resolved with everything ending up satisfactory? Ever since you turned 13, your future was predestined." Images of her days in the limitless immortal sect flashed through Yu Qinghan's mind. The scenes of the limitless immortal sect hierarch speaking emerged. "Why did your cultivation advance so fast, and what exactly is it the great power within you?" Words from Changning King Pei Ming triggered Yu Qinghan's thoughts. Nevertheless, no matter how hard she contemplated, there was always an obstacle blocking her thoughts, preventing her from obtaining an answer. Looking at her, Changning King Pei Ming responded with a faint smile. "The reason is simple, because you are an immortal spiritual root." Upon hearing the news, Yu Qinghan's pupils abruptly contracted, her face revealing an astonished expression. What is the meaning of an immortal spiritual root? If a superior spiritual root is rare, 1 in 10,000, a top-grade spiritual root would be 1 in 100,000. A heavenly spiritual root is a rare genius that only appears every hundreds of years, with only one among tens of millions. And this immortal spiritual root is even above the heavenly spiritual root. Some say that people with immortal spiritual roots are often reincarnations of immortals. A single person with such spiritual roots can often shake the balance of heaven and earth. How could it be? It's impossible. Even Yu Qinghan couldn't believe that her physical constitution would reach such heights. She couldn't help but murmur. Changning King Pei Ming watched her expression and reminisced, "Your reaction is much more composed than when I first found out. The reason why you think it's impossible is probably because you think that if you were an immortal spiritual root, you would have replicated more quickly, right? The reason your progress wasn't as exaggerated as described in the classics is because when you were 13, the limitless immortal sect hierarch personally sealed your spiritual root, killing many in the process, to protect you. Even with a sealed immortal spiritual root, the speed of cultivation is comparable to a superior spiritual root, chasing after the top-grade spiritual root and below only the heavenly spiritual root. As your cultivation level increases, the seal will get weaker and weaker. When it breaks free, will you still be able to maintain your current lifestyle? Changning King Peiming questioned. The birth of an immortal spiritual root will inevitably plunge the world into chaos, including the immortal sect and the devil sect. Rather than wait for this, you should preemptively strategize and put an end to this grand crisis. My princess! Your Highness! Suddenly, two figures appeared among the soldiers. Yu Qinghan turned her head to look, unable to help but call out two names. Elder Diao, Xiao Lan. As her subordinate, Xiao Lan had left for a long time since the dissolution of the 5 armies of Senior General. Encountered after a long separation, there was an inevitable rush of emotion. Clip-clop. The sounds of galloping horses reached the surrounds of the main hall. Flags were flapping, and soldiers were in order. Looking at the military flag above her head, Yu Qinghan's thoughts couldn't help but drift afar. She softly commented, "The 5 armies of Senior General have returned." Looking at those clear and hopeful gazes below, Yu Qinghan closed her eyes, sighing softly. Chapter 145, Plan for Restoring the Country, The Origin of the Raven, Mind of Fairy. On a scorching summer day, the shadows of trees were scattered. A group of people gradually appeared on the official road, with 2 beautiful women surrounding a handsome young man, and an old man on horseback, smiling with an aged face, appearing to be in a good mood. It was Zhao Huai and his party. Your Highness, we will soon reach the entrance to Nanya Prefecture, where we will part ways, said Song Heking, looking at the city wall in the distance and feeling somewhat reluctant to part. This journey is all up to you. You will be fully responsible for contacting the former Yan country's department and gathering as much reliable power as possible. Remember, don't tell anyone about my whereabouts. Zhao Huai's expression was extremely serious. On the way, after some questioning, he came to know what the remnants of the Yan country had been up to for the past 3 years. Most of the people were in hiding among the people, living under other identities. All the remnants of the Yan were in hiding, waiting for an opportunity. Among them, the most powerful was General Hu, who was in Nanyu Prefecture, holding tens of thousands of soldiers from the remnants of the Yan country, dispersed in the mountains along the coastal region, posing as bandits. During the day, they were commoners, and at night, they were bandits. In both light and darkness, they controlled the official roads extending in all directions in Nanya Prefecture, making profits out of the black and white spectrum, all the while keeping a low profile and staying out of sight. General Hu was also known as Hu Yunjiao. Once a fierce warrior in Yan country with an aristocratic family background, he had been highly valued by the previous emperor after crushing the northern alien races. He was granted the title Marquis Qi Yang and became the royal crown prince's right-hand man, appointed as a minister to assist Zhao Huai's politics and the head of the martial ministers in the East Palace. Before the Battle of the River Crossing, he had retreated to the natural barrier of rivers and defended the crucial Tong Pass, holding off the main forces of the Xia for several months. Even the then Xia country's invincible marshal was at his wits' end, and no tactics, dark or straightforward, worked against him. As a result, the Xia behind him took the water route, sinking for months, using their surprised soldiers to bypass the natural risk, evade the strong forces, and strike the weak, making a beeline for the heart of the enemy. Although General Hu was highly capable, he was unable to resist the momentum and failed to prevent the fall of Yan City. Since Yan City had fallen, defending the city wall was useless, and it was only a matter of time before it was declared to be in ruins. Facing Xia country's massive purging, General Hu had no choice but to flee south with the remnants of his forces and become a mountain bandit. He divided his troops among the surrounding states and counties and hid them. It was to meet General Hu that Song Heking and the others were captured by the Black Wind Caves monsters. After listening to Song Heking's recounting of the events, Zhao Huai couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that so many people would still cherish the old days after the fall of the Yan country. In Zhao Huai's memory, there weren't many available people in the Eastern Palace. There were aristocratic families from the capital city who followed him, as well as cultivators and scholars, wealthy merchants, and a mysterious fiancé from a prestigious family supposedly a candidate for the previous crown prince's wife. He didn't know if she was dead or alive. After the fall of the Yan country, most of them either ran away or joined the Xia country. Almost no one died as a martyr for the royal family of Yan country. His cheap stepfather wasn't much different. Yan country was already suffering from a severe illness with widespread corruption, and they couldn't even pay the military salary. The funds raised by the public only amounted to a few thousand silver, which wasn't enough for anything. It wasn't that these aristocratic families didn't have money, they just didn't want to give it away. When the Xia's army entered Yan City, they forcibly searched for money with their knives and unearthed a whole pile of silver. His father had been quite suspicious by nature, killing many loyal ministers by mistake, which resulted in having no one left to rely on. Apart from General Hu, Zhao Huai also inquired about the situations of other former officials. Over the 500 years since the founding of Yan country, many great families and nobles had been involved. Among them, there were some prominent local families and scholarly noble families. In the early days after the country's demise, they raised the banner of morality and blamed the Xia country. Some even declared themselves kings, claiming to have inherited the bloodline of the Yan country and led rebellions. There were many who responded to their call, but their authenticity was too low, and their forces were too scattered. Soon enough, they were wiped out and vanished without a trace. Now, the remnants of Yan country were weak and dispersed. Old song, do you think Yan country can be restored? Zhao Huai asked, looking up at the rising sun inadvertently as they were about to part ways. His tone had become much more respectful. Whether successful or not, the elder before him deserved respect. Yes, it certainly can. Song Heking replied without hesitation, the determination in his aged eyes. As long as the royal crown prince is here, there is hope for Yan country. After hearing this answer, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile faintly. The remnants of Yan country needed a core that would not collapse. Zhao Huai was that core, that spark of hope. If a single spark can start a wildfire, wouldn't the same be possible for the Yan country with centuries of foundation? He could give hope, but only so much. For other matters like planning and carrying out specific actions, he wouldn't fret too much about them because that wasn't his forte. He could only stand in the background, leaving other matters to former Yan ministers like Song Heking. They would rebel, and he would pursue immortal cultivation. Restoring the country would be great, but if not, it wouldn't matter either because he wouldn't rely on that to become immortal. With destiny cultivation and achieving immortality, would he be afraid of not being able to restore the country? But by the time he achieved immortality, how many years would have passed? By then, the Xia country might not even exist anymore. Young master, rest assured, Yan country will definitely be restored, said Yin Nanyu lightly, her tone incredibly confident. Chapter 146, Plan for Restoring the Country, The Origin of the Raven, Mind of Fairy 2. Oh! Zhao Huai's thoughts wandered, and he momentarily lost focus. Hearing Yin Nanyu's answer, he couldn't help but feel surprised. He wondered why she had such confidence. When Yin Nanyu's cold gaze fell on Zhao Huai, it wasn't as severe as before, and became somewhat gentler. She explained. There are 3 reasons. First, the Emperor of Xia appointed officials from humble families, starting a wave of civil reform, which successfully angered many aristocratic families. Second, because of the famine in the south, the imperial court drastically reduced the number of border troops, using the surplus supplies to help the starving people. If the northern alien races learn of this, they will certainly not let this opportunity slip away and will advance towards the southern border again. This would be a great advantage for both the northern alien races and Yan country. Third, rumors have it that a princess of noble birth is hiding among the people in Xia, and if she comes forward, Xia's power would inevitably weaken further. Yin Nanyu's thoughts were clear and logical. Her words also impressed Song Heking, who was on horseback, and he wore an appreciative expression on his face. Even Zhao Huai couldn't help but nod in agreement. She was indeed as wise and resourceful as old Song had said. With such a grand vision, she didn't seem like an ordinary woman. You truly are a hero among women, being able to understand the current situation despite being in a sect, Zhao Huai said, smiling faintly. It was rare to find a cultivator so knowledgeable about worldly matters. Seeing the doubt on Zhao Huai's face, Yin Nanyu knew what he was thinking and immediately added, although I am in a sect, I come from an aristocratic family. When I was 5, my father sent me away to cultivate in the sect. At that time, we were still under the rule of the Yan, but now upon my return, everything has changed. The once prominent families are now in ruin, and it's hard not to harbor resentment towards Xia. So, there was a story behind it. No wonder she harbored goodwill towards Yan. Whether her story was true or false remained a question, but at least she was on Yan's side. Zhao Huai pondered. Indeed, Miss Yin told me the same story before, Song Heking said, stroking his white beard with a smile on his face. He had already heard the same story when they were in the demon prison. Yin Nanya was both astute and beautiful. As an old court official, the more he looked at her, the more satisfied he became. He couldn't help but want to instate her as the crown prince's wife right then and there. However, that would still require the crown prince's consent. Having successfully dispelled the doubts of the two men while consolidating her position within Yan's power, Yin Nanya remained calm and composed. What she said wasn't far from the truth. It's just more tragic than she imagined. Although she now held the second highest position in the Raven sect, things hadn't always been so good for her before becoming the saintess. The title of saintess, according to the doctrine, belongs to a child who has successfully fused with the spirit of the Raven, granting them extraordinary bloodline power and transcendent will. What were the spirit of the Raven and transcendent will? The spirit of the Raven symbolized the belief in the crow immortal. With it, one could use the power of faith to enhance their cultivation and perform the Raven rite to help others become a member of the sect. The spirit of the Raven was powerful, and it could alter a mortal's aptitude, granting them a fast cultivation speed. But the price one had to pay was immense. The spirit consumed a person's life, and it was irreversible. Not even hundreds of infant girls would necessarily succeed in being chosen as a candidate for the saintess. However, Yin Nanyu endured. Her silver hair was the best proof of that. Those who possessed the spirit of the Raven had to cultivate diligently, extend their lifespan, and possess astonishing willpower. Otherwise, they would die when their life was completely consumed. As for the transcendent will, it was the divine will bestowed by the crow immortal. According to legend, the crow immortal was a supreme being who existed during ancient times, but at the brink of calamity, it would watch over those in the mortal world who needed help. The crow immortal would then bestow the transcendent will, baptizing all living beings to gain their faith and the power of belief. In fact, there were other immortals in ancient times that also existed in an ethereal form, and they too drew power from the human world through specific rituals and constructions. Most of them, however, had already vanished. Those who were baptized by the transcendent will would bear the soul mark of the crow immortal and be forever loyal to the Raven sect. Simultaneously, they would receive immense power, including the enhancement of spiritual power, magic power, and primordial spirit abilities. After all, not everyone was qualified to receive the transcendent will. Only those who passed the Crow Immortals test and became decision-makers within the Raven sect were eligible. Yin Nanyu had a good understanding of rebellion. With her meddling and help, she was confident that she could lift Yan and challenge Xia. When the time was ripe, she would groom Yan and then slowly devour the nation's fortune, making it a very profitable endeavor. All she had to do was gradually earn the trust of the others. At this moment, the exquisite fairy Chu Yuking, who had been silent all this time, watched Yin Nanyu as her palm was alternately covered by a blue-white frost and then returned to its original fair complexion. The cycle continued, reflecting her indecision and uneasiness. Seeing that Yin Nanyu had gained the favor of the Crown Prince of Yan, she couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. It felt as if her most cherished possession had been stolen by someone else. Chapter 147, Restoration Plan, Raven's Origin, Fairy's Thoughts 3. She was wholeheartedly intent on completing her Master Lord's entrusted task. However, the Crown Prince of Yan country seemed to have no interest in her. This left her baffled and somewhat at a loss. When she first came down the mountain and arrived at Black Wind Cave, the admiring gazes of the surrounding male cultivators filled her with confidence. She believed that dual cultivation should not be a difficult matter. Even when in Exquisite Palace, she was regarded as an idol by many of her junior female apprentices. Cultivating magic, forming element and expelling spirit, slaying demons and exorcising devils, and fighting devil cultivators, all these she was proficient in and handled well. But when it came to emotions, it was too difficult. The exquisite 9 spheres could only be effective when the two dual cultivators had a mutual understanding and cooperated with each other. Otherwise, she would have forcefully started practicing with Zhao Huai long ago. Dusk. Zhao Huai and Song Heking temporarily parted ways. Both parties agreed that Song Heking would be responsible for contacting all the people of Yan country's former department in the meantime, giving Zhao Huai time to improve his cultivation. Young Master Zhao. After Zhao Huai had just sent him off and turned around, a somewhat resentful voice came from behind him. He turned his head and found that it was actually exquisite fairy Chu Yuking in her floating light silk gown. Fairy, what's the matter? Why don't I pass on the exquisite 9 spheres to you first? Chu Yuking said seriously. I've already said, I'm a married man. Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. Before he could finish, Chu Yuking's slender jade finger had already touched his forehead. Without considering whether Zhao Huai agreed or not, the contents related to the exquisite 9 spheres were directly injected into Zhao Huai's mind. Exquisite 9 spheres is a dual cultivation technique, which includes 9 dimensions of cultivation, meditation, flesh-body, primordial spirit interaction, flowing qi, and so on. If practiced deeply, it can nourish true vigor, entangle the flowing qi, and enhance the strength of both dual cultivators, even raising the upper limit of their cultivation. Even if Zhao Huai didn't want to learn, he had no choice. He took just a glance at it in his mind. A clear and bright feeling immediately surged up, and he quickly learned it. Is this the downside of having too high comprehending ability? Yin Nanyu saw exquisite fairy Chu Yuking behaving like this and couldn't help but sneer. I didn't expect the fairy to have a hard time forcing others. This time you're passing on a cultivation technique, will the next time be forcing yourself to dual cultivate with the young master? She complied with Song Heking's advice under the pretext of gratitude and stayed by Zhao Huai's side, also playing a liaison role. Seeing Chu Yuking acting so immodest now, she naturally disapproved. What I do is none of your business. Chu Yuking didn't like Yin Nanyu from the start, and seeing her provoke herself, she naturally vented her anger and coldly retorted. A late golden core realm suppression was released, obviously aimed at using her cultivation level to crush and discipline the other party. However, the suppression stopped in front of Yin Nanyu. It turned out that Zhao Huai had stood between the two of them, blocking the power. If you have something to say, say it nicely. Do not take action. Didn't the palace master say that you can't interfere in the affairs of the mortal world? If such a thing happens again, fairy, please return. Zhao Huai's palm lowered, speaking in a serious tone. Although he did not have golden core realm cultivation, his spiritual power was supported by 3 flowers gathering at the top and the national fortune. The pressure of the golden core could still be resisted to some extent. Moreover, exquisite fairy didn't use her full strength, just wanting to teach the other party a lesson. Being much stronger, exquisite fairy handed over the cultivation technique without his consent and dared to suppress him. How could she not show her some color? Sure enough, when Chu Yuking heard Zhao Huai say this, her pretty face panicked. She looked at Zhao Huai pitifully and said softly, "I was wrong, please don't tell my master lord." Yin Nanya stood behind Zhao Huai, the corner of her mouth hooked, squinting her eyes and smiling, obviously very pleased. Naturally, as long as the fairy behaves. Looking at the two women on either side of him, Zhao Huai couldn't help but smile bitterly. One had an amazing strategy, and the other had amazing strength. His team in Yan country was indeed full of talent, both his bodyguard and military counselor already in place. Chapter 148, The Holy Lady's Reward, Evolving Sword Techniques, Taking Ginseng Fruit, and the Second Stage of Condensation. Zhao Huai quickly returned to Jinzhou City with the two women in tow. Chu Yuking walked behind gracefully and elegantly, well behaved since scolded by Zhao Huai. Once in the city, she couldn't help but look around. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at the bustling market streets, with the aroma of green onion pancakes and roasted chicken floating in the air, and the vendors hawking their wares from time to time. This was a completely different world compared to the ethereal atmosphere of the spiritual mountains. Since joining the exquisite palace, Chu Yuking had spent most of her time cultivating or slaying demons and exorcising devils, and had rarely seen the streets, alleys, and green slate stone paths of the human world. Occasionally, an elderly man with a smoking pipe would walk out of a courtyard and look at Zhao Huai and his companions with a curious expression on their faces. Yin Nanyu, however, maintained her cold demeanor. Her forehead was still wrapped in a turban, and her silver hair occasionally peeked out, attracting attention. She pulled her tattered robe to cover the raven pattern below her collarbone, not wanting to reveal her identity. Their clothes hadn't been changed since being pursued, making it easy for them to be exposed. She had been here before, and it seemed that there was a raven sub-bureau in the state. If she could contact the local sect members, it would be much more convenient to carry out her plans. Now that the Raven sect was hiding from the imperial court of Xia country, they wouldn't dare to show their faces without her orders. Zhao Huai, followed by the two women, inevitably attracted the gossip of the neighbors as they walked on the streets. Boss Zhao went out for a few days and brought back another concubine. My goodness, what a healthy body he has. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to handle it if it were me. Zhao Huai ignored these gossips naturally. He returned to the front of his pawnshop's door, which was locked. There was no one in Huai's pawnshop at the moment, as it was closed for the day. Zhao Huai scanned the courtyard with his divine insight but didn't see Madame. He assumed she must have gone out. He took out his keys, opened the door, and said, "Madame isn't home." With curious eyes, Chu Yuking wanted to see the woman who had captured the royal crown prince's heart and what she looked like. She was unexpectedly able to make him infatuated with her. Yin Nanya glanced at the three-story tile-roofed building and thought to herself that it wasn't as luxurious as she had imagined, looking quite ordinary. Zhao Huai climbed the stairs, scratched his head, and said, "My sister-in-law is staying in the guest room, so we might be short on rooms. I'll rent a room for you two at the inn across the street. I'm good friends with the boss." "Thanks, young master." Chu Yuking accepted without hesitation and continued, "Your safety is of utmost importance, young master. I will investigate the city and do my best to identify any hidden demons. Staying across the street would be ideal. There's no time to waste, let's start now." After saying that, she walked out the door, transformed into a streak of light, and disappeared into the sky. Her divine insight at the Golden Core realm was broad enough to cover half a city without any problem. With her in the center of the sky, she could oversee the entire city wall. Zhao Huai looked at the departing exquisite fairy and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She was very dedicated to her job. Then he turned to the remaining Yin Nanyu, who was still wearing tattered clothes. From time to time, her fair skin could be seen, just like when he had found her by the river. This was indeed inappropriate and against etiquette, so Zhao Huai said, "I'll get you some clothes." He went into the bedroom and brought out several loose robes that he had worn before. Yin Nanya took the clothes silently, her eyes fixed on Zhao Huai, her expression difficult to utter. She wanted to speak but didn't say anything. Seeing her like this, Zhao Huai suddenly realized his mistake and said, somewhat embarrassed, "Look at my memory. I'll go out. Call me when you're done changing." The sound of the door closing echoed. Yin Nanya stared at the clothes in her hand and fell into a trance. Thinking back, it seemed unreal that she had been pursued all the way from the capital city to Jinzhou and met the crown prince of Yan country. When the high-ranking members of the Raven sect exploded their chi seas, only she managed to escape. Now, where should the future of the Raven sect start? She initially thought that she could grow the Raven sect after Yu Dao Kang's death and take advantage of the chaos, but who would have thought that the white-clothed ghost face would appear and completely disrupt her plans? Later, she got targeted by the imperial court of Xia country and ended up with all the blame on her shoulders. The purge in the capital had severely wounded the elite forces of the Raven sect. While the lower-ranking members were unaffected, the core forces were significantly weakened. Fortunately, she escaped. Nothing was more worth celebrating than escaping death. At the thought of this, she felt thankful to the pig demon. If it weren't for him, she might have committed suicide. She could vaguely recall the fragmented memories of being carried on a man's shoulder. The pig demon was likely a human being. She had a feeling that it was Zhao Huai. To repay his kindness, she wouldn't let him down. She would definitely make him one of her own. Slowly, Yin Nanya removed her clothes, revealing her fair body that still bore the scars from her battle with the gatekeeper of the limitless immortal sect. Chapter 149, Holy Woman's Gratitude, Evolving Sword Technique, Consuming Ginseng Fruit, Second Stage of Core Formation 2. Her body was like a shattered porcelain piece. A cold blue glow emerged on her skin, her raven bloodline began to roll, and the next moment, a faint golden sword chi was frantically rampaging through her meridians. It seemed that her injuries were not completely healed yet. Cough. Moving her wound, Yin Nanya couldn't help but cough. Her own injuries were still quite serious. She sighed, changed her clothes, and opened the door. She found that Zhao Huai had disappeared at some point. Until there was a splash sound from the backyard. She walked to the backyard gate, peered through the window, and saw Zhao Huai carrying a water bucket, continuously pouring water into a pool. Steam soon rose from the pool. Hearing the door being pushed open, Zhao Huai looked back and smiled. Changed already? I saw that you still have injuries on your body, so I poured some water for you. Taking a hot spring should make you feel better. He saw that Yin Nanya looked haggard, with pale lips and a face showing only fatigue and weakness after their escape and travels. In Zhao Huai's view, she would be an important figure under Yan country in the future, so how could he bear to see her suffer from her injuries? Thank you. Yin Nanya's lips moved, her eyes filled with gratitude. Zhao Huai's image in her eyes suddenly grew taller, and an unusual feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. After all, nobody had ever treated her so well before. Sect members treated her with only awe and respect. People in the world, on the other hand, viewed her with disgust and discrimination. Yin Nanya stepped her jade feet adorned with a silver ring into the hot spring pool tentatively. Then, she immersed her entire leg in, followed by the rest of her body. Her body curled up, the golden sword chi was still piercingly cold, and she couldn't help but shiver. In the pool, a rich spiritual chi transformed into an invisible hand, enveloping her body tightly. It weakened the effect of the golden sword chi and gradually dissipated it. Her body gradually regained its strength, and her injuries slowly healed under the nourishment of the spiritual spring. Feeling better? Zhao Huai asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Yin Nanya paused, then nodded like a pecking chick. It's fine, as long as I have a safe environment, I can recover. I've got a healing pill here, I'll put it here for you. Upon Zhao Huai saying this, a pill appeared in his palm, and he handed it over. Yin Nanya took the pill, her red lips moved as if wanting to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She was just moved by Zhao Huai's presence in her heart. "Thank you, I really don't know how to repay you." As Zhao Huai was about to leave, Yin Nanya whispered, and this was her heartfelt words. Zhao Huai turned around, looked at Yin Nanya, who had a cold temperament and a head of wet silken hair, which exuded charm, and smiled gently, "Just focus on healing your wounds. That's the best way to repay me." After saying this, he entered the house, leaving her lying by the pool in a daze. In fact, Zhao Huai was not wrong. He felt that having Yin Nanya by his side would give the restoration of the Yan an extra chance of success. He could clearly tell that this woman was very intelligent and would be quite helpful for future development. As for the issue of loyalty and betrayal, he was not too worried. To him, these concerns were unfounded. He didn't even know what realm he would reach by the time Yan country was truly restored. All tricks would be in vain in front of absolute power. Now, they needed to rely more on her for the future restoration of the nation. General Hu and Old Song were far from enough. Zhao Huai sat down. Finally, the surroundings quietened. He now had time to take stock of this journey's gains. He would let others handle the grand plan of the nation's restoration, while he would only serve as a symbol and a behind-the-scenes promoter, continuing his cultivation. First and foremost was the top-tier magic called 10,000 Swords Return to Sect. Zhao Huai sat in the chair, circulating his magic power. Spiritual qi from all directions was absorbed and transformed into energy sword shadows, hovering parallel to the ground in mid-air. The swords hummed, their qi forming an aura, and their sharp light flashed on each sword. With the increasing volume of absorbed spiritual qi, the number of energy swords grew. Zhao Huai felt that his true vigor was almost depleted. This magic called 10,000 Swords Return to Sect, was taught to him by the Eternal Taoist Temple. However, the power of its use depended on his body's storage of true vigor. At this point, Zhao Huai had not yet reached the level of 10,000 swords returning to sect, but rather, he was more like 1,000 swords returning to sect. With the aid of the two destinies, sword skill genius and crystal clear sword heart, the 10,000 swords return to sect evolved time and time again and was quickly mastered and understood by him. At the same time, the upper limits of this magic were unlocked, allowing him to derive other sword moves from it. 10,000 Swords Return to Sect was a circulation of qi magic, with qi controlling the sword, and the secret was to split. Why couldn't splitting be replaced by concentration? In this way, wouldn't the power of 10,000 swords be concentrated at one point? With this thought, Zhao Huai immediately began evolving the technique in his mind. The small spirit being wielding sword moves in his mind, Zhao Huai silently observed. All of a sudden, the various sword qi shadows floating around the small spiritual being's circulation of qi were influenced by Zhao Huai's thoughts and overlapped completely. With each sword qi that attached itself to the small spirit being, its power increased, until all the sword qi entered its flesh body. With this move completed, as the small spirit being swung its sword, a loud boom echoed. The sea of consciousness transformed into a light curtain, and the small spirit being dispersed, which showed the immense power of this sword move. Chapter 150, Saintess Repayment, Evolving Sword Technique, Consuming Ginseng Fruit, Forming Core Second Stage 3. One body crosses 3,000 miles, as a sword once resisted 1,000,000 soldiers. One sword facing heaven. This sword is named Chao Tian, facing heaven. Zhao Huai pondered for a moment and named this sword. One sun observing, 2 Yalong, 3 10,000 swords return to sect, sword 4 facing heaven. Practicing sword arts consumes a lot of spiritual power. Fortunately, Zhao Huai has the destiny of 3 flowers gathering at the top, which allows for a quick recovery. Among the 3 flowers, the human flower and earth flower have been opened, but only the primordial spirit's heavenly flower is dim. There's no need to rush. Thinking of this, Zhao Huai takes out the ginseng fruit given to him by eternal Taoist temple Gu Tianji from his storage ring. This fruit is said to bear fruits once in hundreds of years and ripens once in 1,000 years. The quantity is extremely limited, it is a rare treasure. If it weren't for winning over Zhao Huai, Gu Tianji wouldn't have given it up so easily. This ginseng fruit is only the size of half a palm. It is crystal clear and looks like a child, it emits a faint fragrance. Staring at the fragrant fruit, he doesn't waste any time and takes a bite directly. With a slurping sound, the ginseng fruit splashes a lot of juice as it explodes in his mouth, and a sweet taste spreads in his mouth. The fruit flesh goes down the throat and into the stomach. Then, an incredibly dense spiritual power begins to form in his qi in the pubic region. The spiritual power comes from the ginseng fruit, it is very pure. Zhao Huai feels that his true vigor is starting to circulate rapidly on its own, without him needing to take any action. Layers of spiritual qi naturally infuse into the acupoints of his circulation of qi. The circulation of qi operates on its own. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. In the blink of an eye, he already reached 72 cycles. Ordinary cultivators, in an ideal state, need 1 morning to circulate their qi through 1 cycle. In a day, they can circulate 3 cycles and receive 9 days of power. With just 1 bite of this ginseng fruit, he circulates 72 cycles in a matter of several breaths, which is equivalent to more than 200 days or half a year's worth of power. The speed is undoubtedly extremely fast. Seeing the great effect, Zhao Huai takes another bite. The circulation of qi speeds up even more, continuously flowing without a break. Once the fruit is finished, he licks his lips and fingers. The flavor lingers on his lips and teeth. The sweet water in his mouth moistens his taste buds, and he can't wait to eat another ginseng fruit. After consuming the ginseng fruit, it's as if a surging river of spiritual power has opened up in his qi, continuously transporting pure energy to all parts of his body. Zhao Huai's breath rises once again. Right now, his realm has reached the 7th level of the initiation stage, and he has solidly entered the first stage of forming core. This ginseng fruit allows him to refine his entire body once again. Originally, his meridians only emitted a golden glow, but now they sparkle with gold. His entire body is filled with golden light. Quickly, he finished refining and met the requirements for the 2nd stage. This lays the foundation for his future breakthrough into the golden core stage. There are a total of 9 stages in the golden core, with the 3rd stage being considered low grade. Above this, one can be considered a high-level golden core expert. The 7th stage of the golden core can be called a pinnacle expert. They are among the leaders of the younger generation in the various immortal sects. The 8th and 9th stages of the golden core have not been heard of for a long time. Zhao Huai's goal is evident: the 8th stage of the golden core. With the support of many destinies, it's not impossible to challenge the legendary 9th. After condensing the 2nd stage, he feels that the golden core period is not as far as he imagined. After breaking through his strength, Zhao Huai's mind couldn't help but see the mature figure of the master of the exquisite palace. She is a power above the metamorphosis stage and has experienced thousands of years, living in the immortal calendar. Before the immortal calendar, the immortal path was still open, and cultivators could still ascend. The immortal sects were flourishing, but now the path to ascension has been severed, and there are even fewer cultivators than before. According to the records, above the metamorphosis stage is the refining emptiness stage. Cultivators will begin to face tribulations. Thunder tribulation, mind tribulation, Taoist tribulation. Whatever tribulation a cultivator fears the most is the tribulation they will face. If they pass the tribulation, they become the mighty. If they fail, they perish, and their lifetimes of cultivation are destroyed in an instant. After successfully passing the tribulation, they can reach the superior realm. The superior realm is also known as a half-immortal, capable of escaping their own body and condensing immortal bones. After reaching the superior realm and experiencing the immortal tribulation, they can ascend and become a true immortal. Upon reaching the rebirth realm, cultivators are affected by the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the heavenly power. They need to avoid thunder tribulation in order to seek longevity. The higher the realm, the stronger the cultivation power and the greater control over heaven and earth, immortal skills, and divine abilities. However, at the same time, they will be under the suppression of heavenly power. They can't be involved in worldly matters, and they can't take action themselves. Otherwise, they will attract karma and calamities, and thunder tribulation will follow them. That's why cultivating immortality is considered going against the heavens. Rebirth realm and higher level cultivators will hide themselves, find a place without people to retreat and practice, not interfere in the mortal world, and dare not take action. The powers of heaven and earth and heavenly karmic power are what they fear the most. All the karma and karmic power they experienced in the past will turn into thunder tribulation or even the immortal tribulation when they break through in the future. The higher the realm, the more likely this is. If one is not careful, they will be involved in a major catastrophe and die under the thunder tribulation. This is also why cultivators of the refining chi and initiation stage are the mainstream, and the immortal sects often hide from the world.